All right, everybody. Welcome to the first episode of Scuffed Rolls, an ongoing campaign for a bunch of jackasses. My name's Tom. I'm the dungeon master for this campaign. And we're going to be getting started with a neat little prologue for the happenings. What a mess. You've all found yourselves, for one reason or another, under the hand of Romulyan law, whether justly or unjustly does not matter. For over the past few weeks, you have all been gathered from whatever cells you were being detained in under the influence of the Order of the One Divine, a fast-growing monotheistic religion, a religious order of the capital, enforcing preachings of their new divine and outcasting the callings of what they deem to be false gods. Their miracles have given them no shortage of support from the capital, leading to the recent ban of Arcana under the influence of the Sovereign. How far this influence goes, you do not know. However, you do know your current predicament. Jammed tightly into the back of an iron carriage, its iron-barred and wooden ceiling, making you miss both the open skies and Shirefall's 3 celestial moons. Your only vision of the outside is through the same iron-barred door that you were thrown through, watching the days roll on as the carriage carries you to what you've heard to be told as Fort Coldstone. You know little of the location, other than its northern temperature, becoming chillingly cold, and the somber snow becoming more and more thick along the roads. And it is on this cold road that our story will begin. In the back of this cell-like carriage, the cold metal around your necks nearly matching that of the chillingly cold air. You sit huddled in what space remains in this carriage, around the other odd and poor souls that have wound up here as well. The only sounds breaking the silence is the dull thuds of dozens of hoofs hitting both dirt and stone around you. The steady creak and roll of the heavy carriage gives you somber noise.
Come on, you fat bastards.
Yeah, so you guys are essentially just sitting in the back of this metal carriage. There's heavy collars that are kind of sitting around your neck. None of them have proven to be anything less than a restraint. The iron chain that they are tied around is linked to a metal loop in the center of the carriage itself. Sitting around you is your characters as a whole. If you'd like to go around and introduce it, Noah, could you start us off?
Yes. I'm Noah. My character is Ezreal. You want me to share other stuff too?
Okay. Give your name, character name, and then visual description.
I'm playing Ezreal. He is you can see that he's a mixture between some kind of elf and it looks like a tiefling. He has 4 horns on his head, protruding through his fun little wizard cap. He has a light gray skin tone, and he's very, frail and skinny. He's wearing just kind of common robes.
I'm Max. I'm going to be playing Trey, Tiefling Bard. He has light blue skin with a purple hue. He has darker bluish purple hair, and then he's got 2 horns that go back, kind of like slick back hair. Right now, he currently has his red jacket on, and then he has brown leather pants and brown boots.
Hi, I'm Daniel. I'm going to be playing... I guess I'll go over first. I'm going to be playing Gremlo. Gremlo, he's a very grimy-looking halfling. He has a tough look. His face has been battered and scarred over the years. He has almost a constant grimace. And he has some curly little brown hair, typical of a halfling. So yeah.
My name is Seth. I'll be playing Fen, who is a human rogue. He is fairly tall, has black hair, he usually keeps pulled back, and wears a duster coat over his leather armor.
Alright, I'm Alex. I'm going to be playing Jacob. He's an attractive human sorcerer. You can see he has a pretty well-kept beard and hair, probably not as well-kept now, given the predicament he's in. You see he's dressed warmly. He has a thick leather coat or cloak on, but his right sleeve is not there. It's tailored up, and you can see some dried blood on his arm. and it's just bare. And he wears a glove on his right hand as well, with a neatly cut out hole in the middle.
Oh, I guess I forgot to say it. I'm a wizard too.
Now, should we go around?
Oh, yeah, should we?
Sarah class?
Thought you were a sorcerer with that hat.
Trey is a bard, and he's about average height, like 5'11", 6 foot.
Gremlo is a fighter.
Fen is a rogue, as I said.
And Jacob is a divine soul sorcerer.
Ooh, look at you with your subclass.
I did it at first level.
That's like
Don't you get yours at first level too?
Second level.
No.
go 3rd level boys.
Alright. As for detailings in your guys' situation, you can't really, at least from the carriage that you guys are sitting in, the perspectives of the individuals around you now covered, you're not necessarily restrained or bonded by your hands or feet. The only restraints you have on you are the colors that you wear. From your estimate, there is easily over a dozen or so of these of the riders that are escorting you in your carriage to this Fort Coldstone. They've deemed themselves to be called acolytes. They wear these almost like these heavy red robes that show linkings of padded leather armor under them. Many of them are armed with either crossbows or short swords.
Are the collars like connected to like neighbors or whatever? Or is it just like a straight collar?
What?
Like, is there like a collar? Is it connected to like everyone in the thing? So
No, it's well, you technically are all kind of interconnected because all your chains lead to the same loop.
Okay, so it's just
Okay.
one loop down in the card
it's
itself.
just one heavy bar. It's just kind of like all your chains are like linked around.
Okay. How thick is the chain?
Probably about 2-3 inches.
Ooh,
Okay.
it's hefty.
Brothers in bonds.
That's
Yeah.
not the actual bar itself. That's just the width of the chain. The actual like linkings,
Yeah.
I'd say, are under an inch.
Okay. Still, ain't that strong. Are there anyone other than, I guess, the people that have introduced themselves, or is it just us, what, 6?
Five.
As far as you can tell, as you were kind of like taken from whatever cells you were being held in, or if you had even gotten to be able to be held in a cell before you wound up in this carriage, it was one at a time. Many of you had been added to it. So, as far as what other, if there are, there's no other carriage being escorted. It's really just your SARS group of staff.
Is there like a carriage driver and then people driving next to it, like with horses?
You can see, you can't see your carriage driver. There's no window on the actual front of the carriage itself, but you can see.
Also, it's an enclosed carriage.
Yeah, there are small windows on the right and left side. The biggest window, of course, is the iron door that sits in the back, which you can see the actual dirt padded and snowing road as it's kind of starting to reach this slight incline.
Is it day or night? Can we see through the windows?
The sky's kind of a dreary gray. You'd guess it's somewhere in the afternoon. Later, guys.
So who's right next to Ezreal right now?
So like, yeah, how's
It's
the
the
carriage?
seating order that's here.
Oh, this is just okay.
You see that they're the seating orders of this carriage is a little bit. This carriage is kind of built to carry about 4 or 5 humanoid individuals. It's not a huge carriage; it's kind of restricting in space. However, they found that they could jam a halfling between 2 humans. You just kind of like snugly fit.
Do we hear any voices outside from like the carriage driver or people around?
It's kind of quiet at the
It's
moment.
been quiet.
You guys have been riding for about a little over a week or so now. Quiet silence has kind of eaten away. Being in a cell with all these other individuals, you weren't necessarily sure. A lot of you guys spent your time either like boating with the situation or figuring out the situation. Not really interested in these other individuals. However,
Let's break the silence. I'm gonna look over to this handsome human next to you. I'm gonna say, "Hey, you, pretty boy. What are you in for?"
Well, magic.
Oh, I see. You're a spellcaster.
Something like that, yes.
You see, my associate over here, he happens to be a budding spellcaster himself. Hey, so why don't you introduce yourself?
Thank you. I'm Ezreal. Me and Gremlo got arrested for magical terrorism, I suppose. I guess.
Terrorists?
Not on purpose. I didn't know we couldn't use our magic within the city walls.
Seems like we're in the same boat then.
Sounds like I am in the same boat as well. Didn't know magic was illegal.
Well, I guess that's what I get for not reading up on the politics of this area.
Hey,
You in here for magic as well?
No, not a magical bone in my body.
It's unfortunate.
I got in a little trouble with some of the gods for helping out a friend of mine. He's not here right now, but
No.
Oh, hey, so don't you worry, because I've been in similar predicaments before, and I've always managed to get my way out. So
Do you think you'd help me get out too, Gremlo?
definitely, we've had.
common criminal then,
Oh,
little halfling.
that's one way to describe me, but terrorist, definitely not.
Yeah. Yes. I can
accept
say he's quite brash, but he's no terrorist. Neither am I. Oh.
Is there a little more info on this terrorism?
Well, I practice the arcane arts. I've been studying for most of my life, and well, I found me and Gremlo found each other in a way, I guess, and I offered to teach him some things, and well, one thing led to another. He pulled from the weave a little bit too hard, and he managed to send a ball of fire towards the wall of the city, and well, we got arrested very quickly.
Was anyone hurt?
Not that I never really cared to see. Did you see anything, Gremlo?
Seems to be that the wall was the only thing that was damaged in the little explosion.
Well, that's good.
I think you should maybe we should try not doing that for a little bit, you know?
Yeah, I do admit I'm not very skilled in the arcade, but I am learning, so give me a break.
Do any of us have any idea where these acolytes are bringing us?
No clue.
Well,
Can I run like a history check on these people
you guys have heard.
or not? Oh, I was gonna try to run like a history check.
You've heard of the name. The acolytes have kind of been a relatively quiet bunch. When they've stopped, you've heard murmurings. You haven't really been allowed out of the cell wagon that you've been stored in. Every so often, they feed you roughly a small rations of vegetables, like apples and such. Yeah.
Never really much of a vegetable either.
Delicious.
would we know
Good
why they'd take us out of like our normal jail cells and come here with them? Is there any inkling of what we could maybe know?
What?
Based on like recent history, would we know why they specifically brought people that were like in different jail cells here? Like why the guards let this religious order take people?
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Oh. So would we know why a religious order would be able to take people from jail cells and bring them somewhere else?
When you, whether or not you were apprehended from cells, it was more or less they arrived and kind of like laid claim to what you had. They had, generally it was either a quick exchange of papers that or you were directly apprehended by the actual order themselves as to getting actual looks as to what these papers were, like almost like a warrant.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Well, Gremlo, thanks for breaking the silence. Jacob Cass.
Oh, pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you too.
Well, I guess we should all go around and introduce ourselves since we're going to be here for some time, it looks like. I already know you. What about you, blue one over there? What's your name?
Trey is the name.
Fen.
I guess Jacob, if it didn't hear.
And Grimlow, you said?
Yep. Colby Grimlow.
Brothers in arms, I guess.
Until we can get ourselves out of here, that
I
is.
don't consider men. I've just met brothers in arms.
I feel like
Acquaintances and bonds.
I guess.
it would be a common interest for us all to escape these bonds, would it not?
Finally, an idea that makes sense.
Yeah, these laws are pretty.
You magic
Terrible.
casters, you have any way to break these chains
I
without hurting us?
want to get out as much as you
Uh.
guys, but I'm not entirely sure. That right now, I think it'd be the best idea to break out when there's people around us.
I think we should play along for now. We're not exactly in a great predicament.
Sharpen block.
Perhaps they're going to let us free once we reach wherever we're going.
I don't know about
I like
that.
your optimistic thinking, guys, but I'm not sure about that
I
one.
don't trust a religious order against magic to throw away 3 magic casters.
I don't know
And a
if it's
potential
best
one at
to.
best.
I don't know if it's best to use magic right now until we know exactly what we're dealing with.
Are you only magic casters? Do you have no martial ability?
I had a dagger.
I can defend myself when necessary. I prefer not to, though.
That's where I come in. You see, I protect this.
Yes, and I teach them things.
The brains and the brawn.
Oh, that's very nice.
What about
actually.
you, Jacob?
Combat isn't my forte, but I can defend myself if need be.
You look pretty strong.
Thank you.
You guys are kind of like brought to a silence as a heavy stamp of a footprint lands on the small lipping right outside the opposite ending of the door where you guys are stored in. An acolyte who had been marching on foot seems to have pulled himself onto the landing. Conversations brewing as much as ever. Well, try not to talk too much and just eat your feed. As he starts pulling open a hempen bag that's just outside the iron bars.
I'll grab some food.
Catch. As he just tosses an apple your way. As it just slaps across your face.
Thank you.
Hmm. As he ties off the actual bag itself and hops back off onto the ground.
Well, I guess they can hear us.
Was there ever any doubt?
I think we should probably keep any thoughts to ourselves about our situation.
Yeah, if we happen to conspire about leaving this place, we should keep the volume a bit low.
Keep it on the down low.
Huh? You'd think they'd be able to feed us more than just apples.
Well, as someone who grew up on the street fending for himself, this is surprisingly nourishing.
Oh,
Has a lot of water too.
I suppose it does.
Guess I've never been one to get in trouble, but I mean, an
Perfect
apple's an
time to
apple.
start.
How good's the apple? Is it fresh? Is it
Are we talking like
It's
Red
kinda-
Delicious,
it's
or are
kinda
we
like
talking
frozen.
frozen?
Granny
good.
Smith.
Is there any worms in there?
Yeah, what kind of apples?
They're not necessarily the ripest of apples, but they're apples.
Jacob knows his apples.
Mm.
Uh,
Um,
However, as you guys are eating away at the apples in your hands, the iron collar is around your neck, kind of like inhibiting your consumption mildly. Your contemplations are interrupted by the distant sounds of fast approaching horses, their heavy hoofs, distant even to the pounding of the horses of your escorts. As they approach, you hear the raspy call of the individual who actually made claims to you while you were in your holding cells. Riders, you trespass on the One Divine's domain. as the heavy footprints of these horses kind of grind to a halt, roughly about to your discretion. Obviously, less riders. However, they begin to slow, and as they come to a stop, you hear an equally baritone voice. Quiet yourself, Waith. This is no domain of yours. Now, if you would explain to me why Realmelian gods are being expunged from their holds under your orders. My Arbiter Brown. I meant no offense. Now let's not come to aggression. Perhaps me and you could talk it out. Answer the question with. For my patience of both you avoiding questions of my earlier introductions is growing thin. Well, Mr. Arbiter, that is something I cannot do. So you deny to give light to your crimes. Then on the name of our sovereign, I, Arbiter Brahm, charge you and your men with treason. To both the crown, the land, and the people of this country. Treason. You hear a low cackle kind of echo out from his voice. But Mr. Arbiter, is it to your knowledge that it was your own sovereign who gave the order, who deemed it an offering to the faith that Castle Coldstone come under our domain? A lie. The sovereign would not allow his own men to be expunged from their holds. Go ask for yourself. And what of these people you've detained?
I'm gonna try to inch towards a bar. What, are they on their side or my side?
There's the iron door behind you, and then there's the door, which is the biggest, and then there's about half a foot wide and tall, little 4-barred windows.
I wanna peek towards the iron door, if it's closest to me, right?
The door looks back. These voices are in front of the carriage, where the rider would be. You could pull as you kind of pull your chain back a little bit. The individual who has the other side of the chain, Gremlo, make a strength check.
Oh. First roll of the campaign.
Oh, let's go.
It's big.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Nat 20?
Nat 20.
As you kind of inch yourself, roll. Strength check if you're wrong.
Yeah, all right.
Ooh. 14.
14. As you kind of pull yourself back to get a peek around, perhaps to get a glimpse of what's happening at the front of the this caravan, this escort that you're a part of, your chain just comes taut, barely even a few centimeters back. And as you look towards what's actually catching you, you kind of get gagged for a moment, but you see the halfling, his chain completely taut, but he hasn't seemed to notice your actual pull.
Oh, that's a bit heavier than I appear. If you need to go somewhere, I'll let this loose.
You kind of step onto the floor, so the chain goes a lot. You get a lot of room from getting off his seat.
Thank you, Gremlo. Oh,
Gotta go investigate what's going on out there.
I really can't get out, but I'll hear as much as I can. I'm gonna try to.
As you kind of pull yourself closer to the bars, kind of peering as much as you can, squeezing your face against the iron. Can you make a perception check for me?
Yeah. 7.
7. You can barely see. You can catch the visage of the roughly about 3 acolyte riders, and then a gray horse that seems to be looking on the direction of the road that you've been traveling. You don't get any look as to the actual this other band that seems to have been traveling the opposite direction, other than the bearings of their horses' feet. You see on the horses that you do see, most of them seem to have this almost blue-hued barding on it, of both chain and semi-plate. Blue banners kind of hang off of it with this white wolf seal on the end of it.
And that's the opposite party.
That's the opposite
Okay.
party. You can only see about 3 riders.
Okay.
You can't see the riders themselves.
Okay. I'm gonna step away from the bars and Gremlin, you can sit back up where you want to now. Oh, thank you.
Wait, are we
Do you
like
see anything?
connected to each other?
There's like a
Yeah,
thing
there's
in the
like
center.
there's like a thing in the middle, and we have
Yeah, yours is just
kind
kind of like looped around the thing. So, like,
Okay.
theirs is like one chain that goes through the loop and then like is connecting to the person on the opposite end.
Who am I?
And mine's not.
Oh, I'm sorry. We'll do it like that.
Okay.
Diagonal. I'm still like not connected to anyone else though, right?
Yours is like like taught to the actual bar itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, it appears that an opposing party from, I guess, Castle Coldstone is what I can assume arrived here. They have blue barding and they have a seems to be a symbol on there. Would I know what that symbol is?
Make a history check.
That's what I'm about. That's 18.
It is the symbol of the. You know quite a bit about Romerian government governing. They're very, for as much as they try to impose unity and bring people together, their forces cannot be everywhere, which led to the creation of a separate ranking role, almost to what other governments would call the hand of a king. It is a separate role known as the arbiter. The arbiter is granted with a small strike force of well-trained soldiers, and that is the emblem that you were looking at to be a representative of the arbiter. The current arbiter is indeed Arbiter Brom. He is what you've heard to be a jaunty of difficult to match martial prowess in what he does. However, the makings of how he gained his title of arbiter is unknown.
And we heard that he said he was Arbiter Braum? Or he said it was actually...
You heard Arbiter Brom talk.
Oh! It appears that the Arbiter himself is here.
The role itself is almost like a peacemaker. Locations that armies or large militaristic forces couldn't get to, it would take weeks to actually arrive to. It is up to the duties of the arbiter to look into.
Okay.
Did we hear the entire conversation there?
I was going to continue.
Okay.
As you guys are kind of like interrupted and Grimlow, you kind of like taking back to your seat, you hear another cackle echo out from you have heard this individual's name, and he you definitely you heard it from when the guards when Romerian guards had exchanged you into their hands as Pike, a heavily balding and very scarred individual. His face is mangled by deep cuts that look to have been wounds that could have easily crushed a human skull and should have brought death to what you could assume. And there is, but most notably, a heavy gash that walks around his entire neck, a ring that just hangs around it. Similar to, it would be something that you would see have been received from a deep gash. However, the formation of how this scar wrapped around his entire neck is concerning. As for encounters you've had with the individual himself, you haven't heard much other than him barking orders to the acolytes as they had, in their own terms, taken care of you on your transport to Castle Coldstone, or Fort Coldstone. However, as you hear another cackle echo out from Pike's raspy voice, this batch of murders, thieves and mages, they're a lost lot, Arbiter, and we are helping them back on the path.
I don't like this.
The Divine has plans. For the people we have, are you really going to waste your life trying to prevent a God's plan? I'm sure you have more important duties to return to. Perhaps writing back to your sovereign. I would be willing to wager he has a bone for such a good dog. You hear a low-toned growl echo out from the band, and as you see through the small windows that you have in the bars behind you, the multiple acolytes, you see a tenseness kind of build in the air. Both acolyte riders and men on the ground, you hear the beginnings of unsheathed weapons. Not necessarily to that point yet, but you see acolyte bowmen's beginning to ready themselves. This tense silence holds for a few more seconds. Who would see death on that day? Not be I, Waith. And perhaps we may see that day very soon if your words do not hold true. The divine smiles on me, Wolf. I have no need to fear death. Can you say the same? Come! As you hear the sheathings of multiple weapons and the heavy snap of the reins of a horse, as you hear another deeper baritone growl. And riding back past you, kind of like shaking the carriage itself as it passes, you see Albert de Bram, a heavily built Janti. He is wearing this mixture of chainmail and plate. His heavy pauldrons kind of like riding down his bicep, or not biceps, his
Bicep?
was I okay biceps.
The biceps.
Yeah. A huge great sword lying on his back, and the heavy mantle and barding that hangs across this even bigger wolf that he seems to be riding atop of as it stampers forward. And quickly after him, you see the ridings of some of the horsemen that you had actually seen. These glittering knights wearing lighter armor, however, they seem nonetheless no less intimidating by the individual leading the party. Their heavy barding horses leaving deep gritted footprints into the dirt and snow as they ride past. You see them giving no time to many of the acolytes who are kind of like clearing out of the way, and you see one of them actually didn't manage to move out of the way fast enough, and this massive wolf just kind of like bears past him as he just gets flung to the side as he's picking himself back up, kind of like wiping both dirt and soot out of his eyes. His like red cloak's just completely this like brown stain down to the base of it. You hear a no less you hear a very unthreatened cackle, kind of cackle out from Pike at the front of the group. Well, you've had your rest. We're almost to the keep. Move! As you hear the clack of both reins and horses, the neigh of horses. That's and the grind of the wood as the carriage begins to go into movement once more.
I don't like the sound of what's going to be happening.
The Sovereign really did order it, and there's not much we can do.
I guess he was hoping he didn't. I really don't want to stay here much longer.
Maybe if we just lay low, it'll blow over and don't forget about us.
Did you hear him? He said he had plans for us.
But if
To
they
do something to this
Do something.
cast of spellcasters.
Do any of you guys have any
murderers,
idea of that?
Thieves.
Well, you see, I'm just a
What
lowly
happened?
thief. I'm not sure what he would
What
want.
about these plans that they have for you? Religion check.
Oh boy.
not good. 4.
You kind of, you just figured out that they're monotheistic religion.
Just figured out what that meant.
Yeah.
I'm not a religious boy.
You're just starting the process that this is like,
Not a good situation.
but yeah, as you guys are kind of like taking in the happenings of the past moments, the carriage rides on, and that ever increasing incline of the dirt road that you travel upon stays at a steep stature. The ride goes on for roughly about another 2.5, or not 2.5, but about an hour and a half, until you start to hear the bangings of metal and distant voices. Both snow and hampered, the blowing wind kind of like beats against you and chilling your brows, bringing both frost to your breath and to the tips of your fingers. Has become much more severe. However, as the carriage begins to reach this almost like semi-peak, you begin to see out of these small windowlets of the actual carriage itself the outlining walls of what you believe to be forts. Coldstone. The fort itself seems to be built into the side of this mountain. Not necessarily built into it, however, built on top of the ridges itself. The heavy snowdrifts that kind of like hang along the sides give it extremely advantageous defensive positions. However, the cold blocks of stone that hangs around the entire fort itself wraps itself in what looks to be two squared walls separated by a standing tower. As the carriage proceeds, you see the road leads into the lowermost walls. A large portcullis lies at the front. Heavy wood and its deep, sharpened stakes begin to raise as you hear the call of pike. The call of acolytes. As far as you can tell, their red robes kind of easily distinguished from the white snow that kind of contrasts from the environment around them. Begin to take notice of the actual approaching carriage, and it doesn't take long until you hear the heavy of the portcullis as it begins to raise. As this escort begins to find its way into the what looks to be an inner or an outer courtyard to the actual fort itself, completely enclosed in one square of walling, large, but as the carriage pulls its way in, parking itself next to a building relatively close to the portcullis itself, kind of like hunched against the wall in the entrance to what looks to be I forget what they call the portion of a keep's walls that's dedicated to manning the portcullis itself.
The thing that they turn to
Yeah.
raise and lower? I don't know. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
The wheel.
But as it kind of like grinds to a halt, you find yourselves looking upon what looks to be dozens upon dozens of small camps. There's easily over 50 to 80 people here, all scattered in rags, many of looking sickly, kind of like stumbling about, finding way to what campfires they can. You see many have kind of like set themselves on small cots that they have, trying to shield themselves from the blowing and chilling winds that are barely blocked by the stone walls that surround them. As the portcullis begins to grind to a halt, you also take notice to the distant the walls of the mountain itself. The only portion of the outer courtyard that is actually not walled in is actually just naturally walled off by the cliff side of the mountain itself. You see a heavy wooden stakes that kind of make up the entrance to what looks to be a mine, in which you see multiple of these individuals that seem to be in the same situation as you recognize from the collars they wear around their necks, hauling out these heavy boxes of what looked, or I shouldn't say heavy, they're small boxes of these, from the distance seem to be glittering, a glittering green mineral. It's difficult to make out what it is at this distance. However, your pondering of the courtyard itself is interrupted by the bickering of an acolyte as he kind of like walks around the side of the carriage itself.
All right, you lot, time to find your way out.
As he kind of like starts pulling out the barrings of a key. And it takes him a couple seconds, but he gets the lock off pretty quickly, and soon enough is just taking the chains off around your necks. You guys are kind of like shoved out of the carriage itself, kind of being placed just outside the portcullis gate. As you guys find yourselves outside of the carriage itself, you see the large iron lockbox that you had seen many of these individuals, the acolytes, that just stuff both your weapons and equipment into, gets slid out from under the carriage. You see Pike, who's currently sitting atop his horse.
You know where to take it. Bring it to the storehouse and... Well, I'd like to welcome you lot to Fort Coldstone. Enjoy your stay.
As he kind of...
Rest of you, put the carriage away and dock the horses.
As he kind of like whips his horse and begins proceeding to another portcullis in which the easternmost wall seems to lead into an inner courtyard of sorts that you can make out from just through the webbed portcullis. as acolytes begin to move both the carriage and the horses to a small alcove in the corner near the portcullis. The horses seem to be getting hitched off in a shed-like area, which it doesn't take long for them to begin walking. However, your attentions are drawn to the carryings of your ship. The two acolytes that have been told to carry it kind of like stumble forward at the heftiness of the actual weight of the box itself, but as they begin hauling it, they haul it to what looks to be would be in the northeastern corner of the actual camp itself. You watch as they haul it to a standing rectangular building, stone and built into the wall, the eastern wall itself. They haul it inside the front door of it. However, it disappears from your view as they enter. You stand on the dirt. It's difficult to make out the dirt under your feet. New snow is beginning to fall, and you can see the stampings of moist dirt and slowly building snow under your feet. The dozens of makeshift tents and campfires around you, and you lacking little more than the gold in your pockets.
They didn't give us any direction. We're just kind of let out.
They just let you out.
Yeah, let you out.
You
we
still
aren't
have the collar
chained, right?
You're not chained. You just have a
bonded.
collar around your neck.
Oh, just the collar's still
Yeah.
there? Okay.
Okay.
It's pretty safe to assume it's just a way to identify your. Yeah.
You're a prisoner, whatever.
Yes.
Do we still have our clothes like that we had beforehand?
Yeah.
Okay.
They didn't. They just took weapons and packs.
Okay.
Are there any markings on the collars, or is it just
Investigation check.
okay? Let's see, 10.
10. As you kind of like take a moment to kind of like pull your collar back, it's a little bit looser on you, thankfully, because you're a halfling, but not loose enough that you can just pull it off. You find that there is what looks to be a red X kind of like etched into the inside of your collar. So you kind of as you kind of like look around at your other compatriots, you notice that on you guys all shared names. Can I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You notice that on initially Fen, and then as you kind of like draw your attention to the other members of your party, that Fen doesn't have a red X.
But everyone else does?
You don't know. You guys
Oh, okay.
really
Oh, I just went around and checked everybody's.
well. You can if you want. They're just kind of like standing, not really knowing what to do.
Hey, does anybody else have this little X on the inside of their collar?
Guess we
Can
all look.
we make investigations to see it?
With his direction, I won't. No.
Nice and clean.
You all three have red X's.
I think we
If
know
I
what
look
that
around
means.
to like the other people that are prison, like can I
There
check
is.
if they have red X's?
It's you have to like
Just like an
move it
easy
to
side,
like
okay.
look. The only reason he could see his was because he has upward
Yeah.
view to see under his neck. But as you kind of like look around the fireplaces, this is a sickly lot. There are a few acolytes. There's no acolytes. You'd say at least a little bit under 8 acolytes actually around the camp itself. Most of which are kind of like grouped up around a campfire. You actually see 2 acolytes kind of proceed to one of the what looks to be a small pot that had, and then one of these individuals like yourself had been cooking at, and they just kind of like kick him out of it. As they kind of like sit around his fire that he has as he has to go grill off somewhere else. You do see out of these 8 acolytes, there is one that seems to be actively moving around the camp, but that's not really what you asked for. As for seeing other red X's, you'd have to hands-on check. You do lock eyes with the closest camp. Just outside of the portcullis gates and roughly about 10 feet away from you, you see, for a brief moment, what looks to be a wood elf woman. Her wild red hair kind of like held back by a headband. You see that she has her left arm seems to have been casted in what seems to be a makeshift casting of both bandage and twigs and dirt that she has kind of just bandaged her arm back up to. Sitting next to is a large drooling mastiff that has a similar collar around his neck. Everyone here has a collar around his neck, but for a moment seems to have As she like looks to you, she just kind of like goes back to what she was doing, which was like looking. She just pets her dog.
Okay.
So, they had said there was a murderer, thieves, and magic users. Implying two
I'll
thieves.
admit to being a thief, but I am no murderer.
It's implying 2 thieves, 2 magic users, and a murderer. And I know I'm a magic user.
Me as well.
What about you? You said you use magic as well?
Yes, magic.
Did you steal or magic or...
Well, like I said, I've got sticky fingers, but I don't know how to use magic, and I would never kill somebody.
Weren't you
So
trying to
it's a thief.
learn how to use magic?
Well,
From
that was the plan with Ez over here, but
I
didn't
can
go very
admit
well.
I can admit to being a terrorist, I guess, but not really a murderer.
So we know what the Red X is for, at least.
Well, do we?
Seeing
Not
as,
a magic bone in your body, right?
seeing as 4 people in this party were accused of magical crimes.
I thought you weren't... you didn't cast the spell, correct? You were just with him.
How are they to know?
How would they know?
Well, that's true. But
Yeah.
why would they
Might as well
say
just be safe.
murderer, thieves, and magic users?
How about we, maybe
Doesn't
they
seem
just
like
called
very
us
important.
murderers, because I don't think they really like us that much. They might as well just add more descriptive names to us.
Let's not start off with distrusting of each other. We're in this together.
That's true. I just don't want to get out of here and then have one of us backstab us.
The real question is why did they just leave us only in collars? Do these collars do anything?
I'll
what
study
stops
them.
us from running?
What stops
Walls.
us from using magic?
Oh,
Are there any...
Wall.
Can I look around to see if there's any of the acolytes? You said it was just acolytes.
There's a
here.
lot. There's about from your wait. What do you?
Like they're not guards. They're
armed.
But they're the acolyte people, right?
They call themselves acolytes. You've called them guard. If you address them at guards while you're on your transport here, they would correct you.
Okay.
Is the collar just like a pure band of metal, or is there
Yeah,
like
it's just a
lock?
band of metal.
Okay, I was gonna say it's
Kind of like bolted at the back.
so like a lock around.
So
it now.
can I look around to see if any of the guards are like looking at our group real quick?
As you kind of like take a brief moment around, none of the ones actually on the ground, the actual in the courtyard itself, seem to have been paying much attention to you. You get catch a few odd glances from around the actual like camp itself, but you see there are a few eyes on you from around the acolytes on the walls themselves.
So in this little courtyard area is the portcullis we came through. Is that the only way in and out, or?
Road-wise, yes.
I start making my way towards one of the camps
Well,
of people.
well, we know that the walls are stopping us, but what's particularly stopping us from using our magic? If that's what they're blaming us for, I'm sure there's someone who can do that here, who could manage to blow up a wall. I mean, Gremlo did it.
I'm not sure if I could produce the same effect on command.
I mean, the red X is strange.
I don't think I can do it.
I could try
can I
if
study
they
it?
aren't looking at me.
What?
Can I like study the X and like see if it like there's anything coming from it, like any kind of magical energy?
Arcana check.
Arcana check. Oh, that's a 14. 14.
14? There doesn't seem to be any magical effect as far... you don't sense any type of... you don't sense any magic on the actual X itself, or band.
Okay.
You, band of fellas, talking a little bit open. You guys are so open about talking around, perhaps you'd be happy to do so around a campfire. It's awfully cold around here.
Sure thing.
Hello.
Who said that? What?
As you guys find yourself kind of like pulled out of your conversation, just kind of like standing here in the cold, you see that the red-haired wood elf, who's just kind of like sitting along with her mastiff, is just kind of like looking at you.
I head on over.
Me too.
Yeah, I'll follow.
I'll follow Gremlo.
Haven't got any food this year, but I got plenty of warmth. To Bam Bam here takes up a lot of it, but we're happy to share.
Name's Jacob.
Thank you, man.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Jake. Oh.
So What do you know about this place? What are the acolytes wanting from us?
Well, I was hoping to get through introductions quickly, but we can just skip that. To make it simple, my name's Riza. This is my dog, Bam Bam. It is a pleasure to meet you, even though we haven't gotten names. As for what I know of the acolytes, well, these Reds, they're not that great at taking care of folk. I think that's just my opinion from being from managing well, I guess, what do I know from managing a tavern for 40 years now? But their care and looking after these folk is a little under the standard.
So what's the deal here? Do they make us work, or do we just live here?
Well, work, they certainly want to see, well, each and every one of us working. As for, if you have gold or a little bit more black-hearted, it's not too hard to get what you need without working. There's a few thugs around here that make that pretty apparent, but you you get most of your supplies from, well, the pig. Calls himself the camp cook, but he runs the storehouse back there. He's not too picky as long as it's a benefit to him, but you can pay him in many ways. Most of the people have been kind of forced to getting I forget the name of the crystals, but they have to harvest what they can from the mines to earn the food stamps. Not that the stamps mean anything.
Do you have any idea what they're having us mine here?
Brittle crystals. The name of them escapes me, but they're relatively easy. It's just not so easy for sick and wounded, which this camp seems to have many of.
Do you mine as well?
It's a little difficult mining with only one arm. Her arm's in a cast.
Is it always in a cast?
No. I'm sorry. My arm was not always in a cast. It broke when I had the pleasure of meeting this fine religion outside of my town.
Speaking of which, you seem like a nice lady. How exactly did you end up here?
Well, it's a little bit of a long story, but I run the. I'm reading the wrong one. I'm sorry, but I run the Oak and Arrow Tavern down in Blue Oak. Well, there with my husband. Matter of fact, makes me worry how the place is doing under his care. A kind soul, but can't cook for his life. As for how I winded up here, it was a little bit. I had a few of these acolyte fellows, or I forget what their order is called. One divine. It doesn't necessarily matter at this point, but I have. It was my husband's idea, but I've grown a little bit more accustomed to the teachings of the Cycle Mother. And my husband was adamant about keeping the mantle hung above our fireplace. When they arrived over at our tavern, they took it upon themselves to demand that the divine right and whatever it all is that are displayed to the Cycle Mother should have been taken down. We kicked them out. But they didn't really give much trouble. I can handle myself quite well within my own tavern, and they don't. I doubt anyone is too keen to, causing any trouble. Causing any trouble within Mr. Frostbridge's area. but smart little me had to take a, which that name rings with you pretty quickly. However, as she kind of continues on with her story, but of course shipments need to be taken out, and it seems these acolytes were a little bit more patient than they let on. Not that they displayed any sort of it when they were demanding that we take down our mantle. Well, caught me and Bam Bam here outside town. A little bit difficult, but they didn't waste any time. I dropped a few of them, managed not to kill them thankfully, but they broke my arm in the process and muzzled Bam Bam here. Well, here I am.
You said your name was Riza, right?
Yes.
Trey.
Risa Soldrin.
Solid. So, if you don't mind me asking, where is your husband now?
Well, as I said, he's running the Okanera tavern in my absence, and hopefully just pouring ale and talking. He's good at both of those things. Not so much as the cooking or the cleaning.
You mentioned Mr. Frostbridge.
Why, yes.
Would that be Bran Frostbridge?
It, well, yes, I believe his first name is Brown. I've had him as a patron a few times within our tavern, but that old druid kind of lies a little bit outside of town. A quiet one. Comes in and grabs a couple casks of ale and buys out most of our, vegetables and fruits at the time.
And where did you say you lived again?
Blue Oak. It's in the valley, not too far from here.
Thank you very much. Well, have you seen anybody try to cast any sort of spells around here?
Well, I would advise against it. I know a few spells myself, but I was smart enough not to throw them out when they caught me. Not that I really felt that I need to. My dog here had a pretty tight hold. I think my dog's bite carries more of a punch than many of the spells I could whip up. But I have seen one fellow. He tried to summon some sort of ball. It was like a small combustion that just kind of started to build at his hand. But it didn't take long until they just kind of killed him.
But he was able to get it off, it seemed.
He didn't. You could say that as she kind of looks to a portion of the camp where there's like a small 20-foot sphere that's just kind of like decimated, tents that are kind of like scorched and pushed aside, and there's small little bone fragments that are just along the ground. Heavy charring and no snow. Snow is just beginning to kind of like rebuild there.
Recent, then.
You could say it. Woke me up in the middle of the night, but I didn't really catch much of a good look at the poor fellow before. I think you can put together what happened.
Thank you for sharing.
I don't mean to be intrusive, but do you know what these red X's are?
I'm assuming markings for magic casters. I had a fella who was sharing my camp with me earlier, and well, as far as I can assume, it's a marking for what they have deemed to be less desirable. It's a very rude term. I mean nothing of it, but
Accurate.
Do you have one? You said you know a spell or two?
I was a little bit more keen. I had heard a little bit of rumors of the order before they had found their way into Blue Oak. I was smart enough to not throw out any of my magic.
So they don't have a way to tell if we can use magic?
Well, at least the fellas who found their way into my tavern, I would by no means consider smart, but I think things are a little bit different. Well, at least with some, there are a few individuals around here, especially the ones like that over there. She kind of like gestures towards the next to the storehouse and the second portcullis on the eastern wall of the camp, there seemed to be a standing set of what looked to be dressed similar acolytes. There, except these ones, instead of wearing any sort of like metal armaments or the sorts, they simply are wearing the same heavy robes, except over many portions of their body, they have these almost, well, I'm sorry, almost every inch of their body seems to, like their hands and the ankles of their feet, that wouldn't be covered by the robes themselves or their shoes, are wrapped in bandages. You can see protruding out of the red mantle along their shoulders are these small protruding, almost red-like, they almost look like crystals that are just kind of like, seem to be decorative on their shoulders of whatever the mantelpiece that they're wearing. They wear these heavy meshed cloth face masks. I don't know if all of you have played the Witcher series, but I forget the one Witch of the Forest that has that like red mesh over her face.
Oh, okay.
Which of the one? Which of the wood? One of the.
The like members of the three like
Yeah,
we
I
eat
know.
kids.
Yeah.
We eat kimchi. Yes, I know. Yeah.
Yeah. These heavy cloth face masks that just kind of cover any portion of skin. I'm not really sure about those ones, but I've seen a few get just kind of grab. They're not necessarily nice about it. The last one that last feller who got too close to look into it, well, he's gone. That's why I've kind of made set on this portion of camp. I'd like to avoid, well, ones as inquisitive as those ones. Speaking of which, I just noticed you all arrived here. Did they give you any type of sleeping bags?
Nothing but the clothes on our backs when we rolled it and stuff.
Well, I kind of worked with what I had. I didn't have the gold on me at the time to actually go to the storehouse itself, but she kind of looks back to you see that there's a kind of like dug out portion of just under a tent that's been made to be like a kind of makeshift cot. It's just like dug dirt, so there's no snow there. And I got enough of a living blanket right here. She kind of like rubs the heavy loose skin of Bam Bam as he just in his muzzled maw just kind of drools through.
Risa, first of all, name's Gremlo. Nice to meet you. But surely you're not content with living out the rest of your days here. Have you ever thought about escaping?
Not at fucking all. I'm sorry. Not at all. I'm sorry, but I haven't come to any sort of conclusion as to, well, putting an end to our stay here.
Have you ever seen anyone leave without dying?
As much as I'd like to say, I've only seen a few, and that's been through what have they been calling it? They deem it a type of cleansing. The preacher who comes out, I would think starting here pretty soon, talks all of it. They just ramble on about some sort of, well, cleansing that the Bishop Gray could, well, perform. I have no sort of idea what any of this cleansing, these trials entail, but I've seen people been let into the inner courtyards. A few people have volunteered for it, and I've only caught an eye of Bishop Gray, the old bastard that he is, a few times. He came out and picked a few, willingly or unwillingly, but I haven't seen those fellers back.
Did they ever seem like they were being cleansed?
Well, I have no idea.
Okay.
They went to the inner courtyard, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm not dumb enough to think that there are many opposite and exits off of this mountain unless they have some sort of straight shot down. There's very few ways to get off such a snowdrift mountain. Most folk will freeze to death, but got to be optimistic sometimes.
What time of day is it now? Is it getting closer
It's
to
getting
dusk now?
close. It's late afternoon.
Okay.
The environment around where you guys are, the beating fires of the small campfire that Riza has for you guys is barely beating off the chill of the cold. It's like the front of your body is getting heat and the back of your body is like, ah. But,
Gotta do the 360.
Yeah.
yeah.
The rotisserie.
Yeah.
As you swing back around, your face is just red.
Completely frozen.
It's hard to tell because it's blue, but wait, did I answer your question? I'm sorry if you asked.
Yeah. I asked the
Okay.
time of day, and you said
It's a very cold environment, and being so high on this peak, you're not at the peak itself, but you're pretty far up this mountain. There's almost this permanent, like, when snow kind of gets picked up by the wind and is just kind of like carried along, and it creates almost this like low ground fog. It's kind of like what's bashing against the stone walls of the fort that kind of just like make this updraft of frosty clouds of snow.
So in that structure in the northeast corner that we saw our supplies getting taken to, is that, I'm assuming there's some guards posted? Some acolytes posted out there?
What?
By the entrance to that building?
There are most of the guards that you can tell are on the actual walls of the fort, kind of like patrolling themselves. You see a few kind of peeking through the large tower that stands between the separating wall that stands between these two courtyards. There is the two special individuals that she talked about.
So you said that we could buy supplies at the storehouse?
For no cheap penny, you certainly can, and if you're willing enough to deal with the sleaze, yeah, you can buy supplies. I would recommend it. What gold you have? Gold's not going to do you any good if you freeze to death.
No.
You're welcome to camp up here. I try to keep the fire going as much as I can, but
Do you need firewood?
if you can find a tree to get firewood, she comedically gestures around to the courtyard. I got this from there was a camp here when I arrived, and kind of claimed to it quick, and I've disassembled half of it to keep this burning.
And then were there tents around the place?
What place?
In here, like.
Oh,
Yeah.
all around. It's
There's
just
tents
there's
all
n-
around?
very
Okay.
little organization. It's
Okay.
People have just kind of like set down where they could.
About like how big is it from like the portcullis to the far end?
I'd say like this entire like area is about half this like half a football field.
Okay.
Well, I'm not sure about you, but do you guys have any gold?
I have a little bit.
Me too.
I think buying some things to stay warm in the night would be beneficial.
Yeah, I don't like staying outside in the cold without any sort of protection for sleeping.
Can you point us in the direction of the storeroom?
It's the well, it's just that rectangular building by the wall over there, northeastern corner. It's kind of right by the portcullis. I would recommend taking a little bit of a wider berth around those individuals, but yeah, it's easy enough to get into.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. We'll keep the fire warm.
Thank you.
We'll be back soon.
Are you guys all going?
Yeah.
I'm going to start heading towards the storehouse, and taking the wide berth.
You start a gold game.
As you kind of like start walking along the kind of disheveled path, the weaving path of the camp itself, kind of now really able to take in you pass both individuals, both hungry, cold, and injured, a lot of which are just kind of like in this desperate huddle around the fire, some of which doing better than others, but looking a little bit more guilty. Not as they feel guilty, but guilty. You see both. You see a lot of people who are just simply injured and just unable to move, just lying on what cots they have as the freezing cold hair beats against their face as their fires begin to die. You do find your way to the front wooden door, a little bit reinforced by small metal barrings of this storehouse after you've taken a big berth around the quiet ones. That wasn't me giving you a name, but you can use it if you want.
The people with the red robes and the red, or were they red bandages, or were they just regular?
Whatever, where you would see skin, like
They just had bandages.
they just had bandages.
And then they had the red cloth.
It's like a red mesh cloth, yeah.
Like a veil kind of in front of
Yeah,
his-
veil, thank you.
Alright, well, on the storehouse.
Come in.
I'll come in.
What can I do for you?
As you guys kind of like swing the creaking door open, the bang of the wood against the stone wall behind it, you find yourself in a completely empty rooming that just acts as empty space for where you guys can stand to what looks to be a large countertop, behind which you see that kind of goes from wall to wall. It's heavy wood, kind of like standing, very unpretty but sturdy in what it is. The few portions of it that are led by iron bars are just. Oh, I'm sorry. The area in which you enter into is empty for the most part, and the counter is going from wall to wall. Heavy iron bars kind of like, or iron bars separate both of you from this grotesque individual. He is robust. Seemingly, as from what you had seen people starving and dying from the cold in the outside, this man is fed. He is the epitome of. He's not extremely obese, but he has a very profound belly, which extremely detracts from the unmeshing, almost upperclassman clothing that he's wearing. You see a kind of like meshy, greasy underbeard that kind of hangs under his chin, and a thick mustache kind of goes from just under his nose to both of the ridges of his chin, if you could say he still has a chin. You can see multiple broken teeth under his almost like greedy smile as he kind of like looks at you, and, with a little bit lick of his hand, he slicks back his greasy tufts of hair that he has left.
Welcome to the storehouse. Haven't seen your group in here.
Just arrived.
Cold eating at ya. Or your belly's itching. I got things to tend to all of those needs.
I heard coin was useful here. You have supplies.
Oh, coin is very. I'm trying to make him sound like a pig, but I don't want to sound too much like that. Coin is very useful.
I like that.
So,
Listen,
what
very
options do
much
you have?
like gold. Never much like those little paper stamps they're giving to me now. People, I go ahead and feed you lot. I hold the very food that fills your bellies, and you give me a stamp of paper. You got so much gold floating in your pockets out there. Or other things you could give me. Especially those pretty women folk, am I right? So what can I tend for you?
Supplies to survive the night. Food, bedrolls, warmth.
Well, how much you want and how much of it?
How much is it?
What the fuck do you want?
Well,
Seems-
for me at least, bedrolls, some food, and if I can, anything to keep a fire warm.
Just so bedrolls and wood. Well, I can tend to that. Just for you.
I'm not sure if I'm not paying for you guys. I'm sorry, I don't have
What's
that
the price
much
of
coin.
one bedroll?
cheap as things go here, 3 gold.
I'll just take out 3 gold. I'll take a bedroll, please. Show him 3 pieces.
I'm sorry, but for you it's 10. For you it's 3.
What about me?
I'm sorry, but was I talking to you, horned folk?
I don't believe so.
I'm hoping the cold eats you away, but
Sounds good.
I'm sorry.
So how much for 4 bedrolls and some food?
Who are you buying bedfuls for?
For myself, obviously.
4 bed. You're buying 4 bedfuls for yourself.
Do you have blankets?
I have blankets, but what are you going to do with 4 blankets? If you're planning to giving it to this lot,
I don't know why you'd assume that. I'm here on my own business.
the Divine would spit on you. Ain't that right, Joy? He's a quiet one as he gestures to the small window in which one of those quiet individuals has just turned and is looking into the room.
I push Jacob to the side and move up to the counter. Now, you see, I as a person am very cold, and I need a couple extra blankets for a little less money. I just got here. How about a deal, pig?
I'm sorry.
I would like.
I'm all for deals.
Um,
I'll let it slide. What did you have in mind? I'm all for deals.
I'm a man of excessive talents. I can get things. I'd like to offer some services.
I like things.
I've seen.
Well, these
I
are.
have.
You're all here for some reason. Today or not. They with you? They get things.
I don't really care about
I don't
these
know these
folks.
two.
I've never seen
Horned
these people
creatures.
before.
Here's 10 gold.
As he slides off one of the many stacked bedrolls that he has. Slides it to you.
I'm just gonna walk out the door.
Good riddance. And the rest of them?
Now, my good sir, do you have any halfling-sized bedrolls behind that counter? Because I don't believe I'm in need of a full-sized one.
Half the size of a human, double the price of a bedroll. 6 gold for half.
Well, the last time I checked them, is that how math works? Hey,
I'm not-
okay, check that for me.
I'm just gonna walk out.
So, looking to, well, I could keep the cold away.
Well, on second thought, maybe I'll snuggle up to Hez at the end of the night at his bedroll instead, if that's gonna charge me double.
I'm charging you double, I'm charging you fair price.
What would your price be?
6 gold a piece. I could raise it.
Guess I'll take it.
So kind of like takes it back.
Surprising halflings actually give what they tell you. Most of you lot are liars, but
I'm just gonna pretend I didn't hear that.
As he kind of like he doesn't comprehend what you say, he just kind of slides the bedroll off. So it kind of like lands in your chest.
I'll walk up and put 12 gold on the counter. 4 bedrolls, please. Obviously, I'm not buying it for them, considering they already have one. You trust me?
Persuasion roll.
16.
how dumb do you think I am? Just 'cause these lots say they ain't part of you, how am I supposed to know? Even though you're human, you ain't some blue, red, horn-loving fucker.
We already left.
Yeah.
And he's just gesturing to where you were.
Why would I need to buy a bedroll for someone that already has one?
I don't know. Greedy bastards. Whole lot of them.
I think I'm the greedy bastard here, considering I'm asking for 4 bedrolls.
What the fuck are you using 4 bedrooms for? 1 for each appendage?
I
You're
mean,
a starfish out there.
if you want to think
No
it like
use
that,
pretending
yes.
to be some tree life forest walker like a starfish.
I'd say I was trying to be a starfish. Would you deny coin?
I'll take your coin. And he just takes the 12 gold. What did you put on the table?
Yeah, I put 12
Okay,
gold
yeah,
on
he
the
took the
table.
12 gold. And he gives you 4 packs.
Well, thank you.
You buying anything else?
No, I'll be heading off.
Then leave.
And I'll head back to...
Yeah, I'm heading back to
Kind of like
Riza.
coffers.
Riza.
And about our deal.
I guess while I'm still here, do you happen to have any
I
sharp
forgot
objects
you were here.
behind there?
As he kind of like leans over the counter.
Any
He
knives of the sort? Anything sharp, really? Would you happen to have something like that?
Think I'm gonna give a halfling a weapon? You a lot of killers.
It's worth a try. Have a leave.
So kind of like, as Gremlin kind of like huffs and storms out, pressing the door out of the way, meeting with, can I just say you guys
I
are
waited
waiting?
for him.
Okay, you guys are waiting outside.
I didn't. I went back to the campfire.
Now,
I guess
I
I'm
was
right
very
back.
excited to talk to you. That other one, that pretty boy. I don't know what he's doing, but I'm all
I've
for
just met the
these,
man out of
and I have more than just cloths or cots and food for men like you.
I've seen you're a materialistic man.
Materialistic. I have all the materials back here. For all I care, those broke cocksuckers can go starve, freeze, get sick, and hurt each other as much as they want. As long as the divine's watching, we're here. Whatever this order's all about, I'm winning. Me, you could be winning together.
I am a big
The only
fan.
thing I don't got, even for all my looks and all these lasses out there, I got nothing. They spit on me, throw stuff at me, and just walk out. They won't even come to see me. You get me one of those lasses, I get you out of here. I don't even care if she kicks and screams.
Okay, let's. Oh. I'll see what I can do. I said gold pieces on the counter.
I'll be looking forward to our next meeting. I gotta get things ready.
As he kind of like starts straightening things up and goes to the back room.
Did he leave me the bedroll at least before he like?
You left him a coin,
I left him some coin. Yes.
like 3 gold pieces. Did you ask for a bedroll?
Fuck. He's already gone.
Yeah, he just took your coin.
Motherfucker.
Yeah. Do I need to explain the read of this guy to you guys?
No, I
You can
think
give
I
a little
got
more
it.
definition of what he's about.
I think he's a bit, he's a kind soul.
He's like
I
a southern
Kindred.
white.
He's
Yeah.
definitely lawful good.
Yeah,
I don't know if you guys
lawful
caught
good.
that.
Yeah.
He's a southern
Hick.
plantation owner.
All right, you guys, as you guys kind of like rejoin outside of the, a little bit frustrated, and some, I won't call your frustrations for those of you who it is, just with that less than delightful shop encounter, if you could call it that. Find yourselves back outside the doorway.
He's a
I'm at
filthy pig.
the fire with Riza. I just went straight there. I
Uh,
didn't stay outside.
Well, as you guys kind of like began coming out, even though those of you who had been waiting, you noticed your tiefling is kind of beginning to make his way to this, what looks to be a small bit of trouble brewing outside of Riza's camp.
Oh, okay. What do we see?
That filthy pig.
Something like that.
You guys can talk. You're walking back over.
Got,
I can't.
Grandma, did
I
you
have
manage to get
deal
yourself a
with
bed?
that idea.
I did get a full-size bedroll. I'm only going to use half of it, but at least I have somewhere to sleep now.
You could use it as a full 10.
I'll just double it over on myself and
Pitch
be
a
extra
stick.
warm.
I guess I got an excess.
Would you be willing to loan? Took my golden ren.
Of course. Give him one bedroll.
You are just holding.
What was that about anyway?
What do you mean?
You have 3 bedrolls now. Are you just gonna
If
give it
I'm
out to random
metagaming,
people?
it's for Riza, me, you, and then the dog as well.
It was originally for me, you two, and Riza.
Oh.
And I figured the dog would just go with Riza, but I guess dog and Riza are now having a bedroll.
Oh.
And then you as well, if we're metagaming. But
Metagame is for cheaters. Alright, guys.
Let's get back into character.
Back in the game.
well, we'll walk it over.
Grandma, did you see that disgusting man there?
Hey, it didn't sound like he liked halflings, but from the look of it looked like he ate one too many. You know,
That's from the looks. I didn't think I'd be anybody that wouldn't like. I guess I do look pretty funny as I look at him. Do you think I don't want to go back there ever again? I don't think he likes the looks of us.
The only time I would go back there is to knock some sense into him, change his ways.
Well,
I have a plan for him.
As you guys are kind of like making your way now towards, you start to have a better visage of Riza's camp. You see that she is currently standing, one of her hands on her hip, as she is just kind of like glaring down. You see, obviously she can't have both hands on her hip, but one's in the cast. But you see,
She's angling.
even undaunted by the muzzle on his mouth, Bam Bam is kind of like in this like tense snarl, staying behind Riza. I'm sorry, not on her hip. Her one hand holding his collar. Standing in front of her, you see a fairly large individual, pretty heavily built and nothing too extraordinary, but he's definitely a bigger stature of many of you, and the small posse of the ragged band of equally guilty-looking individuals standing behind him, many of which with these heavy bags under their eyes and this almost like sick smirk as they are watching this conversation happening between this individual and Riza.
You know your place, Riza. You think we wouldn't have heard? Me, Gutter, and my boys here have ears. We know your schemes. We know you got some type of idea out of here. Well, Gutter. I'm not necessarily surprised with the small amount of mind you have left in that scarred head of yours that you are just making up rumors is what you got. But I haven't an idea where you got these rumors from. Listen, sweetheart, you don't have to go lying to us. I'm sure you caught on of how much, well, when people don't answer our questions, they end up broken. And I ain't too keen of not doing that to you. I'm sure plenty of my boys here would be happy to eat up your mutt, too.
How many are there?
Counting Gutter? 6.
These guys all have collars.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Gutter is,
And we're just like walking up on.
you guys are like approaching.
Okay.
You can say stuff at this point. You're in earshot.
How built are they? They look scrawny.
Gutter seems like he's getting most of the chum, but think
Like on a
of
scale of-
Gutter as the chum bucket, and the little ones are his chumlets.
Okay.
Like on a scale of John Cena, about how buff
say-
is he?
Oh, he's not like he could crack your back in half. He's just kind of big enough to be threatening.
Okay.
Like he's like a pretty. He looks more. He's no mountain man, but he's like thug.
Okay.
Thug.
He has very little hair on his body, as far as what you can tell. Multiple tattoos kind of like run up his neck, and a small mix of scars that he's got. He has a very heavy. The most notable feature is his heavy brow or forehead that kind of like exudes out, and he has no need for shade when in the sun, because Jesus Christ, that keeps the sun out of his eyes. He's not a pretty looking dude, but he is a It's pretty heavily built.
I'm just gonna
water
listen.
this.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
just,
gonna
like,
keep
walking
silent
up.
for a little bit.
I'm just gonna listen.
Yeah, Mr. Mark.
I'd like to hide.
Okay, make a stealth check.
Okay.
Like,
Have
are they
bus.
close to the campfire itself?
They're standing. Gutter is like right, trying to stand and gaunt over Riza, but she's just kind of like.
And she's
Not
at the
giving a
fire as
shit.
well.
What?
Is she at the fire then?
Yeah, she's by her fire. They're like just outside of
Is
it.
he like a tall dude compared to Riza? Is he looking
Oh
down
yeah,
on
he's
her?
easily 2-3 feet taller than Riza.
Oh.
26. I got a 19. I got a +7.
You guys are like, are you
Roads.
hearing this? As you look around, but you don't have any idea where Fen went.
have to
Fen,
go
you're
get
kind
that
of
girl,
like
apparently.
hiding
Where'd he go?
behind the.
I don't know.
You're kind of hiding behind the flippering, the a loose flap of the actual tent behind Riza, like her tent, the half tent she has built for herself.
Are you really going to be going and making this hard on us, Riza? You know how much I hate hurting such a pretty face. Should I travel back home when I get out of here? Well, actually, I got a better idea. When I beat the answers I need out of you, I'll go back to that little town of yours, that little pretty boy husband you're so talking about all the time.
Everyone's a pretty boy.
I'll walk up at this point. Gentlemen, does there seem to be a problem?
No problem of yours. How about you do yourself a favor and get lost?
I think it
Well, then-
concerns me a little bit.
Listen, fellas, I have this hand. Shit, that's you doubt it.
Yeah.
Her arm.
Doubt.
You don't really doubt the
Press X.
capabilities of Riza, but her arm is broken and her dog is missing. But
I'm gonna walk up next to the fire, like, kind of positioning myself so that I'm not on the same side as them, like opposite side of them. Like,
that
this
where
is where
Riza
they'd
is?
be.
you
Fire.
see, he kind of as you guys
over here.
as you kind of start to kind of like come out of the woodwork. Are you?
I'm
Kind
gonna I'm
Coming
gonna,
out of the woodwork.
I'm gonna come walking between
I'm
Jacob's
still in
legs.
the woodwork.
as you guys kind of
Not
like
far.
kind of come out to kind of stand by Riza, or as close as you can, you see Gutter kind of like you see Gutter's little gumlets behind him, or gutlets.
Chumlets? I thought it was chumlets.
I'm just trying to mix it with his name.
It is
gutlets.
His gutlets kind of like standing behind him, kind of like at the approach of now. 4 more individuals kind of like coming out of nowhere. They're a little intimidated, but you see Gutter's. He kind of takes a quick note of how they're starting to back off a little bit as he.
Oh, what's all this? Just was speaking of your your face, and did you go ahead and seduce this lot?
Do they have any weapons at all, or are they just barehanded?
Perception check.
The hidden boy.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I got a 21.
Jesus.
Another 19.
His little band behind him, as far as you can tell, doesn't seem to have. It's fine. His little band behind him don't seem to be armed, but they seem to be well enough to swing a punch or so. Gutter is definitely built, and his punches will probably pack more of a punch than any of these ones. But you do notice under he's wearing essentially rags, except for a vestment. But you do notice a slight discrepancy under his vest, almost like a small bulge.
He's got.
You notice it as there's a dagger.
What?
He has a dagger under his cloak.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you seem to be stirring up some trouble in our camp. I'm just, so I think it is kind of concerning us. What exactly is going on here?
As I said, it's none of your business.
This is our camp.
Well, boys, guess we're gonna have to beat it out of the lot of them.
Can I like prowl up onto Gutter?
You will get to.
Okay.
Whoa!
Go ahead and roll initiative.
Fuck. I was trying to get in position before the fight. That's fine.
You're still stealth.
Oh,
I'm still stealth.
that's an initiative.
I'll take
I got
that.
an 8, by the way. But just, you know.
I'm gonna fucking
Unnatural
sock this
20.
Nice.
Jesus.
2 19s and a 17.
I
I'm
got-
gonna roll 1s the rest
Yeah,
of
I
the
got a
session.
Out a
19.
little bit.
So.
If you guys want, we can take a quick intermission right before this.
is it
I'll
eight?
draw the map.
It's like
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like 8, so we might as well.
I just need to
Is
get
my
up.
clock at? Wait, it's 8?
8:15.
8:14.
Oh, my clock's a sync. I'll do that.
Wait, what
I
time
just
is
need to
it?
get up and
We stopped
stretch.
the recording for the break.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be going ahead on a little intermission.
Off the table. None of you mind if I stab the pig, right?
Alrighty, welcome back everybody. We're going ahead and getting back into this combat encounter. However, as you guys, as with Gutter's final statement, you see he kind of flexes his muscles, and as he pulls his arms out from the cross position that he had it in, he goes into this almost like excited stance. Seems he enjoys what he's doing. You see the unconfident group of individuals that had been following him kind of get initially a little bit perturbed at the sighting of so many more individuals, but they gain confidence with the confidence of the Gutter. However, you see equally Riza and Bam Bam snarls and defiance, along with Riza kind of like writing what she can. She has just her left arm, but she'll do what she can. Alrighty, can I have the initiative rolls? Ezreal,
12.
Trey,
10.
Fen,
Unnatural 20.
Gremlo,
12.
Jacob,
19.
and Urso from the top buckle. No, I'm just kidding.
Is this how it is, or did we move our minis beforehand? Where are we?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I moved
This
my
is
guy. to
your
north.
rogue. He's
I'm a person.
stealth. As Fen is kind of like leaning against the backside of the tent, still unnoticed, but still very close to the combat. Who's this?
It's
Alex.
Alex up there.
Alex standing next to Riza's side against this thugging individual.
Oh, you're there too, aren't you?
I'm in Jacob's
Yeah.
space.
Oh, I'm right there.
Yeah, we're sharing
Yeah.
spaces. He's in between my legs right now.
Alrighty, you're in. Is this you?
Yeah.
Look at this little guy. You huddled menacingly, always thrilled for a fight between the legs of, hopefully a reliable combatant. But you'll see.
Yeah, beat it.
Alrighty, almost like the entering of like a WWE wrestler. He's like your gate.
I'm his hype man.
Yeah, Jacob, get him.
Alrighty. However, at the top of the order, we're gonna be starting off with Fen.
Cool.
Alright.
You hear this conversation, and you're easily able to discern that it has gone into a more aggressive nature as Gutter and his group start to take a more offensive stance.
How does delaying turn work, actually?
You go to the bottom of the order.
Okay.
With the next turn order, it goes back.
To normal. Okay. I might just delay my turn for now.
Okay.
Just chill out for a bit, see how things play out.
Alright. So you're delaying. Make sure you can interrupt me at any time to do what you want to do, or you can just remind me. If I'm like back at the top, I will probably forget.
Yeah.
If you do the back to the top, I'll just be like, hey, I get 2 turns.
Jacob.
Alright. I guess I'll just walk up to Gutter, and I'm gonna do a power attack heavy
Up
on
to
him.
him.
I'm gonna-
Swagger walk.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
As you step up to this bigger than he's
Can't
quite
beat the shit
about
out of you from
a
across
foot
the
taller
room.
than you, and his heavy brow kind of like flexes as you kind of like step up to him, kind of rolling up your sleeves. His forehead has veins, and it's almost like a muscle of its own. But
Watch out for the head.
Alright, I'm
Big brain.
gonna try and hit him right
Big
in
brain
the
plates.
jaw.
So is that using your bonus action?
It uses my bonus action and spends one of my attacks, and I make it with a -5 penalty.
Oh.
But I do more damage. So let's hope for good. Oh, that's good. Okay, so -5 plus 4, 19. Or wait, no, 17. Sorry, 17 hit.
17 to hit.
Yeah.
That hits.
All right, so I do 7 damage then.
As you kind of roll up your sleeves, you see an excited turn, and as you kind of like rolling up your sleeves, you just swing a punch directly at his face and just crack across his jaw. As he's not necessarily, you kind of move him a couple inches, but he seems to have held it pretty well. A small driblet of blood comes from the broken portion of his calloused lips.
More than I expected from you, pantyhose.
As he kind of like flexes back into what he's doing.
All right, I'll do test it. Fuck, I'm right up on him.
Yup, you're in there, boy. You're in there.
Wow, I fucking smacked him.
My turn.
Oh, good.
He's gonna swing at you with your, his left hook.
With your 10 AC.
That is a.
Oh, Jesus, goes far.
That is a 22 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay.
That almost doubles me. That actually doubles me. Sorry.
Is there anything about that?
No.
All right.
There is for status things, but
Well, it depends on how much damage he does.
All right. So you're going to be taking. You're taking 4 damage from the first punch as it cracks against your ribs, knocking the air out of your lungs as he swings another offhanded punch. This time aimed at your face.
Whoa,
I'm gonna go down instantly.
2 punches.
This one is
Two
a,
punch.
that is a 15.
Yeah, I'll take it.
I'll
Or
take
You're
it.
taking another 4 damage.
Yeah, I'm out.
you don't.
I'm down. Literally
Glass jaw.
Literally
over
right
here.
away.
With a boom, wham, as he cracks you more at you, even in your punches and before you go into unconsciousness. You felt a sort of respect in his punches.
Really?
And as you
Okay.
go into
That's
blackness
all I need.
and fall cushioned by the soft snow and the
Hard ground.
and the heavy as you bump into Riza, but she just kind of like guides your slump body to the ground as you're slumbering.
Grumlo's cover is gone.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got knocked the fuck out.
Plan B.
Plan B.
Run.
How's he looking?
On to the next. As he wipes away the spittle and blood from his cracked lip.
At least I fucked him.
You hit him big.
Yeah.
Alrighty, next up in the turn order is going to be Ezreal.
Oh. Well. I'm going to step right next to my horned friend, and if somebody comes,
Oh, I'm sorry. Gremlo kicks your shit with Dex. Gremlo is next.
Move back.
Unless you want him to go.
I don't care, Dan. You can go
What do you
first.
think, Ezreal?
Go first, Gremlo.
Oh, thanks, bud.
Go for the
Alright.
run.
So, number 2 over here, that's Bam Bam.
Yeah.
How is the muzzle like affixed to his jaw?
The muzzle's wood, in comparison to it was like, it kind of makeshift. It's just kind of like tied around, well, not necessarily tied, it's kind of chained to his collar.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case,
The only portion of the only thing metal is the chain and the collar itself.
I'm gonna go in front of this guy.
Put his
I'm
line
gonna,
up.
I'm gonna attempt to shove him prone.
You're gonna,
Trip
I'm gonna
him?
Try to knock Gutter prone.
okay.
I'm gonna shove it.
Okay, so you're substituting the pushback of 10 feet for prone.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I know.
shove him
I was
back
just-
or
I was just asking.
Knock him prone.
Okay. So okay,
I mean,
make
there is a trip ruling for.
What does it say?
It says spend bonus actions, one of your attacks to trip him, knocking it prone. The target of your trip must be no longer or no more than one size larger than you.
That might be
So
enough.
Well,
this
he's
is
no
too.
medium.
I don't think he's a large.
No, he's
not
medium.
large.
He's just bigger.
Make
for
an acrobatics check contested by the target's strength or acrobatics. If you win the contest, the target's prone.
You might want to do that.
Isn't that just shoving though?
Well, you get an attack.
No,
You
you don't.
attacked.
No,
You
you
attack
spend
and-
one of your attack
Okay.
to
Will the
trip him.
shove use acrobatics?
No.
It's my athletics contested by his athletics or acrobatics.
So you could use
You
that for
can use
acrobatics.
acrobatics.
Oh, I can use acrobatics?
You have to use acrobatics.
For the
actually.
tripping.
Okay, then I guess I'll do that then. Even though it's
I
second
assume you're a
shift.
dex boy.
Yeah, so yeah, I'll
Alright.
use my.
So as you make use of the man you hyped up, and maybe not for his best case, as you use your short stature to run under his collapsing body to get to a very opportune portion of Gutter's mispositioned
I guess I
legs.
took an injury token, didn't I?
Alrighty,
Let's go.
as you take hold. What am I competing with?
That's 16.
Just his
to me.
strength.
Versus
It's acrobatics or athletics
Oh, for them? Okay.
for them. For I guess gutter. Did I take an injury token from that? Because I'm not.
Do you have You do have an exhaustion point
Oh, I'm
from
nice.
going unconscious, but
Yeah.
you-
Injury
but I didn't
isn't,
take an
isn't
injury
injury when
token.
you're like it outweighs your con by a bunch.
I thought it was injury token when you get
for
knocked
these
out.
earlier ones, I'd say you can get the earlier injury tokens for a punch. The higher we go, punches aren't gonna really.
So I have an injury token then.
Your
You have
glass.
one injury.
Okay.
You in that glass jaw.
Thank you
out
for
here.
reminding me. If you'd like, roll a d12 for me. I should have done it.
I gotta roll d12.
Well, is that a
Okay.
custom character sheet?
Yeah.
Sorry, God.
Which one? D12. I never use this one. I got an 8.
8. Lucky shot. No lingering effects.
No. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Let's.
What was it?
Okay. I don't
Is
get
that
rid of the
an
injury
injury
token, right? It stays
I think
for
so.
now.
What?
I don't
Stays
get rid
for
of the
now.
injury
I don't know
token.
if you got
It stays.
checked
Okay,
on
it
that.
stays.
Oh yeah. Did he get trip? By the
Huh?
way?
Oh,
16.
Would you?
I rolled a 16.
As he's kind of admiring the plummeting body of Jacob, he doesn't notice the heavy tug that comes across his legs before he can even notice and compete with it, his feet are pulled out from under him as he collapses to the ground with a heavy thud. What in the? He kind of like looks down at the halfling now climbing up his pant leg.
You're climbing up his pant leg?
What? Yeah, sure.
No, I don't mean that. You were just climbing around his leg.
To
So he
trip.
didn't fall on you, I guess.
Yeah, get him, guys.
I would like to take my turn.
It's delay
Delay my turn.
Yeah. Okay. What are you doing?
Let's see.
Get
here.
him! Get him! Get him!
Yeah, no. So he's not. I'd like to run up and jump on his prone body, whip out my dagger.
You have a dagger?
Yes.
Whoa!
Because he's a rogue.
Love
and he
that.
I
has-
hit it in my boots.
He's a sneaky man.
Oh.
All right. So
Don't know if I have to roll anything.
5, 10, 15,
He can go through ally space, right?
20. Yeah.
Because I'm like gone.
Yeah. So as you step past Riza, who's currently kind of like pulling in this chaos, kind of like trying to, for lack of a better word, riposte the unconscious body of Jacob as he collides with her broken arm. She tries to, as gently as she can, put him through the ground. You, wasting no time, find yourself on top of. Well, this is technically going to be a grapple check.
A what?
A grapple check.
Okay.
Are you stabbing him at all?
Well,
What do you?
Yeah, what are you doing?
I was
You mean like get on top of him for like roleplay purposes, or like?
straddle him, and I'd hold the dagger to his neck, and I'd put my hand on the bulge where his dagger is.
Okay.
Yogs, can I
So
see
this
your
is grapple.
That's a
real
grapple.
quick?
Yeah.
What? How do I do?
You can. It's your athletics versus their athletics or acrobatics.
Fuck! I thought I could use my acrobatics.
No.
Okay. No athletics. Here we go, boys.
Get him.
13.
13. As you kind of scramble on and try to dig a knee into his belly, trying to press what you can, and as you are beginning to slip the dagger out, you hear, just as you're unsheathing it, it's in your back boot, isn't it?
Yep.
Just as you're unsheathing it from the back of your boot, and the glint of its steel kind of reflects off the snow, and you see a flash in Gutter's eyes, this new danger is arising. With a heavy shove, he presses you off.
Damn it.
Oh.
Am I?
You're not prone, you just got
Was that his
pressed out.
action?
Yeah, it's an action.
Yeah, that's an
grapple.
action.
Okay.
It was an attempt. He's a big guy.
Yeah, I was like, maybe I could do it, but
Maybe.
then when he said athletics, I was like, he's a big guy. I'm
Yeah.
not like too.
You should just like stood next to his head and been like,
Yeah.
I was trying to make sure he couldn't whip the dagger
Yeah.
at me because
Yeah.
I knew he had it.
You want to use it? Well, I guess you don't have cunning action yet. Whoops.
I was like,
I don't
Alright,
think you have any bonus.
Anything you want to do for your bonus action?
I don't know what I can do for bonus action.
Wait, do you could sheath your weapon if you wanted to.
I sheath in a way they don't realize. The other
Wait,
guys don't realize.
Does Seth get advantage or anything because he's like prone, or is
Not for a grapple check.
Okay.
It's not.
No, that makes sense, I guess.
Alrighty, next for. I'll make sure.
Nice. What did you roll for initiative?
10.
Oh, okay.
Shouldn't it be Noah now?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be Noah after
Yeah.
this because I jumped
He had a
in.
12.
But if he is,
Because you said Daniel had one, or Grandma had one.
Yeah,
I was trying
Yeah,
to.
so-
Honestly, I was trying to end the combat real fast because I was gonna be like,
Unless these goons are
hold
gonna go.
hold him at knife point and be like,
Yeah.
you're gonna leave.
The only
him.
thing it inhibits is his attack rolls. He has to get up. You guys know.
Okay, yeah.
If he has a dagger, he is prone fighting effectively. So
He's not using the dagger.
Well, he's not using
for the
it. I'm just
grapple.
saying.
He just.
How
He
do
has
we
the
know it's a dagger,
possibility.
guys? It's all meta.
Well, you haven't shared that there's a dagger.
I haven't shared. I know.
You know.
It could
I
be
know.
a
That's why I
spoon.
went for
Yeah,
it.
it could be a spoon.
Could be like a loaf of bread.
Yeah, so you sheathe your weapon.
Yeah, he has a loaf
Yeah.
of
As
bread.
you're picking yourself
Let's
up,
get
you
this
sheathe your
bread.
weapon. Now with all these other goons who are just like,
Yeah, they thought there were 4, and now there's a 5th boy on the field.
okay. But they seem pretty confident because
They knocked the shit out of
Yeah.
fucking, who was
Yeah,
it? Jacob.
the number hasn't changed.
Yeah, the number hasn't changed.
Okay, next up in the turn, Noah.
I'm gonna get fucking
Fireball.
I'm not gonna do
Man,
magic.
I kind of wish we had Gabe here.
Yeah, I kind of wish we had a barbarian.
Barbarian or two.
Trey, you're on deck.
Ooh.
So, I know we can like move diagonally. Can we attack diagonally too?
No.
Okay.
Unless you have reach, I guess.
Yeah, I could take that.
Well, I mean, that's 10
No,
feet.
it would make sense.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I could.
All right.
Get him.
Yeah.
Can I like? All right. 5. Right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Actually, I should have asked if he was
15.
surprised by me appearing out of nowhere and going for the grapple.
So Daniel, I can. You're small enough. I can share my space with you,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You were sharing a space with Jacob a minute ago before
Grandma's
Jacob got
just
the shit
Yeah.
Sharing
out of him.
spaces.
Yeah. I'm compact.
Share my space with Grimlow, and I'm gonna kick him.
Kick Gremlo? Okay.
No. Sorry.
Kick him out now.
Kick
him out.
Oh, kick gutter.
You get kick him
Alright.
anywhere specific?
Take
or-
advantage.
Yeah, he has advantage.
And how do you do it again? It's like what do I
Gutter
add?
has advantage?
Strength plus proficiency for unarmed strike.
Plus
He
2.
has, he has advantage, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no, it is? I thought Gutter did for some reason. I don't know what it was.
Please. Oh, that's 18.
Ooh.
18
Yeah.
hits.
Yeah.
Takes 1 damage.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Bam!
As he kind of is shoving Fen off, who kind of rolls off, and you see it. You could have swore you saw a glimmer, but it must have been nothing. As you focus and crack your boot across the back of his head, he doesn't seem to notice. As he kind of rolls back to a defensive position.
You're a bad boy.
He's prone, right?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Can prone people make reactions?
I don't
Yeah.
think.
Can he?
If he did,
Yeah,
he'd
he
have
can.
disadvantage, right? Because he's prone with the weapon attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be a disadvantage.
Does it count as a weapon
10.
attack?
Unless
15.
if he pulls
No,
out
weapon
his
attacks count as
dagger.
weapon attacks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, then I'm just gonna
But he can't do that on reaction.
I'm gonna move back. If he
Like
wants
a
to hit.
reactionary. Yeah.
Roll up, kick him
Oh.
1 damage, and roll out.
What the? As he swings, his fist just cracks. Some snow kind of kicks up against the lower
God,
portion
why couldn't you do
of
that
your
to me?
abdomen, Daniels, or Gremlo, since you're so close.
Oh.
All right.
That's what the rings for.
Trey, what are you doing?
I'm just going around like
So-
maniac.
Let's see.
Kill them all.
I'm going to give Bardic Inspiration to Fen, as I tell him to beat him up. And then,
I'll take that.
Inspiration rushes through you.
and
I'm
then,
feeling it, guys.
Man, I never knew I could do that. Beat him up.
Whips out dagger part 2.
5,
Oh fuck! I never thought about that.
15. And then I'm gonna go up to this guy, and then pretend I'm gonna punch him, and then use Vicious Mockery on him. As a,
A feint.
you could say that.
Are you fainting? Is that what you're saying? You know?
What's that?
I think
Okay.
I think he's just pretending
I'm
like
just
he's
pretending
punching.
like he punched him in the flesh
I'm trying to
area.
deceive that I'm punching, but then I'm gonna use Vicious Mockery.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as you're rushing up, pulling a fist back and throwing it forward,
Take
his eyes
this!
locked on it.
And then he has to make a
Is it like wisdom?
wisdom. Wait, where is
Most
this?
bard things are like wisdom, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, wisdom saving throw.
Yep.
Take this.
He got 11.
So I have a DC of 14.
Take this, bitch. Yeah.
Let's see, does it add?
No, it's not.
3 damage, psychic damage, and then he has disadvantage on his next attack roll.
Okay. So as you even though all of his sight was locked on it, he brings an arm up to punch, but it doesn't matter as your fist collides against his block. he still grabs his head and just starts kind of like flying. Ah! Ah! Get out of my head!
You just whisper in his ear, "Your mom gay."
You hear a chuckle come from the acolytes from above. Acolytes are just watching.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, this is
Thanks.
sport to them.
Yeah, who'd they put bets on? They better not.
So
put
Not
bets on-
you.
Yeah,
Flying
not
this
on
way,
Fuego.
so
At
apparently
this
they
point,
thought
anyone looking
hit
at
him
you are
hard.
like,
Alrighty.
Alex, I didn't get an injury.
That was 2. Right?
What?
2.
"Whoa."
Yeah, that was the dice number 2.
And then
Alright.
that's your inspiration.
Next up in the turn order is going to be back to the top with Fen.
None of the other guys did anything?
What? Ah, right. Their turn.
No!
Fuck, I'm sorry. I was confused.
Thank you
They were all
so
very
much.
stuck.
Hey, can I get a little bonus for helping out the DM?
The inspiration.
Yeah, your reward, they're gonna attack you.
Me.
You're on their leader.
Hey, our allies gonna move too, guys.
As the
Yeah, what
as the
about-
kind of like
yeah.
clasping this ruffian of Sorf is kind of like clasping. You're a little confused of his wailings from just a punch. He throws a punch forward at you with disadvantage.
At
You.
Number 2.
me?
2 at you,
Yeah.
Trey.
Cool.
He has disadvantage.
Yeah.
Yeah, Trey?
Trey? No, I'm sorry.
Ben.
Ben!
Fenn's getting punched by a goon, but they don't
Uh,
have
Rule number
He
2.
swings with a solid 6. And as you easily just kind of like, as you just,
No, that hit.
you just back up a little bit.
Kidding. 14 AC, boys.
You lean into
As he just
the
whips in
attack.
front of
I didn't do
you.
it.
However, he doesn't really seem to notice that he punches as he he misses as he stumbles forward and is just continuing. Now coming out of his little freak.
Can I like reactionary punch him?
No.
Aw.
It's the lead.
He starts to stumble some words out but doesn't finish.
It's not just opportunist. Oh wait, no, that
Full-
sentinel
You have to leave.
prevents him from moving.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of, I had divinity in my
Yeah.
head.
1 is going to come. Nope, you're unconscious.
I was gonna say you're down. I don't know what he's gonna
Go
go for.
ahead.
Is he gonna kick you while you're down? Kill you? Wouldn't they? If you're down and they punch you, don't you just have to make a death save or something?
Well, they have to
2
hit him.
automatics.
It's 2 automatic. Yeah.
Oh.
And they have advantage since you're prone.
With one punch.
Listen. They're
Oh,
not gonna,
listen,
why would they hit
Jacob
a down
could be dead in
man?
the first
They
encounter.
didn't go 2, yeah.
As one of the ruffians kind of like rushes around to try to deal with the downed individual and the what he considered to be crippled Riza, he quickly regrets it as the large Bam Bam comes
Oh,
bounding
yeah.
past.
Bam Bam coming in.
And with a heavy shove, Bam Bam's going to slam into this guy.
Thanks, Bam Bam. I got a bedroll for you.
Okay, and with a 13, Bam
Dog
Bam
with the
hits.
bedroll? Nice.
Well, I got so many.
Hey, dog, you want to try it on bedroll?
Down.
Thinking.
Don't worry, I'll deal with the woman. Go! As this heavy, easily over 100-pound dog just slams into this dude, knocking all the air out of him as he. It's just viciously snarling in his face, and a couple seconds later, you see Risha just like, oh yeah, deal with the woman, as she just plucks him in the face, or swings a foot towards his head,
Fuck you, bitch.
and with a solid thwack, his grumbling from under her dog is just silenced as he's just knocked out.
Oh, yeah. There we go. Good job, Riza. Thank you. You're kind of slow.
Who's a good boy? Got more though.
Got more.
As they continue. Okay.
Top of the turn
2,
order.
4, 5.
Those other guys have to go.
At least there were. Hold on, let me get
There's a lot of goons there.
Yeah,
Just start doing whirlwind.
action hide.
I don't know if that'd be
Okay.
even allowed.
4 is making an attack on you.
Fen.
On Fen.
Cool.
5 is going to be, as you guys see, this delirious one just kind of swinging another, just easily pounded down on by a dog, and its owner. They don't seem too keen on going to that side, so they try to
See the
head
massive-
over and flank off the easier, what they consider to be easier looking targets.
I'm like,
So one of them is going to be swinging at you, Fen, missing with another 6 as you just bound out of the way.
Rolls.
His
I'm
punch is a lot
I'm out here
matching
with
this
that bullet
delirious
time.
one's. The other's swinging a kick towards your abdomen, Trey, hitting with the 20, I'm assuming. Not natural 20.
Yeah.
Unnatural 20.
You're taking 1 damage with a kick to the gut.
As a weakling.
I picked the wrong fight.
You picked the wrong one to fuck with.
You picked the wrong battle.
I was just right in front of yeah.
Oh, I got
At
you,
least
guys.
I got a good hit in. That's all I care
Yeah,
about.
you did 7 damage.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
That's almost all my health.
Alright, back to the top with Fen.
Okay. So I got effectively 3 on either direction, so that's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, you have sneak attack against the prone guy, right?
Well, he would
I have
also have
advantage,
he would have sneak
Yeah,
attack
sneak
on
attack.
number 2 as well
Yeah.
because I'm.
You'd have a lot of
flanking.
sneak attacks.
He's prone, so yeah, you.
Prone, you get advantage, so you immediately
Well,
have
he would
sneak attack.
already
That's
get
bad.
sneak attack because
Yeah.
Gremlo's there, but
But
you get sneak attack on both, but advantage on Gutter.
rogues.
Isn't there something too?
doesn't
Like
he get
if they're
advantage
prone,
from
you get something with the
flanking
dagger
anyway?
also.
We're not flanking.
Finisher,
You
but
have to be on opposite sides.
let me look. Hold on.
Do they have to be almost dead if you finish here?
Do
you have to kill
attack prone creature, just bonus damage.
Oh,
So
there
I'd be
you
able to
go.
do like a 1.
With sneak attack too.
Yeah, with sneak
Do
attack.
it.
Are we cool with killing Gutter? Because I'm like,
Take the
Hey,
ball.
it's up to your character.
It's up to what your
Yeah,
guy would do.
what would your guy do?
do it.
Do it. Don't mind us. We're
He
just
knocked out
It's
Jacob.
all, it's all up to your character. Do it.
Yeah.
Do whatever Fen would do.
Yeah. Does Fen care about Jacob? I'm
I
gonna
want to
trip you up.
stomp Gutter's face in.
Oh.
As he's kind of like getting battered by both the halfling on one side and other kicks, you kind of come in and try to bring a kick over. What?
That's a sneak attack, right? Or-
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have advantage.
I just hit. You have to hit.
And you
Well-
have bardic inspiration if you need it.
I
So I'm not
guess.
using it.
Well, I mean, you can.
You can.
I can.
You
I'm
use
just
it
not.
after you're done.
Yeah.
Like,
Once you roll first, then you use it, right?
Bardic inspiration, you can roll if you
Yeah,
see
you
get
can
like
roll
a,
and be like, I might need a little more.
might need like
Yeah.
3 more.
Okay, so I can use it
before
after a roll.
Yeah,
Thomas
use it
says
after
hits
you
or misses.
Okay.
But yeah.
So advantage, stomping his face in a little.
yeah.
Kick.
So as you run up, bring your foot up to kind of like clack his heavy forehead.
Ooh. Thank God I have advantage.
Yeah.
Fuck. It was a 2, but this was a
Bardic
7.
inspiration.
Plus you get the proficiency.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Proficiency
proficiency.
Six,
plus-
9.
Plus
9.
Or I'm sorry, strength.
Plus
and-
strength.
Oh, plus strength. 9.
Well, yeah.
Well,
no,
strength
plus
and
strength and
proficiency.
proficiency.
11.
And if you want to use the inspiration.
Isn't it?
Wow.
12.
12?
12 for
Hits.
stomping.
Oh, hits.
Oh, let's go.
He's big. He's not dexterous. That's
Yeah.
He's just naked.
Well, I remember I said 17, and he took like a while to think, and I'm like, that must mean he
So
has
it's
like
just
a 16 or something.
1 plus your strength, right?
Plus your sneak attack, Dan.
Yeah,
plus-
plus,
yeah,
plus
Yeah,
sneak.
1
How much
plus
is-
strength.
Plus
D6.
sneak attack's a
D6.
D6 at this
Oh,
point.
D6. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah,
So you do 3 plus whatever you
Yeah,
roll.
D6 plus 3.
Oh,
4.
my God.
4?
Yeah.
Okay.
Done 11 HP toward the
You
damage.
guys remember that 2 19s and a 17?
Yeah.
All gone.
You bunch of bloody bastards. As a kick just slams him in the face. Oh, when I get up. As he's just kind of like
Oh, yeah,
clawing.
he's getting up next turn.
No, I mean, I'm rolling a
Alright,
save.
you did 4?
I did 4, yes.
Okay. Good luck.
I was really hoping for a bit more.
Alright, next up in the turn order is going to be Jacob.
Alright. Death save.
No, you're just unconscious.
I was gonna say, like,
I'm just unconscious?
He,
Yeah.
You're not like hemorrhaging in your brain.
Okay. Well, I didn't know.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're just technically
he
stable.
was just being yellow,
roll a
so-
d4 for me, by the way.
See how many.
It's for how many rounds till you wake up.
Oh, my. 3.
So
oh, you want to?
Does this include it or like?
yeah, the one he's been already through. You have 2 more rounds. So when this one's done and the next one's done, you wake up the next one.
Okay.
Unless you get healed. Alrighty. Next
I'm
up
the
is-
healer.
Heal.
Can't
next-
use magic.
Next up,
guys.
next up in the turn order is going to be Gutter,
Yay.
who's going to be making his athletics check to see if he can get up without opportunity attacks.
Are you
With
grab-
disadvantage because he's threatened by
2 people.
2 people. Okay.
Well, 3. Grab
He got a 16.
Oh
Oh.
wow.
So as he kind of brings his hands up, kind of like blocking you guys' strikes with his heavy set arms and kind of battering them back.
16 on disadvantage. Holy shit.
What's the?
That's because of Chad. I
I
felt it
guess.
firsthand.
Yeah, I felt it firsthand.
Rude to hit a man while he's down. I'll hit you so you stay down.
As he's going to swing at you.
Oh, fuck me.
Oh, watch out.
You got somebody.
That is a 22.
Well,
Hey, you guys are y'all out here being like, oh, 14 roll dice.
Alrighty. So that's the first strike. As you kind of bring it, as you're trying to bring your arms up, he came up surprisingly fast, and he brings an undertowed throw towards your chin as it strikes, dealing 4 damage.
Okay, 5 health.
Don't worry, next one going 4-2. I should have had that decon.
The scampering of a rushing halfling from behind brings his attention to the other. Oh, you're not bringing my feet down again! As he's going to swing a kick to him.
Oh, okay.
You're big,
Yeah,
Daniel.
you're big.
That's another 22.
Oh, no.
Jesus!
4 damage?
Listen,
4
alright,
damage.
it's the first session. Try not to kill us all.
We're fine.
We're
we win.
Ezreal in the back, not
I'm
even done
big.
more than 1 damage. We're fine. It's
Alright.
Do you have the marker back
fine.
there?
Yeah, 5
Do you have the
guys.
marker back there?
Do I have a mark? Oh, I'm sorry.
Dry erase.
Do you need dry or wet?
What? It's a dry erase.
Those are wet erase.
Like, well, it has a little thing on the end, so.
Just try. You don't have. It's fine. He has color. He has.
I got it.
Oh, they're all
die, dude.
It's fine.
10 HP.
Ezra, you took the one, didn't you?
I didn't know. It was him.
I took one.
I haven't taken
Okay.
anything. He tried to hit me when I was prone. I was like, haha.
I took
Alright.
1 from
We're fine, guys. This is Ezreal in the back hiding.
I'm big.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, God.
I got a
we're in
big
place without magic
dog
with
next
3
to me.
spellcasters, Daniel. What are we gonna do?
Alrighty.
Yeah,
We're
we
at
should
advantage.
probably should have
We
had a
don't need
barbarian or
spells.
two.
Yeah.
Next up in the turn order is going to be
Tremolo.
Isn't it Gutter? Or no, he just went.
Gutter just punched me
Yeah.
and
Turn.
kicked the shit out of Daniel.
Gremlo, it's your turn.
Okay.
Tripping, part 2.
You're on there.
Let's see.
I'm gonna come in. I'd like to come in after every turn.
Ben, do you still have your dagger in your hand?
No, it's sheathed.
No, he sheathed it. You didn't see it.
No one saw the
Oh,
dagger.
I didn't see it.
Except maybe
Yeah.
Gutter, because
Okay.
I
Okay.
pulled it
You
on him.
stabbed him, right?
I did not stab him. He shoved me off before I
In
didn't do
that
anything, and I
case. Oh,
sheathed
okay.
it.
I'm going to launch an uppercut into Gutter's groin.
I was gonna say uppercut. Where's that going?
As the kick kind of like presses you back, you recover quickly, used to this type of hand-to-hand combat and rushing quick. Nothing brings down a big target like a good old solid punch to the balls.
Oh
Ooh,
yeah.
that's a 18.
12, so,
As a halfling
yeah.
hand pierces through Gutter's clothed in thick hide, you lift up, relatively smaller than what you expected.
Oh.
Oh.
Noted.
Is that a
Write that down.
PSU
somewhere.
bag?
Write that down. The
This is why we
first
take
minor
notes.
boss.
No, no.
Alrighty,
Crossbow.
how much?
Oh, it just takes 1 damage.
Wasn't much of a target to damage.
It's so tough now, big guy.
How's he looking?
Not like he's going down quite yet.
Oh.
He's got a bleeding cracked lip, and the only notable thing else is he's covering his nuts.
Oh God, I'm a child.
Righty. We can take a few more good wallops. Alrighty.
Now
Next
hold
up
me
in the
down,
turn order is
Trevor.
going to be Ezreal.
What are you gonna do now that he's not prone?
I'm gonna make my way over to the guy who just fell. I'm gonna look over him and see if I can like do anything to maybe wake
Jacob
him
or
up
the
fast.
dude who's currently
Jacob.
getting pawed by the massive.
Jacob. I don't care about that
Okay.
guy.
So as you rush over Jacob, his nose is kind of bleeding and
This
there's
dog's gonna
swelling
carry the fight.
in his face. Or not swelling. It kind of his nose is just kind of outcropping because of the swelling. It's kind of like lifted up. He kind of looks like a. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not really swelling. It's just like bruising heavily here.
Okay.
He got knocked out with a nose.
You
wound.
look like he got punched in the face.
It's just a purple
I
ring
did.
around his face.
Can I see if I can do anything to help him wake up sooner without having like any supplies on me? Really?
You can make a medical check.
Okay.
Won't do it.
Ooh, yeah.
5.
He's out cold. I don't know, man.
Oh damn. Right.
Well, that's too bad.
Your attention gets drawn to the the current fight that's happening, and you have no idea how to help this man. You could try again next turn, but it
Okay.
will be definitely with disadvantage.
All right. Well. So that was like my action then.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
You kind of like lifted him up for a moment. Jacob's body kind of limply.
No. What are you gonna do?
Alrighty. Next up in the turn order is going to be Trey.
How is Gutter looking right now?
He's got bleeding on his lip and he's kind of clutching his groin, but that wasn't. He's not dreary. He's kind of like in adrenaline phase right now. he could take a few good more punches.
He's a
Okay.
He's
barbarian.
got more in him.
So,
He's kind of like uppity,
He's kind
not really barbaric.
I'm going to do another fake punch to 2,
Oh my god.
but cast Dissonant Whispers on Gutter. I'm gonna say, "Fear me." Punch number 2.
As you make your voice deeper,
Gotta whisper.
swinging behind his head, you just hear Gutter just goes. All right,
Wisdom save.
wisdom save, not his strong suit. All right,
So write it down.
that is a 9.
All right, he's
Oh.
taking 3d6, and he has to
Damn.
immediately use his reaction to move as far as its speed allows you away from me,
Okay.
Gutter's gonna leg it. Okay.
You might even knock him out with the 3d6, dude.
because he's up right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. 6,
Ooh.
6,
Oh my god.
5. So
Holy sh-
what is that?
17 damage.
17, and now he has to run away if he's
God,
still
I
alive.
think he just died.
As he glares back to you. It wasn't my fault, Mom. As he
Now he has to run away from him.
as he kind of starts to run away, you see he starts to dig nails into his skull, his bald skull. Blood starts to seep down.
Do we
Start
get,
stepping away.
opportunity attacks?
Grimlow,
Yeah.
Fen.
Is he disengaging?
No, he has
just
to use his reaction to just move.
Just move.
Okay.
I will
So
get an opportunity.
Grimlow,
attack.
Fen,
Let's go,
and
boy.
Risa would all get attacks of opportunity on him.
If they wanted to.
If
I
no one
want
needs
to
to
swing at
react.
this bitch.
Okay, I'll give Gremlin it first because he has high. Well, who has higher dex? Gremlin has
Plus
a
3,
five?
plus 3.
He has a plus 5.
Yeah, I'm gonna-
Does he? Fuck.
I'm gonna
He's
smack
better
at his
than me.
calves.
Alright.
Cool.
Ah,
That was so close to 15. That's a 7.
Just kind of like slaps across the back of his cap.
all right.
Plus, what is it? Proficiency, right?
And
Strength and
So
under-
4.
16
4.
for you.
Okay, so yeah, 16.
Hits.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't roll.
You
on-
do you
Actually,
sneak
damage.
attack?
You do get sneak
yeah.
attack.
Because it's a
Sneak
different
attack.
turn.
Yeah.
Which is going to be 3 plus d6. 7.
Whoa.
Mama. It wasn't my fault, Mom. It was all theirs. It was his.
Clock.
As a solid strike just slides in and cracks him just across the under portions of his heavily
Shit, I didn't come up with one liner.
his heavily thick chin. As it just cracks with a resounding thud, you just hear. As he just collapses.
Stole the kid.
It's not stealing. It's I
You
gave
did
it.
17 damage to the man.
Nice assist.
I'm a bard. I
Oh.
assist.
You can
I
just
said-
flip it.
The greatest. Well,
I
I
didn't
didn't turn
you
on
don't
the
have to put
side.
on, yeah, there's 2 different
I
sides
forgot
to
to
each
use bardic
one.
inspiration.
One's more black and one's more
Oh,
red.
whoops.
I should have used Bardic Inspiration for the damage.
You
I'll
can't,
use the black
unless
one
I'm a
for when
valor
they're-
bard.
they're
Level
okay.
3.
Oh, be going
Put
for
it
it
on
for
his
Bard.
side.
Okay.
Probably lore, but
Okay.
All right.
I don't know.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
but as he collapses, you notice. Boss,
Unconscious.
I'm sorry. I'm out of here.
Oh.
These guys.
Can we opportunity attack those guys too? Anyone running away?
Yeah, if you're right next to him. you can.
I think it's doable.
Didn't you just use
They
your
started
action?
this.
Yeah, you already used your
Oh,
reactions.
Fuck.
Yeah. The number 4 is gonna look at you, who would, or number 5, who would just kick you in the stomach tray. Listen, buddy, I didn't mean any hard feelings. It's hot out here. He's gonna back away.
For opportunity attacks, could I, instead of punching him, like grab his, like the collar of his shirt or something, or would that not work
For this, I'll say sure.
Okay, then.
Roll to hit.
Okay, with strength then.
Wait, is he grabbing him so it wouldn't?
It would be a grapple normally, but in this case, I'll just make it a to hit since it's no.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
do I
backing
add,
away.
What do
He's
I
not
add?
really
Just
dying.
Just strength, or
Proficiency too.
Strength plus proficiency.
okay. 18 minus 1
Yeah.
plus 2, 19.
Oh my god.
Oh. Take, please.
What else do you have?
You're robbing him. I just wanted to beat him up. You're ready.
I got nothing else.
That'll do.
As he hands you a crumpled food stamp.
Like I did her.
You notice that as he kind of like says, got nothing else. There's a golden tooth in his mouth.
I take the stamp
This is a fucking mugging.
and I still hold on to him.
That's all I got.
I'm not done with you yet.
Please,
Just you wait.
got us big. He's got us to do it. I didn't want it.
Just sit tight. And then, in the reaction,
This is a fucking mugging.
What's
Holy
your
shit.
alignment?
Yeah, what's your alignment, dude?
Oh, big boss is down. I'm becoming the next big boss. You're going down first. As Four's gonna swing at you.
Oh,
Oh, Ford's a cocky motherfucker.
I'm gonna smack his ass.
He got a 16.
Fuck, 14.
As a strike crosses you, draw one damage.
Fuck, I'm not a fucking not a
Don't worry,
four right
it's
now.
alright.
I think
Gotta
the
ever
main
get some,
enemy's
boys.
gone
At least you
down,
didn't
bro.
punch
A little bit of
twice.
blood splatter
You
hits
died.
the ground. It didn't hurt that much, but you feeling that? I got more where that came from, and that's the end of his turn. The other one is just gonna kind of collapse on the ground and kind of like huddle. Two goes prone. He's just crying.
Top of the turn.
Next up in the turn order is Riza.
What you gonna do?
Just gonna throw a rock at 4.
Oh yeah.
get him.
You like that? I got plenty of more, but that kid. That's a rock just.
Jeez.
Why do they always have to have such big mouths?
Easy targets.
I'll leave him alone, Bam Bam. As she kind of collapses the side of Bam Bam, who's just kind of like licking the dude who he knocked out face through his muzzle. So 4's unconscious, 2's crying on the ground, and 5's grappled. You guys can kind of do what you want. This is light combat, I guess you could say.
Light combat.
I'm gonna look back because I was just looking at. Oh, I guess I moved. I was like, now that I see everyone like in a state like this, I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna just go back to Jacob
I want to
and kind of hold his head up a little bit.
I'd like to frisk Gutter's body for the dagger and anything else on hand.
Okay. As you're rolling an investigation check, Riza kind of like regroups with the others around the campfire. You know, fellas, I said I could have handled it myself, but I appreciate that. So thank you.
Guy.
You got.
Isn't he on the floor?
So what?
No, number 5. I still got him.
Now, Miss, are you gonna look after him? As she points to Jacob.
Sure.
Okay. I'll look to him in a second. Now, when exactly are you boys gonna learn any type of manners?
Here's your food stamp back.
Thank
Did you just
thank
give him
you,
the food
mister.
stamp?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I let go. Don't be doing this again now.
I won't.
Follow the wrong crowd.
Gutter was telling us to do what we were doing. It wasn't my. You hear a heavy growl come from Bam Bam. It was my fault. It won't happen again. I'll do good. I'll do right.
Good.
Order of the divine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
As he grabs number 2 and just kind of starts dragging him as he's just sobbing in his arms. 4's just unconscious and along with Gutter. As you Fen, as you are looking over Gutter's body, you discover a second dagger.
Wait, he's dead?
No, he's unconscious. I'm
Oh,
stealing
okay.
his
You
shit.
kind of like reach
Okay.
under his clothes, and it's a makeshift dagger. It's just kind of like a chiseled piece of stone that he must have taken out of the wall somewhere, and hand wrapped some stick with cloth.
Stick it in my cloak. Well, not cloak,
Makeshift
my
shiv
coat.
of sorts.
I had a 17. Does that count for anything?
What?
I had a 17. You asked for an
17?
investigation roll.
You find a crumpled handful of bloodied food stamps.
Dinner tonight, boys.
I wonder where he got them.
Roughly about 8, 12 food stamps.
Well, the feast can stand by.
the night we dine like kings.
We should go beat up a bunch of others. It
Oh,
all sounds profitable.
guys.
I like what you're thinking.
Ah.
You hear a couple claps come from the acolytes from above, and then they stop. There's just about some
Jump up
acolytes
on
kind of
top
come
of
from the grid.
For's body and present myself to them. Thank you very
T-pose.
much.
Wait, he's standing on For's body?
Yes.
Is that
Kind
what
of
you
like
said?
wave to you
top
as
of his
they go back. One of them kind of like leans over the edge. Oh, clean that mess up. As he kind of shouts down to one of the gate guards managing the actual portcullis. So you just kind of like start to collect the unconscious ones and just kind of drag them off to sides of the walls, slumping
Is
Gunner
Jacob
off with
up
his
yet?
stone.
Yeah, am I up yet, or am I part of
Oh
that?
yeah,
Yeah, is he
you're
getting
coming to
dragged to-
consciousness now.
Are you okay?
Don't get up too fast. You might
Went down.
might do more damage than you caused.
That's not very hard.
Did we win?
I would say so, yeah.
I'd go ahead and say that this
We
was...
showed the what for. You should have seen him just cowering in fear and fleeing.
I probably should have seen him.
Hey,
Nice trip, by the way, Grimlow. Sorry I couldn't follow through.
hey, sweetheart, can you fix up his face? You hear a delightful whimper come from Bam Bam as he pampers up and starts licking your face through the muzzle.
I'll start patting him.
His thick slobber.
I think he's got you. I just like let
Is-
you go.
Bam Bam takes this as a sign of play and kind of paws on top of you, all of his weight kind of like pressing against your chest.
I'll play back.
You reach for
Yeah, aren't you at like 1 health at this point?
Yeah, am I at 1 health then?
yeah.
Alright. I'm up, boys. We did it.
Yeah, you didn't take anything from
Did
that.
you see
From
that
the
kick
guy.
I
One
did?
health with 1 point
Oh,
of
that was-
exhaustion.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting that from you, Ez, but I gotta commend you on your compatibilities.
Yeah.
Until you take at least a short rest, the injury tokens will stay.
Okay.
What time of day is it?
Is it
What's
dusk now?
the date? What's the time?
It's getting closer to afternoon.
Oh, really? I thought it was late afternoon.
It is late. I'm sorry. It's like evening.
Okay.
Dinner time.
The sun, even though you can't see it, seems to be setting as the reflections of light that are coming off the clouds are starting to diminish. The firelights of the camps are growing to be brighter even in their diminished state, giving you some sense of progress of time even in the high walls of Fort Coldstone. Well, now that mess is over, I put some water on the fire while you guys were off getting your sleeping. But how'd that go, by the way?
Man's
You
a
fellas
got
get
4.
your...
You wouldn't
Was
tell
he
me.
as delightful as I described him to be?
The man's a pig.
That's an understatement, I'd go ahead and say.
Yeah.
As she kind of takes a seat on one of the rocks by her campfire.
He seems to not like people like
A
me
whistle
and
comes
Trey.
from her as she ushers Bam Bam off.
Just kind of sit. Probably lay out of bedroll and sit on it.
Alright.
I bought some extra bedrolls if anyone needs.
If you don't mind, I can pay you for it as well.
Don't pay me.
Thank you.
Reza, you need one.
1 second. Well, if you have an extra, I'd be happy for it.
I got
Much
2.
as I love the outdoors, sleeping in the dirt isn't how I like to be spending it every night. Thank you. And she kind of like lays out the cot.
So, Fed, what did you manage to find in the big guy's body?
Shitty dagger. Bunch of food stamps.
Well, if you've got a small pointy object, I might be able to put some good use to it. Let's
Twirl
say-
a dagger in my hands.
Would,
You hear the arming of about 22 crossbows.
I wouldn't be flourishing it around like that if I were
I'll
you.
live it in my sleep.
Yeah.
Alright.
Thanks, buddy. Don't forget.
Quick pass off.
So, Jacob,
Mm-hmm.
how are you feeling? Be honest.
Looking terrible.
Yeah, you do have this bruising
Yeah.
on your face.
Bit of a glass jaw you got there.
Listen, I'm not a fighter.
I appreciate you for stepping up.
Did my hit hurt?
Doesn't look like it did.
That's all that matters.
You went down.
Listen, let's not rub salt in the wounds, alright?
Say, Riza, do you know why the person you call the pig would not particularly like people like me and Trey here?
Why is a racist?
You can be honest.
You do know where we're at, correct?
Well, I've lived in this kingdom my entire life, and I've never really had any problems with it so far. Besides some small glances, but
Most of
he
these.
kind of threatened me a little bit.
Well, most of these. It's not just him. He's just a little bit more spiked up, I'm assuming. For all I know, he lived in a gutter, and then the Reds came in and gave him a position. And now he's holding that over like a trophy. He just kind of flaunts it. It's really sad, but I guess I don't know his story. I haven't cared to ask. The Reds in general, though, are fairly pretentious. Except for Miles. Miles has been... truly a deer.
Well,
Only one here who I'd actually... Well, only one of the Reds that I'd actually suspect is here to actually help anybody. Probably why Gutter was so on my case.
Yeah, exactly why was he bothering you so much? What did he want out of you?
Apparently he thinks that, well, I guess he was, I thought you would have heard, but I guess he was of the thinking that I have somehow some knowledge of how to get out of this fort I've never been in my life until this portion of, well, the dozens or so seasons of my life. I'm sorry, I know the woods better than the back of my hand, but inside a fort or in a cave, I'm quite out of my element. I guess I do know someone who more than likely would know a way out.
Who would this individual be?
I just said. Miles. You could probably find him. I bet he's wandering around here somewhere. I'd be happy to point him out to you.
You said Miles is one of those Reds.
For him, I'd be happy to call him an acolyte. He seems to be in it for good reason.
Well, do the other acolytes know that he is offering to help us?
I wouldn't say he's offered to help anybody. He's just out here to help people. I can't explain him any better than he could probably talk to you and explain it for himself. I've only had a few brief interactions with him, but he was the one who fixed up my arm when I arrived.
Seems like a kindred soul out here between all these, well, these bastards.
I'm gonna go ahead and say that everyone here is a bastard. And that bunch of folks, I'm sure he scared them all straight into doing things, or maybe you're right, they're all, let's say, bastards. But there's good people here too. And a lot of good people are sick, dying, or wounded. Which eventually leads to dying with how cold it is up here.
Well, you said you got food stamps, right? Not sure about you, but I'm
They're like
Completely forgot that guy's name, actually.
Gutter.
Gutter.
They're like 2x3, very half-heartedly printed, like paper stamps.
Garrett's buying. Gutter. Fuck, I don't care.
Well, if you would so, I would ask that you, I really don't want to go back and speak to that man.
Do we have to go to... Do we go to the pig to get food?
Yep, he said
Okay.
he doesn't like the stamps, but
Okay. I thought it was someone else. I thought he was like a secondary. Okay.
If you don't mind getting me a meal as well.
Well, which one of us is gonna go and speak to him?
I'll go speak to the pig. I make my way back to the storehouse.
Alrighty. Well, if we're walking to that side of the camp anyway, I guess I could tag along if you are all, well, if you're wanting to speak with Miles. He's over by, last I saw him, he was in the southwestern portion of camp.
I mean, if you think he's a good man, I'd like to speak to him.
There's few good men here. Well, at least well enough to walk and help, and he's one of them. I'm more than happy to verify that.
All right. Let us go then.
She just kind of like follows you guys. She kind of picks up and she's, come on. Whistles to Bam Bam as he just scampers along.
Can I like look at Bam Bam and see what type of like breed he is?
Sure.
I thought you said he was a
history
master.
check.
Or is it his?
He's definitely a massive of sorts.
Okay.
That's a 26.
He is a
He's a mastiff already.
as far as from you can tell, his breed is easily, he is a purebred, well, I'm sorry, not purebred, but he is a bull mastiff.
Bull mastiff.
From his musculature, you can tell that he's been on many trips, either doing hard work, as much hard work as a dog can do. And from the glossing of his coat, you would go ahead and guess that he's of a northern climate.
How long have you had Bam Bam?
Oh, how long is it going on for now? 4 years? Yeah, I'd say about 4 years.
He's only 4 years old. Oh,
They go fast.
well.
Well, Bam Bam's seen a lot. That much I can tell you. If we had this muzzle off, I'm sure he could be a ticket out of here, but... Ain't that right? She just kind of like scrubs behind his collar. His heavy stamp kind of like kicks both dirt and snow out of the way, digging a small hole.
Talking to Chad. He's a unit.
Well, he's quite the cutie.
I didn't really want to buy the dog initially. I love animals, but most of the time I like to keep them in the wild. But John, the way he is, had to have him. What do I want? A boat off on the southern shore, but no, we got a dog. But I don't regret the investment. But I'm sorry. She kind of ushers on.
Well, I guess we're walking over, so.
Well,
I'm
I
going to
think
the
you
storehouse
two
to
are.
get food.
I assume you're going to the storehouse and we're going to meet Miles.
Yeah,
No,
I'm going by myself.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are splitting up?
Well,
Split the
He was gonna
party?
give
I'm
food.
going to get
The
food from the
storehouse.
pig.
And maybe we'll bring back a lass.
Wait, does he have a name? I'm just calling him the pig.
Don't.
Let me look back in my notes.
well,
I don't think he does. All we've heard
No
is
way,
the
at
pig, I
least.
believe.
He didn't say anything. Or if he did, I didn't catch it.
Hmm?
The
It's like off the table. I
shopkeep-
wouldn't know anyway.
Yeah, I don't know the pig's name other than the pig.
Yeah.
you called him pig, and he was like,
Yeah.
woo?
He glossed over it once I offered services.
Alright. As you guys approach the storehouse, kind of again taking a little bit of a wide berth around the quiet ones, Riza kind of stops for a moment just outside, a few feet away from the door, and if it's all right, I'm going to be waiting out here.
I assume most of us are.
I'll be waiting.
I don't want to go in.
I mean, Fen, do you need a hand?
No, I feel like I can buy food with food stamps by myself.
All right.
I'll meet you guys back at the camp with a fair amount of food.
Okay.
Meet Miles then.
Did you want to wait for him?
You said you'd meet us back at the camp.
Oh, I'm sorry. I here. Okay. So as you're going into the storehouse.
Yep.
Okay. As you kind of like press the wooden door and kind of bang against the stone. Behind the counter, you notice that he's absent.
Is there like a little bell I can ring?
He does have a little bell. Little iron bell.
Yep. Ring.
Seems to be broken. The actual like ringing instrument in the inside just kind of like flimsily rings. However, you get no shortage of a reaction with a heavy and the heavy falling of the fat bastard. Stompings of his feet. Who is it?
Hello again.
So he's currently pulling up what looks to be his best case of formal wear.
No, I do not have a person yet. I'm sorry. I've come for food.
Gold.
I happen to have stamps.
Here I was thinking you were better than that.
If it makes you
How
feel
many
any,
you doing?
if it makes you feel any better, took it off an unconscious body that I beat. Little bit of blood sport. Sad you missed it.
What gain is it? What gain's there in that?
More fun.
You didn't get gold off him, you just got these useless scraps of paper. And no sign of the woman I asked for.
Yes, I know.
As he just grabs a crumpled piece. How many did you give him?
How many did I have? I forgot.
One for each person or what?
Nice.
8.
And the dog?
No, I'm wondering how much I took off the guy.
12.
12. Okay.
So we got.
And then, how much does one get?
You don't know.
Okay. I just.
Half of it.
6.
So we got
I
five.
get 6.
7.
I just have 6 stamps, and I take 6 back.
Rest in peace, the dog. Food.
It's probably a.
As he kind of like is pulling up his formal wear angrily. Oh, actually, he's pulling it off. See, hear a button snapping. Kind of just throws the crumpled stamps on the ground as he walks into the back room. A couple of seconds later, he comes out with a small wooden crate.
There you are.
It's
Now-
filled with what looks to be small baggings of what seem to be. It's soup packaging, soup powder packaging.
Okay.
Oh.
Now,
That's neat.
a little bit. How would you like to help me help you?
Well, I'm still waiting for you to have helped me.
I might need a couple of resources to help bring someone here. Would you happen to have any rope on hand? Maybe a gag of sorts?
Oh, I have help. You give me 1 second. How much you need?
Enough to tie up a person of any size.
Jesus. As he swings open the door with such fervor, now putting it back on. He
Need this as
he's rebuckling the button. He comes out about a minute later with what looks to be a. He comes out looking with what looks to be easily like a 25-foot spool of rope. Way more, but he has to be sure. However, there's also a small packaging, a small tubing of what looks to be bandaging, but it's just one roll.
Okay. Okay.
Is that gonna be enough?
That.
Is that enough to bring him in? Wrangle it in?
Yup.
Oh, you're just like a ranch hand back from the northern and southern Albion.
Anyone in particular you've had your eye on?
Stop
or-
talking. You got your rope. You got. Get going. I'll expect to be seen later.
I'll make sure my return is
How
eventually.
exciting!
And I grab my things.
It's like his flab on his neck kind of like collapse.
Oh.
Grab my things,
You get the
and
food?
I put the rope and the bandages on top of the crate of food, or whatever it was, and I make my way the fuck out.
Oh. See you both soon.
Goodbye.
Alright. The door kind of like shuts behind you.
I repress a shudder. This goes through my body,
Alrighty.
and I make my way back to the camp.
Camp? Or?
To the Riza's camp or whatever.
Okay.
I told him I'd meet him there.
Alrighty, so as you guys are entering into the what looks to be the north side, the northwest corner of the camp, what looks to be a cluster of tents that have been haphazardly put together, but are doing their best to keep out as much wind as they can. You see, roughly about rows of easily over a dozen of cotted individuals. Difficult to tell whether or not they are alive or not, but many are wounded, sick or starving, or wounded or sick. And the cold is getting to them. Many desperate fires kind of are burning next to their heads, small fires. You see a standing acolyte. He's a human male. You notice that he is clean shaven and handsome, with combed back hair, combed back brown peppered hair that's just kind of like hanging behind his head. And he seems to be wearing what looks to be the standard acolyte chainmail and robes, except on his, he seems to be having he has a hanging cape behind him. Well, they're gonna freeze to death out here. As he unbuckles his cape and he puts it over a cotted individual.
I guess what's Riza doing? Is she?
She's approaching.
Yeah.
Yeah, that should hold till morning. Riza, how goes it?
And hello. Can I help you? As he kind of like picks himself up. These friends of yours, Riza? So far, yeah. They helped deal with Gutter earlier, so I thought so much as to introduce them to you. That one's been given a lot of trouble around camp. He's more than a reason. It's more of a reason for the people laying around here. So I'm glad you guys, whatever you did to him, good on it. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Jacob.
Pleasure to meet you. Name's Miles.
Pleasure as well.
I go by Gremlo. Nice to meet you.
Good to see some halflings around the camp. We don't have enough joy around here.
I'll be sure to bring that.
Well, if you're putting some sense into Gutter, you're spreading joy. And you,
Trey.
2 tieflings.
Yeah, I'm Ezreal.
It's a pleasure.
And Trey, nice to meet you.
Sorry to see you so far west.
Yeah, we're kind of sorry to be here too.
It's not the best place in the world.
Well, it's not. Especially if you're in the situation of these poor saps. I just don't understand the living standards that they're putting up on people here. Like,
Why do they bring people here only to just let them suffer like this?
well, it's not. Well, I was transferred here. I was a posted acolyte within the capital for a long time now, but I got transferred by Bishop Gray. Not necessarily sure why he had call for me, but well, how Pike and the bishop seem to be handling things here, at least the lives of these people, even if I'm sure some of you are guilty. I'm not sure what you did, but you don't deserve the treatings of what's happening here. I've been looking to try to get some sort of. I'm not sure if you noticed, but a lot of my coworkers here are a little bit numb. They'd rather kick, the freezing away from their fires than help them build new ones. I just don't understand the point of it all. The order, we're here to help. I joined to help people, to not spread whatever this is. I need, and I can't help them. I just simply don't have the resources to do it. And well, they gave one of the few keys to the storehouse to, well, easily one of the most black-hearted individuals in this camp. I'm not sure if you've met him yet, but alrighty. He's proud of himself to call himself the camp cook, even though the only thing he does is grab bags from the storehouse when he's not eating them. Just throw them to anybody who pays him with enough gold or stamps. I just don't know. He's withholding the medical supplies that I need to actually help a lot of these folk. Obviously, I can't just go get it.
I trust this guy, and I assume he's honest, but can I insight check
Yeah,
to see if he's
sure.
honest?
Whispers.
Oh. Yeah, that's 22.
Whoa. For audio listeners, he's currently whispering into his ear.
Alrighty. There's a lot more than I normally share with who these are, but if you're friends with Riza, I have more than a reason enough to, well, I trust her judgment of who you are. I think they were more interested in finding a way out of this predicament as much as, well, any of us are. Well, I'm sure you are, but I can't split any of my, I can't split you anymore or help. I'm kind of spread too thin right now, and as much as you guys are wanting to get out of here, I'm sure you got good enough reasons, and I'd be happy enough to help, but you guys seem to be doing fine. I got people here who barely have a few more days or weeks. I hope they got weeks, but with the cold, as it's getting worse, and the new snow, I have to do what I can here. Without at least the equipment to help them, I can't.
How can we help them?
Well, I ain't gonna say anything, but I need those supplies.
Are there any others that we can trust in this camp?
Well, I'm not necessarily sure if I trust you yet, so I trust Riza, and I'm willing enough to share the needs of the people, in my opinion. But if you want me to help you more, you gotta help with others here.
What season is it currently? Do we know? Is it coming
there's
winter, or is
snow.
it? Yeah, well, but we're in a cold part.
You're pretty far north.
Yeah.
You're not like all the way up there, but you're like in a most of the year tundra-like area. This season, the new snow falling, it's pretty obvious enough to that winter is starting.
Winter's starting. Okay.
What's like, from how long I've been here? How much? What's the population of like the camp? That's not like I don't care about the
investigation
bad guys. I mean, sorry, the acolytes.
Investigation check.
Yeah, Miles is a good guy.
So are we close to the wildlands then, like the northern border of Romera, or?
Hundreds of miles from the wild ones.
Oh, okay.
You're north. You're not that.
Oh, okay.
North.
15.
Snow's there always. Huh?
15.
15. You'd say that there's a range of about, not counting yourself, above 70 people.
Okay.
Somewhere above 70. Somewhere between 70 and 80, you'd say, not counting yourself, of other prisoners.
Okay. This is a lot of people to take care of.
A lot of them A lot of them I don't have to. Got a lot of actual cutthroats here, and even if some of these people I'm saving are guilty for what they did, I'm just trying to do what I can. But with Roddy is a proud man to be generous, especially when he has a set of watchers so close to him. And well, those guys are more especially trained. Well, they take a vow for what they're doing, and they take their job very seriously. Roddy has a connection to the Order now, and he's pretty confident that being in such earshot, that he can really do whatever he wants. Especially when it comes to withholding supplies I need to actually do stuff for these people, and I'm not willing to, they don't have the coin to pay for what he's asking me to give them.
Do you have any idea of how we could get these supplies through other ways?
As he kind of looks around at the other acolytes on the wall. As for other ways, the only other place I can think is the keep, and I don't have access to get inside there. That's for watches and the bishop only, him and his red guard. As for the storehouses of Epsbat, and it holds majority of the supplies within the camp. And the only thing I have to actually, Roddy has no key, one of the only keys to the storehouse. All I have is a key to his actual gate to get behind his counter. That's not much good to me.
Well, it might be good to certain
He
folk
kind of
that would
is-
like to help.
He's obviously
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. I kind of want to get closer to him. Kind of put my back to, I guess, the walls where the other acolytes is.
Hey, not a step further, prisoner. So he shoves you back. While you're walking so close to the sick and wounded, watch your steps. You're walking close to an apostle of the divine. He shoved the key in your pocket.
I was hoping that's what that was.
Yeah.
Did I notice that happen?
Well,
It's like,
yeah. Gremlo, Ezreal, Trey, and Jacob also.
oh, okay, so we all saw it.
Well, sorry, sir. I didn't know. New here. I'll back away. Thank you.
Well, that was a little rude, but I get it. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Miles. We'll go back to our camps now. Alrighty. As Miles kind of goes back to what he was doing, tending to what fires he can. Well, that was positive.
He's a good man.
Seems we have too few of those here.
Well,
But
Is it like nighttime?
I'm assuming you guys are walking back to
Yeah,
the
to
the
camp,
camp,
right?
yeah.
dinner time it is.
Alrighty.
Fen wasn't
As you
there to
guys
see it.
do some idle conversation.
Yeah, no, I don't.
It is it's about dark out.
Okay. I think it's almost time for sleep.
What about food?
I guess I could eat before bed.
I don't know about you guys, but I am particularly famished.
Are they back at the camp yet, or?
We're walking back there, I assume.
Yeah, we're walking back.
Okay. I am at the camp, enjoying a bit of food.
Hopefully Fen
Been
has
cooking
some
up the
food
soup
for
for
us.
us.
Easy powder.
Yeah.
Now there's some powder.
There's the food walker of the the hour. How is
Hello
your
again,
life?
boys. And Riza.
Hello.
I have some food and a couple things to talk about.
Oh, talk on. Is it alright? I can set up the food.
Most
If
thankful.
you would like.
Please share your.
Shia walks over to one of the a camp that's kind of like right next to her, right next to hers that has a smaller cauldron that seemed to have been hanging over the campfire, and there's an individual who seems to have been sleeping there, but she walks over and pushes him over. Doesn't move. Gets up and takes the cauldron.
I want to walk over to that guy.
Okay. You walk over.
Is
His
he
eyes
dead?
are open. His skin is gray and cracking, and on the beginning stages of decomposition.
Ugh.
I walk back.
Okay. Alrighty. Can I see the packs?
I hand a couple to her.
Alrighty. As Reza kind of starts cooking, and you guys take seats around the crackling fire.
So this thing you needed to talk about?
First off, how did your trip with Miles, was it?
He's a good man.
Was there anything else? He was supposed to have a way, maybe?
Can I take a look around to see if any of the acolytes are
Yeah, perception.
close within earshot? 18, 21.
Most of the acolytes have kind of vacated the actual courtyard area, and you see roughly about 10 on the walls, kind of sparsed out. But if you keep at normal talking range, they shouldn't be able to hear you.
Okay.
The 2 watchers are still posted outside the inner portcullis, just stoic and still.
Well,
He's a good man trying to help out the sick and wounded.
I'm gonna talk a bit lower. We might be able to help some ourselves.
How so?
Not saying Miles gave us any direction, but we have someone to turn to and probably talk to. More supplies.
I also have a way to get supplies, but it's very final in what I'll be doing.
You mean?
As you might have remembered, I offered my services to the pig. Well, he wants me to do something for him. He wants me to get him a woman.
Don't we all? Is that what that
Just-
bundle of rope is about?
I mean,
I don't have that.
Oh, you
wingman.
don't?
He's a hard one to wingman, and this isn't exactly the place to be hitting on anybody.
There wasn't a lot of room for wing.
Oh,
It was more
yeah.
smashing.
You know, I
around.
thought I hit the bottom of the barrel, and I'm not even surprised that we just broke through.
I suggest we do not do that.
Now, I don't know about how you all feel. I'm not saying we go through with it. I'm saying we set a trap.
With what? All we have is collars. I don't really know what else we could do.
Well, I reach into my back foot and I kind of subtly present. I do have some weaponry on hand. And
As
I know.
do I. Present my back.
I don't
You
have
hear the
weapons.
firing of about 22 crossbows.
That's why I said subtly,
I'm
please.
just kidding.
But
You sure do.
Riza, would you be able to help us out by putting
My
yourself
arm's
into a
broken.
precarious position?
As she tears one of the bags open, some of it the powder kind of spills out onto the ground. But food, no. Oh, it's fine. As she's just putting sets the bag down, putting clamps of snow into the pot to make some water.
Oh, that's so cool.
Okay.
She's a big thinker.
So I'll say in a hushed tone. I don't want to be quiet for the mic, but just so you guys know, I was able to use magic, and I can make myself
You did.
look like a girl.
If we want to roll with that.
Excuse
He
me.
won't allow me in because of who I am. But if we set up a trap, that way I don't want to put your life at risk.
Oh, that if I can say some scarn, that fat bastard couldn't really touch me. Ain't that bad, pal? This swole dog.
Big swole.
The absolute
So-
unit. Bam, bam.
We can get a couple of us in there, and we take down the pig, and we have free access to the storehouse.
Well, the problem is, Miles was saying that the pig is usually accompanied by 2 of those silent bastards. This would definitely
Yeah.
prove to be a problem.
He's talking about the ones by the portcullis. He's really happy about the window right there. There's a window, like,
Yeah, you had him.
Yeah.
You said one of the silent guards like turned in.
yeah, he can like look in.
Risa, is there any way we could distract one of the silent gods? Or
I could. Yeah.
what do you have in mind? I don't want to make you too
Well,
uncomfortable.
they don't know I have. Well, they don't know I can cast some magic. That's their point.
I feel like that'd be a last resort. We don't want to put you.
Oh, it's fine. I already have one arm broken. Let's go with 2. Or you could ask Miles.
Is she really uncomfortable right now? Like, she's
Insight
definitely-
check. How
yeah.
uncomfortable is she feeling right now?
She just doesn't want another arm broken.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
She's like, she has like guts, but she's like,
Does Miles be able to
She knows her limits.
distract one of the guards for us for a short period of time so we could assail the pig?
you'd have to ask him yourself.
Do
I'm not
You
sure
guys-
if he wants any direct involvement.
He wouldn't have to have direct
all
involvement.
he's
He'd just
doing
have
is
a little-
talking.
He'd just have to have a little
I've never
conversation
heard
with the man.
I've never heard the watches talk, but
You'd have to maybe ask for some help, drag him away, keep him away.
We could ask him in the morning and
Well,
Yeah.
he did.
The pig is expecting results soon, and I don't want
as
to
in
push out far.
tonight or
I'd like to. My read on the fella is he's a little gutless, so I don't think we need to kill him.
I
That's
wouldn't
what
want
you
to
guys
kill
think.
him.
I also was able to get 25 feet of rope off him.
That is not fitting in your pocket. Unless you have it like wrapped around your like.
I was gonna say, like, I probably like strung like under my coat, like around me. I'm like,
Okay.
I have a lot of rope. He was generous enough to provide when I alluded to the fact that I might need something to bring him the goods.
Just
so
be
to
clear,
speak.
you don't want to.
I'm not going to.
Good.
I would definitely
That-
kill.
I guess. Wait. I guess. We could make use of that rope. Gagging and kind of get what he was asking for, but it won't be anybody else getting gagged. I think.
No.
Just tie him up.
We don't need 25 feet of rope to tie up one person. So we can lightly bind either you disguising yourself or Riza if you are open to it. We can move in and then use the rest of the rope to tie and gag him.
I don't know this place too well, but
Would
they like
I'm
us-
gonna be honest with you. I've had this conversation with my husband a million times, and no.
Riza, would they, the acolytes, would they turn a blind eye to bound and gagged woman? I mean,
Don't think
Most of them don't. The only people that have to get food from him are us. They have
say
a-
when we're on our way
I'm
out
pretty
after
sure a lot of the acolytes
equipping
in the-
ourselves,
in
we
the
leave
inner
the door
courtyard.
slightly ajar.
I've talked about it with Miles a few times. He doesn't. Well, he brings what food he can out here, but they get thrown.
We let Miles know that maybe the door would be slightly ajar on our way out after equipping ourselves, and he would have his own access to whatever he needs. You think he'd be able? He
I
would.
don't think he wants to be seen back there. Miles is a good man, but his position is also very important to him.
What if you grab the medical supplies after he's bound?
I think-
Whatever you can, of
I think
course.
we could all help him. I'm not. Are you thinking of getting your supplies back and just storming out with all your weapons on you?
Getting
gear on hand.
I believe we're trying to get medical supplies to help what we can.
That's what I'm saying. I'm
How-
not entirely sure we
How
need our
cumbersome
stuff.
of weapons do you all have?
I
I don't
have a
need. I
dagger.
don't need anything. I just need my book back.
I prefer to have my second dagger and my swords back.
Dagger's easy to hide.
I think I could stash a short sword in my coat.
Just gonna be Gimli now. Pulling weapons out of everything.
I just hide everything in my coat at this point.
Well, this top isn't getting used. My tent, it doesn't really block much. We could coil the weapons that can't really be hidden that easily. I could unstring my bow if we can find it.
Maybe I'm a bit confused, but why are we grabbing weaponry?
Well, not moving it. I think it would be.
It'd be better to have it on hand than in case something
I'm not
does
me-
happen.
I don't think it would be an awful idea. I'm sure it's obvious to you all. If we just walk around with them out. I'm hoping you understand the implications of doing that.
Yes.
Be calling down all the guards. But I would prefer we have some way in case something happens.
I trust Miles. I don't know how much you all do, but
And
he has ideas of how he could help us, and I trust that. But he's a little stretched thin, I'm assuming, and I'm sure he can do much more if these people aren't off his hand. Even if sure he's tied up, but before I'm sure an acolyte goes to check that the storehouse. I'm sure the acolytes hate seeing Roddy as much as any of us do. He's not necessarily the most enjoyable company. That's just my idea.
You know Miles more than we do. Does he
Mildly.
want to help the people here? Does he want to help them not be here?
If he thinks they deserve not being here, I'm sure he'd help.
Also, you don't deserve to be here, but I prefer not to be.
How about we get the small amount of weapons that we can stash without raising alarm, and try to get the medical supplies to help out Miles?
Do you think they keep a ledger of sorts on what they've attained from people here?
Well, the person in charge of that ledger, I'm sure would probably be Roddy, and I don't know if he can read.
Fair note.
He doesn't seem like he could.
We'll make sure to search the place thoroughly, just in case. We don't want to leave any loose ends.
Is the storehouse the place where they brought our weapon northeast in the camp? Okay.
No.
In a almost slightly smaller than a coffin-sized lockbox.
His own storehouse.
It's more like a metal crate, but
That's fine. I'm not actually too worried about leaving. I want to stack them so I can
Right, say we do get means to defend ourselves, what do we do then?
We work on a way out.
Well, if Miles said he would help us get out, then I'm sure all we have to do is just give him his supplies and he'll think of a way out. I don't think we have to fight anybody to get out necessarily.
With as of this, I think our number one priority should be to get those supplies so that maybe we can get Miles on our side a little bit more.
Our number one priority is helping the people.
Well, if we don't know about your
Well,
priorities, I'd prefer to be
Helping
out
the
here.
people help us, I guess is how I would say it. But yes, I'd rather help them and not have to fight anybody. I don't want to end up like that poor person who ended up blowing themselves up.
Looks at the giant hole in the ground.
See, are you just suggesting that only us with 6 leave?
Well,
I don't
I'm
think
not
we're
sure
really
if that
gonna-
sits quite right with me.
well,
You can only help so
if we can help them out, then sure. But I want to get out of here. I'd rather have my friends or people I can trust, like Grimlow, if I could say that, Grimlow.
Yeah, I'm with Ez on this. A lot of these people are sick of dying, Jacob, and I really think we should be thinking about ourselves in this situation.
We saw the Arbiter.
Can't
on the way.
save everyone.
We saw the Arbiter on the way here, and he seemed like he wanted to stop this. I'd rather let the government do this. I'm not a fan of.
If you really can, you can lobby the kingdom about the unfair treatment of prisoners if you really feel that strongly about it.
If
Maybe
we do
send
get
them
out,
on
I'm
this
just
letter.
saying, we should abandon hope for these people.
Yes, that'd be a noble pursuit after we're out.
Outside the fort, we
Sign.
would have a lot more freedom to probably find people like-minded.
Are we to wage war against
I'm
the
sure we
kingdom
could.
after we get out of here?
I'm sure
Not
we could
that
find
far.
people, but for now, I'd rather just get out of here, and then maybe focus on helping people after. I think if we try to start a riot or something where everybody breaks out at once, I'm pretty sure I don't think that will go well for most of these people. Besides, if the people are sick and dying and can't move, and a bunch of us start to escape, I'm sure that they'd rather just kill those and just everybody. They don't seem to like us here.
Then why are they keeping us alive?
Medial labor.
I have no idea.
We haven't done a worker label yet.
Some are to get food, if you remember. The mining. Maybe those crystals are worth something to the kingdom. And here they have free, cheap labor.
Well, it seems like there are odds in the kingdom. I mean, the Arbiter doesn't seem to know about the Sovereign's orders on us.
I'm not willing to place my money at all on an arbiter we've met for less. We haven't even properly met or know.
Well, from what
I'm
I've
just
read,
saying this
he's pretty
isn't-
strong.
I wouldn't say this is exactly the Romurian government doing.
Well, if the government knows that this exists, which it seems like at least that.
This is very far from the capital.
Well,
We you said we're more to the north. Okay. No.
So
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
not.
they don't.
yeah. If they know it exists, I'm sure they would try to put a stop to it. And if they don't, then I think the best way to help people is maybe if they were told by somebody, like the Arbiter, instead of just a couple ragtag group of people. I mean, I know that people like me and Trey here, was it?
Mm-hmm.
Are not exactly liked here. I'd rather let the authorities handle it, I guess.
And what
But
happens?
that's just my idea.
Do I know, or before coming here, did I ever hear Castle Coldstone or Fort Coldstone? Have I ever heard about Fort Coldstone
History
before?
Who wants to do a check?
-1, 15.
You have heard of it, very little of it. You do know that while in control of Rome, it wasn't that well known of a fort, other than the fact that it watched over the valleys that kind of like lie around this mountain range. It was more of an overlooking outpost in which Romanian forces were positioned to kind of like deal with any type of Skarn invasion, if coming from the Dividing Plains, or just a general outpost in this portion of their region. However, what it was, at least the happenings in the fort while under Romanian control, you don't know.
Well, I think first things in order is some food and rest. I don't think we can do this tonight. It's gonna get cold at night.
But
It'd be easy to do these things under the cover of darkness.
I mean,
What's
I know
obvious?
some of you might be a little tired, but are you any more tired than the folk freezing in the cold? I'm not trying to stand on any sort of pedestal, but I mean, we could easily just sleep through the night. But I as Miles said, I'm not sure how long. I worry for those folk too.
I understand time is of the essence, but
We should at
I
least
got
let Miles
fucked up.
know what we have planned. That is something.
What'd you say?
I got fucked up.
I mean, you could take a breather, or like
Oh shit, those
a
exist.
short
Fuck.
rest.
Oh.
You could just take a short rest.
We
yeah.
can run
Have
and
we-
talk to
has it been
Miles.
an hour?
You can
Well, we've been
you have
doing
to
light.
take a short rest.
Well, have we been taking a short rest? Is this what we've been doing, sitting around the campfire and
For
eating?
like around the campfire.
20 minutes. I don't know.
Secretly
No,
spend
you
8
guys
hours.
have just been actively doing stuff for like 20 minutes. You can say you want to take an hour and it'll go later in the night, and then like.
Well, that's basically what I'm implying. I need to. Unless
Yeah,
I
you
can
can
take
roll
a
hit
free
dice
rest.
up to your con modifier. It's 1 plus your con.
You can take a short rest. The rest of us can go check
trying to find
chat
the
with
short
Miles.
rest.
about
and you'll
what's up.
get to remove 1 point of
I don't
Might as
exhaustion.
well just all go.
Okay, so I have no exhaustion then, and I
But
gotta
you'll
roll
be
hit
an
dice
It'll be darker. Right now it's
What's
not
your
as
modifier to con?
+2. So hit dice
So
plus
you
2.
can roll 3 max.
Quick short rest.
I
on
only
Miles.
have. I'm
You only have
level
one.
1.
Yeah.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
Yeah.
mine. Miles. Is
All right. Well, I'll take.
to help
This
out.
is the breather, right then?
Are you guys? Breather is 5 minutes minimum. You can only roll 1 hit die, and you have to have a.
I think we only
Does
have
that-
1 hit die.
That's the only thing. You can use the hit die to either remove a wound or heal, but you don't have any wounds, so.
Does a breather take away exhaustion? Probably not.
No.
So the
A short rest does.
Might as well
Short
just do
rest
that.
is-
Are we
hour
taking a
long.
short rest?
Well,
Hey,
how
Hold
much?
on.
We can take this time to eat, and you guys can think over what you're planning
Yeah.
to do.
Okay.
Do I have Song of Rest at first level or is it second?
I can go and retrieve Miles while you guys are resting once food is done.
Thank you.
That would be great. Thank you.
I'd be happy to.
So are we starting a short rest now?
Yeah, it's an hour
Okay, before the
long.
short rest, can I second wind? Just to regain some HP?
Oh, you could roll a hit die if you want to.
No, I want a second wind.
Because he
Okay.
gets short rest, right?
It's just taking a little breather.
Yeah. Oh.
Woo, 9 HP.
All right. So
As you just.
I'm at.
Hyperventilate.
Are you taking hit dice? Or
Yeah, I'll do
should that be-
short rest.
Well,
I think
you're
we're all doing a short rest.
Okay. I'll do regain hit die because I am currently at 4 HP.
And then my injury token's gone too now, right?
Yes.
After a short rest. Okay.
You doing too?
Full HP, boys.
What'd you heal?
I healed 4, so I'm at 5 hit points.
Will you regain it after a long rest?
Damn, I got fucked up.
Yeah, don't get knocked down in 2 punches.
I'll be fine.
Listen, all right, I'm a healer.
I'm a healer.
Grandma,
Runs
you're
up.
full health?
I'm a healer, guys. Runs up to punch the biggest guy in the room.
I don't have magic.
Might as well.
How
got
much
one
did you
heal.
heal?
Sure.
What?
How much did you heal?
I healed 6 and I was at 5, so.
So you're 9.
Well, I was at 4 technically. So
Trey?
yeah.
Let's see, that's a 2. I'm at full HP.
I don't
My
need to
turn.
roll, do
You're
I?
at full health.
I took 1 damage.
Yeah,
Do I
it's
need to
one.
roll? Because I just have +3 con anyway. I'll do it anyway.
Oh, I had
What?
+2.
For hit dice. Do I have to roll hit dice?
You don't have to.
Okay. Well, no. I'm just saying.
So
I
He
have.
just wants
three-
that 1 HP
I have.
that
Plus,
he
I,
uses.
I only took 1 damage, and I have +3 con.
Yeah, you would have to roll to heal.
Yeah.
Alright. That's 9 HP healed.
You're feeling real good after that short rest.
Alrighty.
Hit
As you
dice
guys
down.
eat the kind of tasteless soup, as much heart as Riza put into trying to make it this powder good in the snow water she's working with, it was a little bit difficult. You guys eating what you can and taking a moment to think about what your next actions will be. Roughly towards the end of the short rest, Riza went out to retrieve
3 hours,
Miles.
5 minutes.
And about 5 minutes later, Miles comes to the camp along with Riza and
Hello there.
You reported trouble. He said louder than he needs to. What do you actually need? Riza
We're-
came and talked to me, said you guys need something.
We need your assistance.
How's that?
Distraction was it?
We need you to keep a silent
In a
guard.
hushed tone.
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah. But
I'm keeping it hushed. We need you to distract the silent guard watching over the pig and the storehouse.
You're meaning. I see. You're talking about. I always forget that.
Roddy?
Name. Roddy's name.
I don't know his name. I just
Roddy.
Roddy. Okay, I spelled that completely wrong.
That's a weird way to spell pig.
Things are weird up here. But you
I'm around
want
this
me
area
to talk
myself.
to. You want me to talk to the watches.
More or less, either keep them
As
away
much
or
as
keep
I
them
feel like
distracted.
I know my way around the conversation, I'm not sure how much they are to converse, and
Could you drag them away in any sort? Ask them for help?
No, I can't touch them.
Why's that?
It would look a little odd if an acolyte just kind of started to tug at the watches across camp.
Oh, they might do something.
Well, listen, Miles, we're trying to help you get those supplies. Is there any other way you can
I'm
help
trying
us?
to help you, but you're asking me to speak to individuals who have sworn off speaking. It's
Boring life.
Is there any other way you can think to
the
hold
reactive.
their attention?
Well, they're a countermeasure to mages. They're reactive to magic. Well, they're sworn to react quickly to magic, and they're trained in. Well,
We do have 3 casters.
So you're saying that a bit of a flare of magic would perhaps distract them?
Might be a painful experience for whoever's casting it, but I can't say I'm siding with magic casters, but for the help of these people, whatever it takes.
Well, as you would be, we're particularly skilled at making distracting magical.
That's right.
What do you say we do it again?
I don't want to die. Do you think they'd, if it was something small, perhaps a little trick of the light, something like that, do you think they'd still kill someone?
I've seen it happen before. They're very hands-on and, well,
How good are they at sniffing out magic use?
I've never seen them not know where it is and who casts it.
Well, just so you know, I did use magic in the fight earlier. I haven't seen any of them come by me yet.
Well, where were you?
We're at the
This
campsite,
very
right?
camp.
Yeah.
In this very camp.
How far away from the storehouse from said camp?
You're a little over 80. Maybe you got lucky. Maybe you were out of the range. I have no idea.
Well, now you've seen one person escape their grasp.
For now. We're not out of here yet. Let's hit Trey.
That's true.
I don't know if you're wanting to move specifically those ones. You probably have to do it pretty boldly. I'm assuming.
Azrael, how's your running and evading ability?
Well, I've been known to not exactly sticking in fights. I like to not be in them that much, but I can run, but I don't know if I can outrun something that's
How's your
trying
hiding?
to kill me in a way.
How's your hiding?
They
can't tell.
I'm told they're trained to. Well, they're trained to capture. I've only seen it happen once, but twice that they've killed somebody.
So you have.
Do you know what? Can you explain to me what kind of things they were doing, what kind of magic they were casting that allowed them to be, I guess, so bad enough that they had to be put down?
I guess I can't. I don't understand the techniques that they do. As far as I've seen, all they have to do is grab them.
They just grab them and they die?
No, it's not quite that simple. It's almost like they drain it.
Well, that doesn't sound nice.
I don't think we should be thinking about sacrificing one of us.
Sounds
We had an especially dangerous sorcerer here a few weeks ago, and he was one of the ones that did die, but I've seen novices who survived it quite easily. I'm assuming that it's difficult to gauge when is enough when there is so much.
Would you happen to know if they can detect lingering magic versus someone doing the magic right then and there?
I have no idea.
What are you have in mind, Troy?
Well, the disguise
Ah,
does use magic.
of course. We might not be able to use that plan then, as you will be passing right by them.
Well, if it's based on amount, I've never called myself a mage. I know how to cast Goodberry and a few other spells. I thought they were a little bit more punching, but I guess I just assumed based on how the other acolytes are treated. And my arm's broken.
Oh, this is reasons.
If I need to, I'd be happy to take a fall.
And you can just say that you're just trying to help out the sick and wounded.
I don't know if that'll deviate them, as much as that reason may be true.
Can they be reasoned with? Something.
I guess that leaves the question up: is anyone less of a spellcaster than me? I know how to handle a bow very well, but my magic is very.
Carmelo, do you have anything?
Well, what little magical skills I possess, Ez has taught me that himself, so I'd wager I'm much less of a spellcaster than you are.
Yeah, but you seem to have a lot more. Your arm isn't broken. If a fight comes down to it, I'm sure that your groups here would rather you than me.
Do you know, Miles, do you know what they do to the people who you say, drain it from? Do they take them somewhere? Or they just
No. As far as the only time, the cleansing is the only time any of the prisoners are released.
Do they? How long does it?
What was that?
Nothing to you.
I'm sorry? Thunder rolls across the sky.
How long are they usually, I guess, distracted for? I guess, how long do they, is it just a couple seconds? Do they just go there and they just take them out?
Their only purpose, as far as I understand, is to mitigate magic, and generally it's acolytes who capture, if capture is needed, but the ones that I've seen here and the few times that I've seen it, they generally just, drain and release.
Do they follow the other acolytes into the keep or anything, or they just stay standing on
Those
the watch?
ones I've never seen.
Well, then if that's the case, and I don't think
Acolytes don't have the authority, and neither do I, to move the watches.
Well, if that's the case, then I don't think distracting them with magic would do much. If they're going to just simply drain it from somebody, then go back to their post in a matter of seconds. Unless you guys think.
need more. Well, I guess that begs the question: how long does it take for you to deal with Roddy?
I am very adept at what I do.
Could you do it in a matter of seconds?
Not that adept.
Well, then I don't.
Well, all we really need is the key, and if we're able to somehow get our hands on that without causing a fuss, that'd be a quicker solution.
Do you mean I'm gonna hold my pocket?
Well, that's the, if I believe correctly, that's the key to the gate, is it not?
Wasn't that the
That's-
shopkeep gate?
That's
Or-
like to get behind the counter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Miles is turned around and looking away.
So the people they're outside the storehouse or they inside?
Are they outside looking in through a window?
Yeah.
No, there's a window on the side of the storehouse. So think of if you were standing looking straight at the gate, like straight at the portcullis, it would be the wall, portcullis in the center, and they are standing on each side of the portcullis itself. From your perspective, the one on the left is right next to the building itself is about 10 feet away from
But they're not inside the store.
No,
So
they're-
all we have
they're
to
by
do
the
is get.
portcullis.
All we have to do is get inside, and then they can't see us anymore. Supposedly. Doesn't take more than a few seconds to do that.
So you only need a few seconds to slip inside.
I mean, if they.
I have the
can't see
capabilities
in,
of sneaking in.
Yeah, I mean, you are the one he's expecting.
I guess. Yes.
And then I could be with you as the bait.
I guess we still won't know if they can
Go ahead.
see your magic.
See through disguise self.
Mm-hmm.
That's what. That is what
Thomas, DM question.
Fucking-
So disguise self says you can make yourself, including your clothing, armor, weapons, and other belongings on your person, look different. Does that mean like, if I disguise self, I could look like I'm bound with rope around my clothing and person?
What? Read it again.
So you make yourself, including clothing, armor, weapons, and other belongings on your person, look different until the spell ends or you use the action to dismiss it. And you can appear thin, fat, or in between. You can't change body type. And you must have the same basic arrangement of
I
limbs.
think I could just walk up.
Otherwise, the extent of the illusion is up to you.
Max not disguised like this is a
So I could have like ropes
Yeah.
pretending to be around.
Yeah.
Jacob's
Okay.
the prettiest among us.
That's fair. Hey Jacob, you want to be the woman here? Just roll up persuasion check. Hey, this is a woman.
I mean, without the beard.
Oh yeah, he's a beard. Fuck. At this point, I don't
A
think
dwarf
Brody
woman.
cares. He just wants something to stick it in.
He's so
so cool.
desperate.
What?
Take it.
So you said you got rope from him. Did you get anything else that could be of use?
Roll the bandages. Probably assumed I'd use it for gag. It was only a small roll, but
With the spell, I could make it look like I have, or am already bound with ropes.
I can simply lightly bind your arms.
You could also do that too.
So then we don't. I don't know how your spell works, but with these creatures able to more or less detect magic, I'd like to keep it on the down low, so to speak.
Who's the most feminine looking out of all of us?
I'm scruffy.
Yeah.
I'm a tiefling.
I guess my hair is pulled back, but that's
He
what
doesn't like tieflings.
I'm a
You
tiefling.
can disguise yourself as not a tiefling.
Yeah, but
The most women like would be either of you two.
I'm small.
I'm scruffy as fuck.
We have a real woman standing right here.
But other than her,
But
she's
she's
gonna
the
be
distraction, I
She's
thought.
the distraction already. So it would be you, which
Seems
she
like a
doesn't
poor
like, or
allocation
you.
of resources.
You can't just bring yourself
We don't have more
back.
females.
And our woman is also the distraction.
Well, Miles, could you use that bandaging for anything? For your help?
To help a few, I need more than that.
Well,
A lot more.
I guess before we do any of this, what supplies do you actually need?
What are we looking for if we
Yes.
get into raw?
Raws, bandages,
Not the same.
Is there any medicine we need? Or?
well, any medical supplies you can find, I can certainly make use of. 10 blankets, but any type of medical supplies, it is all helpful.
I guess the question we probably should be asking is, how are we gonna get out with all these supplies? I imagine it look kind of fishy, just kind of rummaging about with a bunch of blankets and bandages.
Well, if we focus on the
you-
medical supplies, we could just hide them in our clothing, I would assume, underneath our cloaks and such.
Maybe we could always grab a few spare bedrolls and stuff them inside there.
I mean, these resources are told to be attainable by, of course, no weapons or security threats, but they are supposed to be obtainable by, acolytes and the prisoners here if worked for. But that is, under Roddy's supervision, been made void.
So it might not be too suspicious to walk out with a couple of supplies.
Seems a little suspicious though if Roddy cut everyone cold turkey just to walk out with something like we already have a thing, but I can see we may be able to pull it off.
Like if someone said stuffing it in bedrolls, if you put them in there, that'd be a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
And make it look like you just bought some bedrolls. Maybe since we already bought some, we could just do blankets instead. Fold them up like that, and keep them away. Not
Good
just-
idea.
And did just walk out?
I would have to drop the disguise.
I
You
would-
don't want just a.
Once
I
we
guess,
once we take care of the pig,
I'm not
then
sure
you
if I
can
know
drop
the pig's
disguise.
hours,
At
but I
that
don't know if
point,
he's
it
exactly
long
open
as
at
he
this
doesn't
time.
see
It
me.
would be a bit weird to be seen
We
walking
might
out of
need
it.
you to distract him so I can sneak behind, but that won't
While
be
I'm
much
in
of a
disguise.
Roddy?
while you're disguised.
Well, he lives in that building, so if you ring the bell, I'm sure he'll come out. All the dude cares for is gold, or any type of benefit he can reap from it.
And women,
Do we have a plan for him after then?
leave him.
Tied up or?
I don't care if he. I'd prefer if he was tied up. If he's not, he might call us out, and then all our work would be for nothing.
So Thomas, for the storehouse, you said there's like iron bars kind of along the thing.
Yeah, it's
along
like
the
a
counter.
it's like a bank countertop.
So
it's not nearly as
would
like
the only way that he would like get another person would be to open up the counter
there's a door. Like
and come out
yeah, there's
basically.
like a bar door.
Okay. So it's not like he can just say, hey, toss the person over.
So who's all going in?
Well,
Me,
Leave us.
I know you said that you could use your spell, but I think. What kind of things did you do earlier? You said you used your spells earlier. I didn't really
Yes.
notice much. What did you?
to be
Well,
fair, Gutter Red
How
is
far away
screaming
is
at
our
one point.
When
from
Gutter
the
was
silence?
running away,
Like
I inflicted fear into
80
him.
feet? Okay. And how, there,
And
one's
then,
10 feet away from the storehouse. Yeah.
The other one that I lightly punched inflicted a lesser amount of fear.
Well, I'm afraid that you'll get seen right away. Because I suppose you could go into the tent here, do whatever you do for your spells, and then come out as a woman. But I'm not entirely sure once you get in range if they'll see you and maybe stop you.
Riza, do you know any trustful woman or any that would be able to help us out in this camp? Or Miles, you two know people here? Anyone you could trust to help us out?
I don't know many of the others here. I've kind of kept my own for the most part.
Miles, anyone desperate enough to help out some
Well,
people?
there's
get
plenty of
supplies?
people desperate enough. I don't think that's something we need to ask, but a lot of any of people willing to do it for any type of good reason, or that I'd be willing enough to help escape.
Free choice of supplies. I feel like that might be a good enough reason.
Yes, but you bring bad into situations that are needed, that are being done for good causes. I'm sure that they'd want to follow after. I can name a few women desperate enough here to do it, but I know what they did. I'm not really necessarily willing to help individuals like that out.
Well, if
As for others of good nature, I didn't know others. But they're the people we're trying to help.
well,
I don't want to be rude, but I don't think we need someone excessively competent. We just need a woman. So we don't tick off the silent guards, and we're able to distract Roddy enough for me to work.
Well, I thought that was my point.
I thought,
I'm
thought
just
you were
trying to
distraction.
be valiant here and
if
be of some sort of use, but
If they're
I thought you were out there
focused on her-
distracting the silent guards.
to be, so
Okay, we had a miscommunication.
to ask again, Miles, I haven't known you that long. If I was to perhaps turn some snow into water and whirl it around, do you think that'd be enough for the Silent Watchers to, one, stop me?
any demonstration, I'm sure would be plenty.
Do you think that the
They're unbiased as far as I've seen.
do you think that'd be enough for the other acolytes to have to bring me somewhere, to capture me and take me anywhere?
I thought I already stated. I'm sure it would have been the same for the sorcerer that had been killed a few weeks back. If he had lived, I'm sure he would have just been left where he was.
Drain to the drop.
It's the only person that calls for people to be brought is the High Bishop.
Well,
As far as I've seen, I've never seen anyone else removed from the camp without his will.
well, I would, if it means getting out of here, I would be willing to
pose as a distraction if you could go in as their bait, because I don't trust that your spell would get past their eyes. I could twirl some of the snow and the water around.
Listen, I know you mean well, but I was offering since I feel like I wouldn't be of much use in that.
Well, I think you'd be of great use when it comes to getting
Keeping
into the
Roddy's
store.
attention.
What of my dog?
Well, if they...
He's well trained and he means well, but he has a habit of barking at Roddy.
Do you think that if...
Do you think you can keep the dog away?
Could you trust him to stay him in camp, and if I don't get, well, captured, I could look over him? Or, Miles, could you perhaps just stand near this area and keep yourself posted and watch over Bam Bam?
As much as I'd like to watch over the dog, as much as an enjoyable experience that would be, I have others I have to look to. Speaking of which, I do have to get back. I will be at the same spot you talked to me earlier, but I wish you the best of luck.
Well,
Thank you.
Have a good night.
I can watch over the dog if it's needed. I was kind of messed up in that previous scrap. I'm not sure how good I would be in this scenario anyway.
Gremlo, how's your ability to carry things?
I guess I'm also a little confused on why having a woman with you is a necessity.
exactly, why is that, too?
Yeah,
You've
wait a
mentioned
second.
that. You mentioned why a woman
I mean,
is necessary.
I think it's obvious. I know Miles is left. I'm not really going to play quoting anymore, but we have a key to the door. I'm willing to get drained or whatever, the equivalent of getting. I've felt a major shocking hands before. I'm sure those are worse than whatever these thugs have in for me. If you have a key, I'm sure you could rough them up quickly enough that it wouldn't matter.
If we all go in there at once, then.
Well, I'm assuming so.
You seem to be a lot smarter than all of us. How the fuck did we not see that before?
Listen, honey, I've ran a tavern for
We have
almost
a
40
key?
years now, and I've dealt. I'm not calling you dumb, but
I
I've dealt
know.
with some.
He's never said anything.
He has a key to the shop gate, but not to the storehouse.
Yeah, I wasn't paying
Well,
attention.
the
to anything
storehouse
that
isn't
happened in
locked, I
Miles.
guess.
Yeah.
Well, now.
I mean, even if it is, like, at that
If
point, we
you-
would rough
Jacob,
him
if
up.
you give me said key, I can sneak in on Roddy, and I can give a signal for you guys to come in, and I'll have it taken care of.
Does that sound good to everyone?
Just make sure you guys are in position.
So do you
I'd
want
rather
us
stay here.
outside or inside?
Maybe come in as a party looking to buy some late night
He
provisions.
doesn't like me.
I don't plan
He
on
doesn't
going
like
in.
either of us.
By the time you come in, he'll be tied up.
Do you think you could do it alone?
I'm confident.
Perhaps Gremlo could help you.
Well, if somebody needs to be roughed up, I don't give a shit.
Girl, no. We're gonna be doing a lot of
And he doesn't hate you as much.
Well, he's a goddamn halfling hater, but I've dealt with that enough in my life.
Just a little bit of justice.
So all me and Trey would have to do is stand outside until you knock or something on the door?
Until the signal's given, yes, we'll
What's the signal?
bang on the door.
Maybe not too loud, but...
We'll knock on the door.
Alright.
That would help his sensibilities.
I can carry.
Did you? This I don't understand your magic, but this is just an idea. I know you were saying you could describe yourself as a woman. Could you do the same to describe yourself as Roddy?
Yes. Was he? How tall was he? Was he the one who was like 2 feet taller, or was that Gutter?
That was Gutter.
God,
Is he like just like
He's-
within a foot taller?
Roddy isn't tall. He's just girth
Then,
wide.
yes, I
He's
could.
large.
But is he normally seen outside of a storehouse? And also, it would still be the matter
I
of
haven't seen him out.
the magic.
Much as I doubt anyone would show out. If someone did walk in, I don't know how perfect it is. They would just see you. I don't think it's that hard to be that dislikable. Well,
At that point, it's an awful.
Do you think you could act as somebody?
I could.
Be a man
We'd
on the
still need
inside, so to
the
speak.
Magical distractions.
At that point, we wouldn't even need to take the weapons because we'd have free access if you're willing to give it.
But we still have to deal with him.
Perhaps you can. I know he's a large man, but you could stow him somewhere in his own home, and you can act as Roddy in case anybody comes in.
How long would I need to do
Well,
this?
if
Totally
everybody
secure
if everybody
escape
comes
method.
in,
Okay. It doesn't last too long.
Also, fellas, I'm trying to be real stoic about kind of like facing off against these thugs. Can we do something before I regret doing it?
if you all have a plan, then we should probably do
We
it
should
now.
move in then.
Yes, I
Well,
believe so.
what is it that
I'll
you need to do?
Yeah, I'll slip the key into Fenn's
I
pocket.
was just gonna cast Goodberry, and hopefully that's good enough.
Okay.
What's Goodberry?
It's a cheater spell
I mean-
that ruins
meant
survival.
in-game,
I don't know. I don't know nature.
Berries.
Make berry. We need the berries.
From what I've read,
None of us are nature casters.
From what I've read, you create berries that, well,
Oh,
are plentiful.
very nice.
Taste very
Nice.
nice.
Weird.
It's been a while since I casted them, and then last week I tried, and they just they're a little sour now, to be honest. That's why we took them off the menu at the Oaken Arrow. But
Grumlow, let's get going.
If you're willing, and then we wait outside, or do you want me to come in with you?
Hang outside.
Okay.
We'll let you in.
in. Okay.
Maybe we can look as if we appeared in the store and he shouted at us or something.
Well,
Just-
if they come by and ask why we're outside,
I don't
we
think
can
the
say
silent
they
gods
don't
are
like
going to be
us.
worried too much.
But the only thing is, we would need to give a signal as to when I would need to use the magic.
Can I imitate bird calls in the area? Is that a possible? I don't know.
you could
How-
try.
Okay.
All right,
Are,
Fed.
are there birds in the
I don't know what
area?
type of like birds.
You're on a pretty high peak. You can make a nature check if you really want to try to identify it.
Screw it. Yeah. Nature check. That. What is that?
Intelligence.
I bet you're super
Negative
good.
1.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice.
I got an 11. I don't really need that much information. I just need a vague bird.
Birds all kind of sound the same.
God damn it.
I think it'd be best for you to turn into him once you're in the building, of course.
We would just need.
The mic is probably
Pretty
shitting
good.
itself right now.
We would just
Friction
need a
approach.
signal out to
Alright.
you guys, or to Reva. Her name's Reva. Or is it Riza?
Riza.
It's Riza.
Like
Riza.
Frieza.
Okay.
Riza,
We would just need a
Frieza.
signal to Riza when to cast the good berry.
Well,
Give us a starting ruler.
Wait,
Maybe you could. How dark is it? Like, are there lights
What
in
time
the
is it at this point?
storehouse?
We took a short rest,
It's
so.
the only light on the courtyard is the burning embers of
Torches.
camps.
Is there anything like a torch near the storehouse?
There's torches in it.
Like, if you're standing outside, would you be able to make like a hand signal and
Like outside, or
outside of the store, like where we would be at first?
I'd say just give us 10 minutes and then walk in.
Or I guess.
That's a long time.
Hey,
I guess the signal
just to be
Mark,
safe.
walk in.
Just to be safe.
it's dark.
Trying to make
on
sure
the
we're
outside. There's
being
dark by
cautious.
the portcullis. There's light by the portcullis. There's small sconces like on the inner portions of it. There's no sconces on the actual like wall, like where the door is to the actual storehouse, or the building where you meet Roddy.
Can
There's
I,
no torches
can I
on the
see
outside, but
silent
there are
stealth
torches
actions?
inside. So there's like
Okay.
illumination coming out from the window.
So if I opened the door and walked in, Riza would be able to see that, right?
Yeah.
From the campfire,
Yeah,
or like
probably.
closer. Okay. So the signal will be then when I walk in for you to cast the spell.
Well, my blood's high, so whenever you're ready.
don't we want to cast a spell as? Actually, well, don't we want to cast a spell when they're walking in? To pose a distraction to come in, or why do we need a distraction?
At that point,
If we could just
at this
walk
point, we
in.
don't need a distraction.
If we could just
Wait for.
The silent guard can
Mind
look
you,
in.
When you went in, the watcher just looked in.
okay.
Oh, yeah, because they're
Yeah,
The
but
one
windows
that's
on the
closest
outside.
to us, you're saying, just moves over.
Yeah.
But we need them to leave, or else they just see me
Could I do like
Yeah.
real quick? Could I do a
Why are
history
we-
check
we
to
don't
see
need
if the
disguise. We
door
already
squeaked
said
on my
that.
previous 2 entries?
For me,
Can I
afterwards,
do a history
Oh,
check
okay.
to check to like try to remember if the door squeaked on my previous 2 entries into the building?
Sure.
History don't fail me now. 12.
It's not best door. It didn't squeak super loud, but the loudest thing was when it hits the wall.
We can
The
quiet
wind
the
kind of like
door.
pushes it open if you don't catch it.
We'll just make sure to keep our hand on the door. I can make a stealthy entrance. And we have the key. I don't know about that door, so once you see me enter, give it a 10-second count and then make your distraction.
Oh, are you talking to Riza right now? or
I
are
was
you talking
I was talking to the party as a
Yeah.
whole, cause like we're gonna need that silent watcher to not be watching.
And just to clarify, you want me to impersonate Roddy when I walk in?
I
Or
don't. I'm a little sketch on that part of the plan.
Perhaps we should walk a little bit after they walk. Let's say upon them walking into the store,
I mean,
we just go near it.
if do we even need anyone in front of the store if you guys get behind, like in the storeroom?
We can all walk into the store.
That's fair. Well, he doesn't mind us being in there. We just have to pay more.
I'd prefer to.
he said it wasn't
Personally,
anything
I'd prefer to
available for
get.
me.
It's dark out. He might be going
He
to
said
bed.
there's
I'd
nothing
prefer to
available
catch
for
him
me,
while he's
right?
asleep. It'll be easier
Like,
to take
what
him
do you-
down.
what do you
and
ask
that
for?
point we can
When I
just
asked to pay for
tie
food
him to the
or
bed.
Oh, he just didn't want to sell anything to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would prefer if we just didn't let him know we were there in the first place by sneaking in.
So we sneak in,
Sneak
wait for a
in.
distraction, go behind the counter.
Get behind the counter, get to him. He apparently lives in the storehouse, and if he is winding down for bed, he'll be easier to take out.
I
Silent
guess
check down, boys.
another thing we should worry about is it's going to be kind of a bit suspicious if the distraction doesn't last as long as we need it to, and there isn't as many people as there were before in the house or in the storehouse. If the distraction does not work and you're upstairs doing what
Is there
you
an
need
upstairs?
to,
I thought it was just one floor.
Honey, what was in that soup for you?
Listen, 9 int.
9 inch.
I don't know.
Buddy.
I assume it's like Skyrim.
It is.
No,
It is
9 inch
it
as
is
well.
A one room with there's the door at the back end, but
Oh,
it's
okay.
behind the counter. And the counter is barred, but you guys have a key to the door at the counter. You're assuming that's what Miles said.
Listen, I got punched really fucking hard.
Yeah, I can see it's kind of maybe it shook you a little too hard. Maybe you find something to drink in there. Take some of that medicine for yourself.
All right. My point still stands though. If back room as it is.
Will the silent watcher raise an alarm? Would be able to call out for an alarm.
We don't know, but
We
they
don't
would
know what
notice
they-
that a couple of you are missing from who entered.
Maybe the distraction will make him think we left. I don't know. We could be sitting here questioning what is till the end of the night.
Yeah, Fenn's
Also,
right
did
enough
I
beating
say-
around the bush.
Did I say
Get
the
in there.
gems that kind of come from their shoulders?
Yeah.
Are
The-
red?
the-
Red. Yes.
They're green. Sorry.
Okay. They're like
They're the
ones
same
from
color as the
mine?
one that come out of mine, right? That the people were carrying when we entered.
You
Yeah.
said green, okay.
You never really thought that they could be used for attire decoration, but seems that's working.
Yeah, that's my opinion. All right. It's not working for me.
So, us two would just hold up at the counter then, or do you want us to head in there with you?
I don't want him to know. So maybe come in after us.
Okay.
Because I prefer we get in there and take care of business, and then we start.
Sounds agreeable. If all I have to do is carry something,
Yeah, I don't
I'd
mind.
be willing to do that.
Yes. It's not the hardest of jobs. Grumlow, you ready?
Get this bastard.
Before you guys go, I'll give you each bardic inspiration over the course of 12 seconds. That lasts 10 minutes each.
What?
He inspired you guys.
I
so
inspired
got
you guys.
D6.
Inspire more than one person at once?
2 turns, I said over 12 seconds. Just before they head out, the last 10 minutes.
No, I mean I didn't know you can have two people like.
I thought you could only
Yeah,
have
you
one
can
inspiration.
just
Yeah.
Oh.
I thought you could only have one
It's
inspiration
not like
on the
guidance.
table.
It's not concentration.
I thought
Yeah.
that's cool then. I thought
It's
you
just one per turn using bonus action.
Okay. Since we're not in combat.
Like
Explain
as-
to me as the DM what the plan is.
Okay, so the plan is me and Gremlo, like off the table, me and Gremlo are gonna sneak in. We're gonna get through the door, like, good case scenario, we're gonna stealth in, get through the door, get to Roddy. I'm going to attempt to pull a silent takedown on him, because he would not be expecting us. We would then, once taken down, bind him, gag him, and probably stick him somewhere where, like, it'd be hard to find him, or just like on the bed. At that, we'll figure out what the room is like once we get there.
Probably a minute after them.
Yeah,
We
Yeah.
come in.
yeah, maybe 2 minutes, like
2 minutes after. you should
just to
stay
be
with the dog.
safe. So we don't want things.
Aren't you
to
gonna stay with the dog?
You guys will walk in, and at
Am I
that point
staying
we
with the
should
dog?
I'll
have
stay
Roddy
with the
taken
dog.
down, and so we'll have
I
full
thought you
access
were
to the
because you were
thing.
like beaten up.
Am I okay?
You're not being up.
Need someone
I
to
thought we
watch
were
the
going
dog
up. You were staying
anymore.
behind.
Yeah, because you said you weren't really much for this type of work.
Because
I
Reza
doubt
was.
he'd really sit still if not around me.
You can
That's
take the
not
dog with
really
you on the
my
distraction.
opinion. He kind of does his own thing.
You can take your dog with you on your distraction endeavor, though. Work
But the
together.
I'm
problem
not sure
is-
if the
You
dog.
seem like you want to say something.
I'm just wondering.
As what?
Do we need someone to stay behind for the dog?
He can take care of himself.
All right. So I guess me and you.
Don't roll your eyes at me.
I roll my eyes.
Respect. The nerve of youth.
I'm just kidding. Blood pressure's starting to go down.
Alright.
Hindsight's starting to kick in.
All right, let's go. We'll wait 2 minutes after they walk in. I assume you should just do your distraction as soon as you walk in. Just as soon as they walk in, or as soon as you do the distraction. You guys should just go.
Yes.
I've always prided myself on the amount of good ideas I had. I don't think this is going on that list of things.
It's a good thing it's our idea.
Let's go with it. I'll tack it up to that.
We move into position.
All right, everybody, move out.
No matter what happens, you'll be good.
We'll have to go through a couple hands.
Squad A, Squad B,
Teach me some
Squad
things.
C, Squad D.
What?
Can I, on the walk up, I'm
Do it.
doing thieves'
coming
cat
with-
at Gremlo.
Oh, you're part of Squad B?
I'm squad B.
Squad C is the
Alrighty, no,
distract.
no matter what happens, you'll be good, alright? And she kind of like rubs the scruff of Bam Bam's ear. She kind of like whimpers with it, but here we go.
So me and Gremlo are walking up, and I'm doing thieves' can at Gremlo right now.
I don't understand it, but I'm gonna like try to do something back.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay, so
we roll up.
she's just kind of like waiting by the camp right now.
Okay,
Since
that's
it's-
fine.
I'd like to. Cool. So are we all in position?
I don't know where you guys are a lot. I know
Me
you
and
two
Gremlo
are.
are at the door to the storehouse.
Okay.
Team
We're-
B is
we're gonna
just
wait.
sitting outside.
Yeah, shouldn't we just
How do
like
you
wait
go
like at the
first?
camp and like walk over later?
Oh, maybe we should.
Yeah.
It's like 80
That's probably
feet,
less
isn't
than
it? You might want to be a
Well-
little closer than that.
What do you guys?
Well, as soon as you guys enter, then we'll make our way over there, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. There we go.
Alright,
So we'll be at camp.
move out, Tate.
Stealth out.
They'll go. When they get in, we'll start making our way over.
Okay. You
So,
guys- alright. What did you want her to do? The distraction?
Yeah, she's distraction.
Well,
When we enter,
when they
Okay.
walk, when who enters?
When we walk in,
When
me and
they-
Gremlo
right
walk
when we
in,
walk in,
because
or
we're gonna
maybe
need the
after we
silent
walk
watcher
in?
to not be watching.
I thought it was 2 minutes after we walk in.
We're gonna need to get through
We
the
come
storeroom,
in
and
2
if he's
minutes after
watching
we
us
walk
the
in.
whole time,
Oh, God.
that might
So
be
2 minutes after the
Should we
distraction.
write this
you guys
down?
walk in?
Well, there they go. As you guys are at the door.
We're at the door.
D&D plans.
What do you guys
God
do?
damn. We're at the door. I'd like to quietly open the door.
Roll stop.
Motherfucker. 9.
Did you roll like a 1?
I rolled a 2.
Dan, you silenced the thud as much as you could, but it still was solid enough. As you see, on timing, one of the watchers pulls itself away from the wall and walks up to the window.
so we're walking up.
I'd like to stealth it.
Well, I guess this is what we're doing.
Second stealth.
We're gonna start
Yep.
walking.
Yeah, we're gonna
over
start
to the
kind
top.
of casually making our way over there.
As she starts walking forward, you see Bam Bam's just following a few feet behind her. You guys are walking over?
To the
Okay. As you guys are proceeding over
and
with...
you're in, right?
Yeah, we're
right behind
We're
you.
in. Yeah, me and Gremlo are inside right now. I'd like to.
Stealth.
I'd just like to hide.
Okay. Stealth?
Yes, I'm gonna hide between his legs.
Can we?
Roddy is not at the counter at the moment.
Okay.
Good.
So,
That's a good thing.
can he help my stealth, or do we have to roll individual stealth?
You guys
Individual
both
stuff.
have inspiration as well.
Yeah. Use it whenever
I have
you
plus
need
7
it.
stealth.
I got plus. Why do you have plus 7 stealth? We're literally the same character.
I have 5 decks.
Okay, I got a 19.
What?
You can-
I got 12.
Okay. As you guys begin to stealth in, you ride the shadows professionally. As you kind of cling to what you can, even though there's little to nothing in this well-illuminated room, you kind of ride the wall, avoiding the window as much as you can. However, Gremlo, not as attuned to the stealth in such tight environments, just kind of like clings to the outskirts of shadows. You look to the window nervously and you lock eyes. With the eyeless, like the face mask of, I was meaning you can't see his eyes, of the watcher. He's looking at you through the window.
Tighten my hood.
Hey, fellas. I noticed you're always standing over here, and well, I run a tavern down at the Ocanero down in Blue Oak, and I'm not sure if our cooking of one of our specialties is good berries. I'd be happy to share some as you cast with good berries.
At us.
No,
Or
she's
no.
talking.
She's talking to the silent watcher.
No, she's
okay.
standing about
15, 20 feet.
40 feet.
40 feet. Okay, that's fair.
Hey, you guys want some berries?
That's not like shouting. She's just kind of like she has to project herself.
Yeah.
But as soon as she casts good,
Oh,
Oh,
no.
God.
you looking at the watchers through the window, and you guys having much better perspective of this happening as you are now closing in on the doorway. Almost immediately, the gems along their shoulders go to this dark red, and almost like clockwork, the one against the wall immediately begins to step forward. Its shoulders this heavy hunch. The one against the window turns. All, and in complete symmetry, they start pacing towards.
So, right as he
mysteries
turns away, I make my make my way to the door and unlock the door quietly.
Okay, make a sleight of hand check.
Sleight of hand. Okay.
Just light a hand.
+2.
I have plus 7.
You want to open the door?
Well, you already went for it.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, I already have
You
the
do have inspiration if you need it.
Why is yours +2? Don't you have 3 decks?
Oh yeah, it's +3.
What'd you
And
get?
inspiration.
Yeah.
If you need.
Oh.
I got an unnatural 20 on that.
Yeah. There we go.
Inspiration's gone.
Unnatural 20 on.
Unlocking the door quietly. Yeah.
Does it make a sound as it swings open?
We move in. I test Roddy's door.
Well, I can certainly see that you guys have a little bit more initiative in trying the Ocanero's berries. You could slow your step a little bit. You hear a growl, a heavy growl start to escape from Bam Bam. You guys are now at the door. They are closing into her at about. They're at like 5 feet away
So,
from her.
what door did you just unlock?
We unlocked the storeroom door.
Okay.
We're
So
not
they're
going
behind
in
the counter
yet.
right now.
We're behind the counter. We silently make our way up to Roddy's door.
Okay.
Open it as sneakily as we can.
You know, like the animation they do for stealthing in Skyrim, the like high knee thing. that's a Gremlo as he kind of comes around the corner.
Yeah, you still have that 12, goddamn. Okay, I go to open the door quietly.
Okay.
Yo, 22.
It's locked.
Oh shit.
Oh, fuck.
I quickly search. Gremlo, please help me
What are you guys doing?
for
We're
any
waiting.
form of like lockpick.
I'm gonna pause you for a
Okay.
second.
We're waiting.
Wait, are we?
I thought
Well,
we were
we have
coming
to
in.
wait 2 minutes after it hasn't been.
We just decided that like there's a distraction happening right now. I'm gonna sneakily walk in and try
Yeah.
to go behind the counter.
I'm gonna
Okay.
walk in.
Okay, then I guess we're walking. I guess.
We turn around in front of the counter. They're still there. We're like, who's that?
With the door, cause like, did you like close the door upon entering?
No.
No.
Okay,
Okay,
then
well,
yeah.
if Dan says no, then no.
Then yeah, I'm
Yeah,
just gonna
I'll-
sneakily walk in.
We'll sneakily walk in.
No one's
You
watching, I
purposely,
guess.
I would assume, left the door open.
Like
Okay.
a little bit at least, so we could
Yeah.
like.
Slightly ajar.
Yeah.
Don't slam it on your way in, please, dear God.
Fen shouts from behind. I'm just kidding. Okay, so as you guys quietly enter the building, the watchers not at the window anymore. We hear the frantic talkings of Riza, kind of quick, dull, but
No.
she's trying to maintain a lot of confidence in her voice.
Okay. This is cool, guys.
What do you?
Stealth ops.
Go.
Do you want us to like
Open
roll
it.
anything?
Jacob, here's a little inspiration because I know that you're a little down.
Silently inspiring him.
Wait, what was the inspiration for? What did you just say?
Because you're a little down. That's it. I have
That's
four.
the last one.
As some of you,
I got two.
as some of you are approaching the counter, walking past the window, you glance out. Now seeing that the Riza has been kind of, how do I say? You notice that the first thing you notice is that the Watchers, the bandages around their arms. You notice that there are almost these. It looks like. Almost like phantasmal, like crimson red chains that are almost like slipping out from under the bandages themselves. You hear the heavy grunts of Riza as they are just slowly wrapping around her, quickly tying and linking until she's almost, her entire upper torso, you hear her painful grunts as her broken arm is kind of twisted out of its resting position. I was just trying to give you fellas some berries. You hear Bam Bam is just viciously growling at this point. You see froth is kind of building at the edges of his lips. Both of the Watchers have their arms outstretched. This the gems along their shoulders, this almost like vibrant hue of red. And these chains just almost unending are just spiraling out until they come taut with a squeeze against Riza. And as she kind of exhales, you see her veins all along her fine skin and upper. Did I ever explain what Riza looks like?
It's
Red
like
hair.
Right here.
Wood
Red
elf.
elf.
Wood elf.
And she has a scar on her lip. But
Okay.
she kind of like arcs her back in pain for a moment and then an exhale as you see these almost like the veins along her neck and along her arms. Pretty much any skin that you can see kind of like almost glows for a moment. As you see,
Isn't this all far away, or?
you got
I mean, this is us.
You
Us.
don't see this.
Okay.
These are the guys that are kind of like looking out the window,
Are we okay? We're never mind.
not even given a chance to scream at the amount of pain that these chains seem to be inflicting upon Riza. This arcing illumination of the veins along her fine skin and her body illuminate for a moment, and almost as if draining towards the actual chains themselves, you see they de-illuminate and drain down slowly. The process is slow, and she isn't given the air to scream. You see Bam Bam is just fighting against the muzzle against his face as you see shrapnels of wood being.
Oh.
So he's trying to open his like jaw. You see he's at the legs of one of the Watchers, just trying to. Every time he pulls his paw away, he just kind of like swatting at it with what he can. However, the Watchers seem unconcerned.
What a great shot. Let's do what we were meant to do.
All right.
Before we searched once the door was locked. We started.
Yeah, we're
searching
looking for a
thieves.
lockpick or something.
Yeah, like a lockpick or something like pin to open
Investigation
the door.
check.
I would like to find
He's
the medicine
helping me.
behind the counter.
We're,
Yeah, okay,
Like
I'll use
medicine
it.
stuff.
or
Okay.
Unless it's like, oh,
My
listen.
intelligence
As you
is
guys,
good,
it
so
doesn't
yeah,
take long. As you guys, I'm not gonna make you roll for this. Does anyone have an investigation?
I have like +7.
he's not here.
No, they're in the
We're
building.
here.
They're looking
We're
through the
in.
window.
I thought we were. No, no.
No, you guys.
It didn't take us 2 minutes to get from.
We didn't do this
door
2-minute
to
rule.
thing.
We
They
didn't
didn't
get
wait for 2
plan
minutes. They just went in.
Yeah, because
Oh,
like
good.
you
Well,
just
we were still in the back of the storehouse before
You
everyone
weren't
else
in,
was. So
you're
after
just
we,
in the. You're just.
We're
in the,
behind the counter.
after we checked the lock, we immediately started looking for a lockpick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like there's a time
As they
discrepancy.
were looking out the window, you guys, it doesn't take you any time to notice that there's nothing here.
God, motherfucker.
This counter is just a counter. You can roll investigation if you'd like to look more into it, but this counter here, the only objects here are some discarded bags and boxes, or not boxes, but like barrels that are just kind of like stocked on the shelf near you. More tools than anything, cheap and kind of like unfurnished. The most glittering thing here is the bell that sits on the counter.
it's like everything is gone.
There was never anything. There's nothing. You've never seen behind the counter, and there's never been anything.
Where do you
Where'd
grab
you
the
get the
bedrolls?
bedrolls?
Yeah.
So we went into that room that we were trying to get into to get the bedrolls.
No, there's bedrolls there.
There's just not anything to pick a door.
There's not like a bunch of bedrolls.
Where'd you get the food?
Oh, he went to the back to get the food.
Oh.
Yeah, you're just like, whoa.
So did you try to get into the door?
It's locked.
Did you try to use the key?
Key.
Does it work?
Oh, that would've been funny.
Well, we can break it down.
Do we ring the bell?
Ring the bell.
Right
Pull out my deck. I stick it in the lock. Trying to break the lock.
Okay. Make a attack roll on the lock.
Okay.
Ah, shit, I hit the wood.
And then plus, what is it? Dex and
Proficiency.
yeah. 18.
Okay, roll damage.
D.
You get sneak attack.
Sneak
Is
attack on the door.
Is Gremlo within
Yeah.
5
Yeah.
feet?
Sneak attack on the door.
Sneak attack on the door.
He's sneaking, is he not?
I'm sneaking in.
He's hidden.
1d4
Oh,
plus.
what'd you roll?
I haven't rolled damage yet.
No, what'd you roll for it to hit?
18.
Oh, I'm sorry. I baited you.
Baited.
You got you baited, bro.
Just
I'll say
plus.
this lock isn't that great. An 18 hits.
Okay.
Do you sneak attack because you're hidden?
No.
No.
Advantage on a lock.
Not even how it
Hey,
works.
let's just take what we got, guys.
5.
The knife just goes through the door because the lock just pops out the other side.
Okay, this is affecting my
There
ability.
you go.
Right, storm
Okay.
the building.
This is hampering my roleplay.
Stealth into the building. Well, stealth into
As
her
the
room.
lock breaks through, and you guys coming around the counter, you hear the heavy snap of wood coming from the outside, and the visceral barks that follow.
Oh, no.
None of us are looking out there. Let's go.
That's right.
Alrighty.
I'm like waving at them to stay back, and I'm going in.
What the hell was that? As you hear the heavy squeak of, you broke the lock!
I thought he might have been asleep.
Well, even so.
Listen, he wakes up to a broken bell, alright? He was a light sleeper.
He wasn't asleep for that. He was getting
He
all
stabbed-
primed up for his hot date.
You stab it, it falls on the ground. It clanks around.
I think it was a lock in the door. I don't
the-
think it was like a padlock.
As the metal, it wasn't. It was, you just hit it, and
Yeah.
it wasn't a great lock. It just went through the
It's
door.
one like Jimmy. Fuck it.
But yeah,
Too powerful.
as the door is beginning to push open, you hear the, someone there?
Hold up. I'm waving at them to duck under the counter. Grab.
There's a hole in the door. One of them behind you.
Wait, you mean like on the other side of the counter?
Yeah.
You hear the heavy footsteps of.
Can I use rope like a garrote?
Try.
I want to quickly shut the door in and get him.
What? You don't. Okay, you're shutting the door to them?
No, I'm like.
Well, you're
We're-
opening the door to
I'm
go
opening the
get
door to
him.
him, and I'm like quickly grabbing him with the rope
Yeah,
around
he's
his
like,
throat.
he's just coming up and you're like, "Whoo!"
Bam.
Bang, bang.
Well, he's not like
Wait until he's out the door then.
My original idea was to wait for it to open, but if there's a hole, he's gonna be like, "What the fuck?" Slam it open and be like, "What the hell is going
So you're
on?"
just rushing him.
I'm trying to rush him down
okay.
and get like
What's the
chokehold.
Garrote properties?
Alright. As
It's
the
a
door
rope. I
swings
don't think it
open,
counts.
you guys see
I'm cheating.
I guess.
stealth kind of going out the window.
Yeah.
Of course, it always does.
However, your mind is stray away from stealth, and as this door slams to the side of hitting a shelf to the far right of it, you see, you rushing in, you find yourself in a completely stocked storeroom.
Please
There's
don't tell
food
me
in
he
here to
sleeps
feed
naked.
people for months. On the multiple shelving units, there are dozens upon dozens of boxes here that could sustain and rations for dozens of people for months. You see from you entering the north, the northwesternmost corner of the room is just covered with discarded and opened lock boxes, the very same that had been used to store your stuff. The hampered junk has seemed to have just been pulled out of them, and they've just been disheveled and put into the corner of the room. The newest of which seems to have been dragged into that same corner, however, has not yet been opened. As you rush through the room, you see Roddy initially wiping the sleep from his eyes, a small, what looks to be a club-like instrument in his right hand, and as he is kind of like walking out, his eyes go wide as he sees this rushing shade.
Does he count as surprised?
Yes.
Yeah, go get him.
That counts. I can use that for silent takedown because I can do it on surprise targets.
Okay.
Fuck him up.
You may attempt a weapon attack. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to try to take
Isn't
him
Garrote
down
a
and knock him
weapon
out.
attack though?
Actual weapon, Garrett can
Oh.
do that. This is an improvised weapon, and for this, I need you to beat him in a grapple check.
Okay. He's fat, not strong, right? That's how that works. Oh.
Wait, can you use athletics or acrobatics, or is it just
This is
athletics?
athletics.
Just
You were
athletics.
trying to.
Yeah.
Rush
He's a
him
big
down
guy.
to get a quick silent takedown on a surprise target.
Get him.
Net 20!
Let's go.
Woo!
Yes, boys!
Okay.
Check that.
Yeah, it is.
It is. Oh my god.
Who's there? As
Yeah.
you just swat the club out of his hand that just clatters to the ground as you just professionally just trip him up, and before he even hits the ground, you use the weight to just wrap the rope around him, and it just pulls taut from his pure weight, digging in, and hit the flabs of his fat just fold over the rope itself. You just hear, roll.
Well, don't you get double and sneak attack?
I don't know.
Are you trying to kill him, or you just...
Well,
No, I'm trying to knock him unconscious.
Okay.
We don't need him dead. I want to, but we don't need him dead.
Okay.
I'm a professional.
So how this works is you have advantage on grappling checks, or grapple checks, while garroting him, technically.
Okay.
So, and you have to hold it until he suffocates. And then he just passes
I don't want him dead, I just want him unconscious.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I know.
suffocating you don't die right away.
So you just keep
Okay.
fighting him until he's limp.
Okay.
The door is open. You guys are. This is kind of like combat.
Oh, I'm going to start scanning for medicine and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm gonna start scanning for the lock boxes for.
Y'all out here
Stop.
search the
Yeah.
shit. I'm
Yeah,
got a
yeah.
fat body.
Blankets and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Just
like,
general
okay.
things that we're supposed to
All
get.
right.
I'm fucking fishing right now.
Investigation check.
I'm
Investigation.
gonna run over and help him hold the rope down on his neck.
Help action.
Like how?
I'll
So like
fucking
he's holding one end, I'll hold the other.
You hold his head down.
Yeah.
That
You
would
can,
mean-
like,
that
push
would
him
mean-
in.
that would mean he'd have to
Cover
let
his
go of
eyes.
that.
Well, no, he could like push his head down.
Like,
As-
wait,
Yeah.
they like shove him down. I'm pulling
Alright,
back. He's
I'll
shoving
give
down.
it, but he already has advantage, Daniel.
What?
He already
I
has
already have advantage because
Oh,
I
shit.
still
I mean,
do
the
it.
DC could.
Okay.
It's
Cool.
about
As
moral support.
Moral support. Thank you.
Covering like his
grab-
eyes.
you
Wait,
grab-
no, I know what I
Just cover his
like,
eyes.
Cover his mouth.
No, I
know it's like
you grab the sleeping bag you still have.
Yes.
And you start holding it against
It's
him.
suffocating.
Fucking
I'm gonna
yo,
smother him.
smother him.
And then can I search the lock boxes for the gear?
Lock boxes or lock box? There's
one
there's
that's
one
locked.
that hasn't been cracked open.
Because we know which one's ours, right?
It's the one that probably hasn't
They
been
all
cracked
they all
open.
look the same, but there's one that hasn't been opened, and you don't. You
Oh, okay.
initially don't see your shit. on this
Okay.
map.
All right. Well, I'm gonna.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm
Alright,
gonna find
investigation
the
check.
pillow.
Investigation
It's
check.
Spare pillow. You
Can
have
I
the
just
sleeping
search
bag,
the
don't
open
I
ones
don't
then?
die.
Since I
You
don't know.
could,
Yeah, the better
if you'd like to.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Jacob cast you.
I got.
He gave you it.
You have inspiration as
okay.
well.
And as we're on to our next check, Roddy's gonna try to break out of this situation. Is trying to pull the rope off one hand. His face is going purple and his eyes are bulging from his fat that's kind of folding over itself. You see tears are starting to stroll down his eyes.
I don't care.
Fuck
He's
that
fat
guy.
and a rapist.
All right,
Or potential.
Roddy, roll with advantage.
For, like, with strength.
Athletics.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's it.
I would say because of what you're doing, it's a suffocating fasting.
Yeah, it's double.
So, like,
double
lower
suffocation.
DC, I'm down.
Yeah.
This is where we got it. Get that roll.
Oh.
Is that advantage?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, advantage. Thank God I have a 4.
Please stop. Oh, I guess it's a 4.
It's a 6.
Roddy got a 3.
Yo, we're coming in clutch, boys.
Big.
Oh, got him.
Big.
Alrighty.
He big.
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't. You can't even see it. It's just.
Yeah, we can't even hear him choke to death.
Lights out, big guy.
You want to roll?
I'm just like,
Yeah, I got a 4 on
exerting.
investigation.
17.
13. You have inspiration.
You are having trouble.
Why would you use
You
that?
kind of just caught off guard by how much food there is here.
I could eat
Not
the
like good
lumps.
food. There's just a lot of edible food.
Yeah.
17.
And you find the location of where a lot of these medications are being held. A multiple crates of gauze and bandagings and what looks to be there actually seems to be a set of a doctor's bag in here,
Oh, shit.
Oh my God.
in which you I'm assuming just start to shovel
Yeah,
these
shovel
medical
stuff in.
supplies
And then once I'm done shoveling
there
stuff
like a
in,
bag that
put
you
a
can
blanket around
You
it.
also find a small set of cheap alcohol, which could prove useful.
Okay, yeah.
I'm assuming to
I'll stuff it in.
be brain.
Big brain.
You stuff it
Bring
in your
it
big
blast.
brain?
What'd you roll?
13.
13. You aren't able to find anything of use. Many of these lockboxes have been torn apart, like a child digging into his freshly folded and clean laundry. It is a mess of disheveled clothes and
That was
discarded junk, and you get the very clean assumption that these were the things of many of the other people here. However, you get the feeling they weren't supposed to be opened. Immediately, your mind goes to Roddy. Alright.
He's the new Bastophile.
Alrighty.
I'm just gonna go with
Forgot about that guy.
Or pig. I'm good
Ready.
with that.
Next up to the next round of Roddy trying to not suffocate.
No good. I don't like that
That's either
face.
good or bad.
I don't like that face.
Sorry, good or bad?
Okay, here we go, boys.
That is a roll. Alright. Advantage?
Oh yeah, advantage, right?
Yeah.
That's
Yep,
okay.
you still got it.
Advantage.
Come on, you gotta go one.
Woo! Unnatural 20.
Natural 20. You got a natural 20.
I'm gonna kill
Oh.
myself.
As you hear as Roddy's whimpers kind of start to break through the pillow, you hear him take a deep breath as the strength of the rope gives out, not able to hold the amount of girth this man has around his
Too damn
neck.
fat.
The rope shatters.
Shut
Roddy falls to the floor, gasping for air.
I'm like to do silent takedown on the prone target. I'm kidding.
Roddy kind of like is catching his breath and crying on the
I'm
ground.
gonna take something to take my dagger out.
Oh my God.
Hey, listen, buddy. We don't want to hurt you. Just keep quiet. Stay out of the way. I'm gonna take some of these supplies off.
I always knew you halflings were bad.
Just didn't notice me.
Take whatever you want.
Where's the key to this lockbox?
We don't need to ask him questions. I jam a gag in his mouth. I grab some bandages in his mouth.
As he's trying to grab the keys.
Oh yes, the keys are wet.
He starts to reach up to try to pull the gag out of his mouth.
Grab his arms.
Okay.
Hold him back. I got the rope.
Put
I was
his
trying
arm
to like,
behind his
tie
back.
his arms.
He was gonna give us what we wanted.
We don't need him. We can do it ourselves.
keys.
the keys.
I'm right.
You hear the jingle of a ring of keys around the back of his, or
The
not a
jingle
ring,
of
but he has
dad's
a king in his a key in his mouth.
I'm pinning it down. I'll do it.
I'm tying up.
Make
Someone
an
else grab the key.
investigation check. Are
Someone
you
take the
searching him or are you
keys.
just taking the key?
Just taking the keys
Okay,
for now.
you take the key.
Awesome. I'm open. Toss the keys.
So he's gagged. I got his arms tied.
As you guys are finishing the ties,
You know,
your
once
small
I catch them
victories
all.
are silenced by the outcry of a very familiar dog.
Aw. Hey, sacrifices were made.
Oh my god. True neutral, by the way.
Hey, it's neutral. We achieved our goals.
We do them for 1 session.
Less than.
I'm gonna open up the lockbox.
Okay. The key opens it. There's another door in this room, I should say. When we, throw it in.
Okay.
Is this a bedroom or just a storeroom?
This is the storeroom.
Does it have his bed?
The other door is open, and that's where you came out from.
Okay.
Alrighty. He's currently gagged.
Someone have a way to knock him
Keep
out?
threatening him like you did me. Works that way.
Alright.
Can I investigate to find a weapon
What
to
did he
help
say?
knock out Roddy?
Some blunt
Oh,
object?
it's a club, right?
Well,
Lockbox now?
when you crack it open, all your shit's in there.
Is there is there a weapon that?
Does anyone
Well,
have a
there's
blunt
the-
weapon?
There's the club he was gonna hit you with, but you knocked out his hand. It's a couple feet to his right.
Gremlin, whack him.
All right, I'm just gonna start.
I'm gonna run over, grab my pack.
Club.
I'm gonna start grabbing.
Gremlin's
all
got
my
the club.
Oh, it's not that big. You know, like old.
Like the blackjacks in
Yeah, it's like a
Yeah.
I
blackjack.
mean, for me though, like the
For him, it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, two-hander.
Oh, two.
What's that one meme with the bat?
The fucking
Yo,
George
cat in the hat,
Costanza.
cat in the hat, ready for the lineup.
All right.
Club him.
Threaten him, Gremlin.
Roll it to hit with advantage.
Alright.
Oh, you're just gonna.
I'm just gonna get him.
Unconscious.
We don't need him dead. We need him
Wait,
unconscious.
I have to use strength though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's
Still got advantage.
8.
Ooh.
Ooh, that's a 21.
With an extra d6 because it's a finisher.
He's a finisher.
I think.
D6 for damage.
It's-
We
it's
don't
also-
need you to roll high. We need you to roll
okay.
enough to
You
knock.
can say that it's gonna just knock
It's
him
not-
Oh
out.
yeah,
You
there's
don't roll
non-lethal
high.
actions,
Okay.
right? We can
Yeah.
not just
Yeah.
straight knock him
Is it
unconscious.
a D4? For the damage?
Let me.
For
let me-
clubs are
what?
let me make sure first.
Yeah, let's confirm this
It
shit.
is. Clubs are a
It's-
non-lethal
it's-
weapon, but it doesn't have finishers. So
It's
I'm
like
sorry.
Negan. It's like that dude from freaking like Walking Dead.
Oh,
he just like.
man. It doesn't have nails in it, right? we
Well,
like,
it is at barbed wire.
Right, then he'll make your fucking move, bro.
make him move.
Well, it's up to you if you want to kill him.
No.
I'm trying to knock him out.
Okay.
Okay.
Not
So it's
lethal
oh, I should have just told you what the it's a D4. Yeah.
Okay, the D4 and then the D6.
D4 plus a D6.
Oh, no D6. I'm
it's
sorry.
two?
It wasn't a finisher. I was
Okay.
incorrect. It's non-lethal though, so you don't even have
1
D6.
damage.
1 damage. It's
Just-
okay. You broke his health bar with choking him to death.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go.
Lights out, you fat bastard. Take this.
So he's out
body. His body molts.
Ugh.
By molts, I mean he has so much fat he just kind of like flattens out on the ground. It has
It's
to
a
go somewhere.
pancake.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ugh.
And so
While
as they're
this is
doing
going
that, I'm trying
on,
to
I
find all
want to
my
grab my
shit.
pack from our belongings.
Once-
Yeah.
And kind of put it so my cloak is over it.
Once Greblo knocked the bitch out, I kind of just like let him fall.
Okay.
Oh, I got
His
my
fat
gear
body
back. Look at that.
slams down.
Man, like.
Grab.
Do
We don't.
Do we have to do that? He seemed like he was just let us.
Hey, I'm not
be
taking
okay.
any chances with
Oh.
this.
No
bastard.
chances.
But now he's gonna wake up angry. Okay, I'll just go get my spell book from
Alright.
and my pack. I guess. I'll
Wasn't the
put-
original
do
plan
what
to
he
not
did,
take
yeah.
our stuff because we didn't need it right now?
I only have a
We can
backpack.
take
I'm not
blankets and
Pretty much all your stuff that you lost is in that crate.
Fuck it, I want it.
yeah,
taking
I'm
it.
taking
Yeah.
and I'm
Taking my shit.
Everything in the backpack, I'm wrapping in a
Can I
blanket
fit my
that's around.
dagger and
Yes.
hand axe in my backpack?
I got both
My
daggers in
dagger and
hand,
hand axe, can I
boys.
fit
I'm
them in
ready
my
to
backpack?
kill.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Can I
awesome.
go roll
I'll do
someone's
that.
Store a
daggers?
dagger like
I don't think that's how it works.
on my belt line, and I have a.
I got
a
everything.
cape.
Oh.
cloak.
Alright, no, so you're carrying your backpack
I kind of like put my spell book in my
and
backpack.
doctor's bag, right? That you stuffed with
Yeah. My plan was to like wrap it up in like a blanket, so it looks like I'm carrying just like a big blanket.
all the supplies or all your shit?
Well,
the
like
supplies, I thought, right?
yeah, the supplies. I'll put my backpack underneath my cloak, kind of like. what he
Hey,
did.
Thomas.
Okay.
Are there crates around like for food and stuff?
There's like barrels and.
Are they like empty?
There's the same powdered packs, but there's,
Wait a second. What
there's
do you
easily
No, it's not what you're thinking.
there's easily over
I'm not gonna stuff a fat bastard
dozens
into a
upon
barrel
dozens of those
club,
packs
okay?
of soup supplies.
Lots of soup.
Lots of soup.
Uh,
Potatoes, a lot of.
Are there any like empty barrels or boxes or something?
Empty boxes. You can make an empty box. A lot of those empty medical supplies you grabbed were in boxes, so you could probably use those. They're not like huge.
I
they're just
shove all my shit, including the swords. I keep one of the
You
daggers.
can't get it in a box that small.
You can't like put a sword in a box.
I didn't know how big the boxes were.
Don't you have a backpack?
Yeah, you can put it in there.
Yeah, let's do that.
Put the backpack in.
And then put the backpack like behind you.
You probably
like,
can't fit your. Well, you could probably stab your rapier through, and like just.
That's
rip
not
out
as
the
conspicuous
handle.
as I want. I was hoping to just like stick it in and roll.
Just like out there. What?
Be like, oh, I bought some food, guys. Don't worry.
Yeah. I guess trying to.
Stuff my bag in the box of all my stuff.
Or in a box
It's
that's
not
big
a big
enough.
box.
No, just like, I thought you said I could put my backpack in there.
Don't you? How much shit do you have in your backpack?
You want me to like read it off?
Yeah, sure.
Bag, 1,000 ball bearings, 10 feet of string, bells, candles, 5 crowbar, hammer, pittons, hooded lantern, oil flasks of oil, 2, 5 days of rations, a tinder box, water skin, and
No, Chief, that box is.
Just carry the backpack.
I don't want people to be like, why the fuck he's got a backpack?
You got 4 other gremlins carrying their backpack.
We
I'm
just
trying
have
to
our
be
cloaks.
stealthy.
Well,
Yeah,
like,
we have our cloaks over.
I
Yeah,
have
but,
my cloak
okay,
over my
they
backpack.
cover with the
I have like a
backpack.
scholar's pack. I just have like ink and stuff in
I
there.
don't assume it's that, like, you know, suspicious to wear a
Yeah.
backpack here if he's selling supplies.
What up?
We do a demonstration.
Oh
I
yeah.
have a very bulky coat.
For those of you that can't see, we're having a live demonstration of how a backpack can be hidden fashionably with a coat.
Dang
You look like a turtle.
Is that Max? I didn't know you were a turtle.
I didn't know you had such a large back.
Damn, bro, you're thick.
Just like do a hunchback.
Boy, he's thick.
Okay, yeah, fine. I put the bag on.
Yeah, because
Keep it
that's
family
Maybe
friendly.
yours
Nice.
would be this thick. Mine wouldn't.
Hey, I don't.
Nothing.
The hooded lantern's not that big. That's like the biggest thing.
No,
there.
Max,
That's
stop
not-
taking off
that's
your
not-
clothes. Oh no.
Oh God! Ah, I
Max,
don't wear the right
please.
pants.
I'm real happy he doesn't sleep naked.
He's taking off ours now.
yeah. Is he naked? Wait a second. Wait a minute.
Who?
The
Pig
the
man.
pig
Naked?
man.
He wears a
Big.
onesie.
Oh, that's cute.
That's cute.
cute.
Yeah,
He's very, very fat. I don't care.
It's kind of just open chested.
Oh, that's life, guys.
Do
Yeah.
you have a hairy chest?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, I would hope so. With that much fat on.
He doesn't have time to shave that much area.
Time? You think time's what stops him? He just doesn't.
Yeah.
I'm giving him an excuse.
Okay.
We've been
Alright.
shitting on this guy since.
I
Like, the
wonder
first
why.
meeting.
His eyes just kind of swollen over because of the club.
Oh.
Don't feel bad for him. He
It
wanted
kinda
me to bring
blends
him
in
a
with
girl
all
to
his other
raid.
lumps, except this one's purple. What are you guys doing? Time's kind of
Got the bag.
Yeah, I got my
stuff.
like I got my shit, so I guess.
Yeah,
I'll
so,
walk
like-
out.
Grabbing any
Is
medical
the door to
supplies
his
that are actually-
bedroom open?
Okay. Actually, I want to check the window and see what the hell's going on
Is
outside.
there a window back here? I thought there wasn't.
No,
As
window
you guys
outside
as
too.
you guys are turning to proceed back into the main room, those of you that are, you hear the heavy grinding of the. So the outer portcullis is wood. The inner though is metal. You hear the heavy creak of metal as the portcullis of what sounds to be the portcullis so close begins to raise.
What?
the big gate.
The doors.
You hear horns echo out.
Okay.
Have we ever heard horns
No.
by the people?
Have you ever heard
the,
horns?
The people that have taken us, they've never used horns.
No.
When I look at, okay, I'm gonna walk out to the window where the silent watcher usually looks in. Is he there? First off,
You just see him.
No, you see the silent watchers are still in the same spot. Risa is on the ground motionless. There is a
Dog.
there is a bloodstream or streak that kind of like leads off into a crushed tent. It's just kind of like pushed over. You
Oh my
you
God.
see one of the silent watchers, the one that was on the right side from your perspective. His leg is like crushed. You see deep dug wounds that must have been dealt by that of a fang, and you see it looks as though something had just twisted his knee. His foot is just bent this way, but
I feel a little bad. We told Fido to stay home.
and then anything of the horns, or is that just the people on the wall?
you
Like,
see
what are the people on the wall?
as these horns are echoing out, you see the silent watchers. Even the one with the heavily injured leg, as far as you can tell, just completely standing in attention. They like snap, looking at each other and back up a few steps. The other one seemingly unfazed by the severe injuries on his leg.
And they're not looking at the storehouse at all, right?
You see the reasons as for the source of the horn. What?
Yeah. Well, they're not looking at the storehouse, right?
No.
Okay.
As these horns are echoing out, they react to it.
Yep.
Completely ignoring what has happened around them and the injuries they've received. Another horn echoes out as the portcullis raises completely, and you hear the marchings of easily a dozen or so people.
So,
Stand in attention!
okay.
Those who are about to walk the path.
You hear that Pike yell out as he is currently marching out his. I should clarify. Pike wears 2 swords. He has 2.
Same.
He has 2 long swords that just kind of like hang from his
Not
belt.
same.
This week's gracing has been decided by the High Bishop to grace you with his presence this day. Rejoice! Many of you will walk the path tonight, or starting your journey tonight. Pray that he chooses you.
As he progresses forward, you see as he turns around, putting the horn away, you see looking back, he gestures towards. He kind of gives this quick gesture as you start to hear the moving of multiple men. You see all the acolytes that were standing on the edges of the actual fort itself have just kind of like prostrated themselves. Many of them who are holding crossbows have just kind of like set them down and are just kind of like standing and like watch over the actual. Well, I shouldn't say they set them down. They are just watching the actual like, camp itself. You see easily about 24 acolytes march out from the front, the inner gate of the inner courtyard of the keep, making a line on each side, almost their bodies and the red robes almost emulating the sides of an imaginary red carpet. As they stand in attention, the backs of some acolytes kind of like arch and stand in front of the window that you have been peering through as you kind of like squeeze yourself closely to the side. Pike kind of adjusts himself and stands kind of like looking out towards the camp itself, and then looks back to the inner gate. And then you see here the marchings of another smaller group. However, these footsteps somehow sound louder than the marchings of these 24 individuals. You see what looks to be easily these individuals standing about 8 to 9 feet tall.
Right.
They wear this. It almost is looking like they're big enough to be wearing barding. It's just these heavy drapes of chain that hang down to their feet. You can't even see their feet, and with such rhythmic motions that they move forward, they wear on top of it almost a heavy tarp or robe to cover their entire bodies, and they're just covered with these thick. In contrast to the acolytes that stand around them, you actually see a few acolytes get a little intimidated and just kind of like straighten up as they pass. But in contrast to the actual acolytes that hold guard and wear the essentially an entirely red and silver outfit, these individuals, their colors are this almost like dark crimson and red, dark crimson and black. You cannot see their actual heads, for their helmets are easily. You have no idea where the head is in them. Actually, they're just connected to the upper pauldrons. They have no pauldrons, but it just connects to their actual clothes. You know what pyramid head?
Yeah.
Think of like, it's not a pyramid, but it's almost like an hourglass shape that just flattens out at the top. Like an hourglass shape that flattens out on the top and comes to a point in front of them. They have no eye holes. They hold these massive, almost halberd-sized weapons that have no blade but are just blunt in a pointed cylinder at the top. As they march out, there's exactly 4 of them, and in the center of them you see very well-dressed individual. His hair, this he has neatly combed gray hair that seems to be just pushed back, and it's short and kept well kept. He wears an extremely ornate red and black attire, and wears a gold and iron mantle ring around just around his shoulders. Hanging over the front of his chest, and in the center of it, there's the insignia of the One Divine. To clarify this, the insignia of the One Divine, it looks like a golden or a black eye, and there's like a crescent moon through the top of it.
Okay.
Or like a crescent through the top. As he progresses out, you see him holding his hands behind his back and in proud posture. All of the acolytes take a moment to bow. I'm excited to see who you choose for this cleansing, High Bishop Gray. Well, it seems we have our first contender. Those watches have you deemed? Well, have you already caught someone so lost in the arcane? As the Red Guard, without him even making a gesture to him, and as he kind of progresses forward, they stop and just part for him. However, they always stay a few feet from him. He looks around at the watchers. As for future notices, Miss Missed Red Apostle, as he looks to Pike. He addresses Pike as the Red Apostle. Perhaps we could avoid allowing hounds in the camp. Beasts do not have what it takes to take the journey to cleanse. However, the watches have deemed or claimed another individual. I call this one to be white, of the arcane and cleansed of her sins. As one of the Red Guard proceed forward and hoist her up, putting her over his shoulder. Her limp body putting up no resistance.
Yeah, are you guys watching this, or is it just me?
I'm still back in the store.
Yeah.
I thought you were
I was
the
gonna go
only one that went to
loot
the
his
Yeah.
bedroom.
Because I think, us three are watching.
I'll
Are you
kinda-
watching, Gribble?
I thought Alex was in one.
I thought I was the only one watching. I don't know.
Oh, I thought we were all, like,
Well,
ready to head
okay,
out.
to the people that weren't watching, I'm gonna sneak back and tell them shit's going fucking bad. Okay.
You see, you also taking a moment to kind of like look around, you notice bowing with the other apostles or acolytes is Miles. You see he kind of like looks up nervously as she's getting hauled away.
Maybe it's not a bad thing.
Cleanse of the arcane.
Like to loot his bedroom. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm just like, oh, shit in his
Well,
bedroom.
I informed you guys of what was going on, or a general idea.
It's fine.
The One Divine have chosen the next three for the cleansing. As you see, as he reaches up in his hand, because a lot of the camp, actually, anybody that was in the front have just moved back to try to hide. As you see a small white light pop up in his palm.
This is bad.
Uh-oh.
It's just gonna
Good.
fucking shoot towards the storehouse.
It goes right towards the storehouse.
See you guys next week. New character. Since I use magic.
I'd like to choose a non-magic character for this one.
It splits into three.
Oh, good. Yo,
The first, Arksoth. it stops, floating and hovering. You see one of the Red Guard immediately proceed out. A couple moments later, you hear the frantic shoutings and pounding of someone hitting against metal as the Red Guard returns, and you see a young man of sorts, starved and disheveled, his unshaven face just patchy and a mess, and his hair a frantic clawing. Heavy bags kind of sitting under his eyes as he is just pounding against the iron helm of this Red Guard. Both skin and nails are breaking under his vicious assault. However, the Red Guard is undaunted, blood dripping from his hands as he just lies helpless. The other arcs off.
Oh God.
However, this one doesn't proceed into the camp. It hovers over an apostle. Or an acolyte.
Is that acolyte
yeah.
Miles? Okay, that's fine. We're all good.
Well,
I
there's
don't give a
still
shit about
another
that
one.
guy.
There's one more.
It was the
If it
acolyte
goes over me.
directly to the right of Miles.
Oh no, this is worse.
Let's go.
We gotta kill a ball of light, boys.
But I've served you.
Clock.
Do not worry, my child. The cleansing is a path of righteousness, and another step in the one divine's plans for you. Please escort. As he gestures to one of the Red Guard, who don't pick him up, just simply put a hand up to him. He's not gonna fuck with this thing.
Yeah.
He's not gonna test his limits.
Ah, never.
Swings at the Red Guard.
Okay. The other
See you guys next
arcs, proceeding slowly, and marks into the building where you guys are.
Aww.
Does it go over me?
Where's it going?
Passes you.
Oh fuck yeah. Yeah, fuck all
Who's
you.
out there with him?
I'd probably be out there, yeah.
Okay.
Thomas, just so you know I'm okay.
As it passes you-
My character is gone. I've come to accept the fate.
Got 6 other play.
As it passes you,
No, breathing
glides
sigh
to
of
a
relief.
stop, enters the room, twisting past both you and proceeding towards Gremlin,
Gremlo.
No.
lowering and approaching his tiny stature,
Hit Roddy.
and stopping, hovering over Roddy's unconscious body.
Okay, let's fucking hide.
Oh, fuck.
Should we untie him?
No. They can have his trussed up corpse.
Do go on 10 the next.
We're going in the
As
back
next-
room. To the
We go to the
bedroom.
bedroom.
To the bedroom.
I guess
Yes.
we're in the bedroom.
Lock the
To
door.
the bedroom.
Actually, hold on.
Can we untie him
I
first?
cut him loose, take out the gag, and I kind of like prop him, and like I make it look like something fell on him, like a box fell on him.
Sleight of.
Sleight of
How
performance.
quick are they coming?
Oh, it's right there. It's like you
Yeah.
have like
Should I?
a couple seconds.
Because
Everyone hide, I'm doing this.
I assume as it was passing by, we
Okay,
kind of started.
where is
going
everybody
down.
going?
I'm going to the
Hi.
back, the bedroom.
Hi.
Like the bedroom.
Me too.
Yeah.
We're all just gonna hide.
Bedroom.
I'll go to the bedroom.
Alright.
Bedroom.
We should
What are
have
you
fucked
doing?
with him, guys. He would
Are
have
you
not
doing
fucked anyone.
Cut, ungag, make it seem
Sleight
like a
of
box
hand
fell on him.
Let's put a box on his head.
Yeah, put a box like up. Yeah, but just fuck it. Yeah, I already said what I'm gonna do.
Ooh, that's good.
Is it?
I don't know.
13.
That's average.
And then I hide.
What kind of roll
Yeah,
is
well-
that? Sleight of hand.
I hide in the storage room. I don't even try to make it the bedroom. I just.
Yeah, I should have done
I
it.
should have done it. I was like,
Who has the key?
I'm the only
Max
one
has
thought
the
of it.
key,
You all
right?
should fucking think
I don't have
faster.
the key.
You thought you got the keys for the lock.
Oh, for the
the
lock. He
lockbox.
has the key for
Is
the
there
door.
a key? Is there a keyhole? in
Is
this
the
bedroom?
the bedroom's open? Isn't it because he was walking out originally?
What?
Did he lock the bedroom while he was going to figure out what the fuck I did to his lock?
No, he just left it open.
So yeah. Okay,
Okay,
y'all in?
We go
Okay,
to
so
the
as you
bedroom.
guys kind of rush into the very rancid bedroom of Roddy,
We're not gonna worry about that.
the cot and the small cupboard that he has to himself, and a piling of clothes. Okay, so as you quickly, what'd you roll?
I rolled a 13.
Do you have inspiration?
No.
You have it. You have
As
it.
you,
Wow.
as you drop you just simply drop it on his head and it just slams against the back of his head.
That
His
worked
skull softens the sound. This is my question.
Okay.
All right, that's good.
And then I stealth. I don't even try to make it to the bedroom. I just stealth in the room.
Okay.
Is there
I
a
jump
way-
in the lockbox and I shut the door.
Is the lockbox big enough?
It can fit. It can fit 5 people's gear,
Okay.
including
Yeah,
weapons.
it's a little smaller than a coffin.
Okay.
I feel like I can bend myself
You're a
a
little
bit.
smaller than
Okay.
a person.
Athletics check.
Athletics?
Ooh,
Isn't it stealth? He's trying to hide, right?
this is pace more than
Oh,
stealth.
okay, pace.
You-
Are we doing
do you
it? or
want
is
to
it just-
stealth?
Are we stealthing?
We're in
the
the
bedroom.
We're in the.
Right.
I went to the room as soon as I saw that thing pass by me. I went.
Okay.
Should we all do a group stealth? In the
Group
room?
stealth check.
Group stealth.
And you individual.
Individual stealth. Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
you
I got.
have
Yeah, I
inspiration.
got inspiration.
I
You're the
swear
only
to
one
God, if
without
you guys
stealth
fuck this up,
How long does inspiration last? 10
Oh,
minutes?
natural 20.
That's 2 successes.
Let's go.
Ooh, let's use that inspiration.
19.
That's oh, thank
you have
God.
+7 of stealth, don't you?
Yeah, but I mean that would have been a 10.
What's my
Oh, yeah.
stealth? Oh, only +2. 21.
13.
We can get these group people. Out of the way,
21.
man.
Natural 20, so 2 successes, success, I assume.
Oh, no, 21.
What's the? What's okay?
Yeah.
Thomas, we can do them, and then I'll roll mine.
No, just roll it.
We did ours.
What'd you roll? 3?
He
Wait.
No, he got a natural 20. What'd you get?
13.
21.
21.
Both got 21.
Okay.
My personal one, I got a 18.
Oh, that's good. That's all right.
As you quickly, after setting the box on or dropping it on Roddy's head,
It worked.
you hear the squeal or the silent squeal of the door kind of like grind shut from the bedroom. And you quickly, on your quick thinking, proceed to the lockbox, being your only a quickly obtainable source of cover. As you lie down quickly, sliding the. Do you want to close it or like
Close it or
close it or like be able to see?
slight peek.
Okay.
I trust my 18.
As you kind of like pull the iron door down just so there's barely a few centimeters for you to see out of. That few footsteps come to a stop. As it steps under the doorway.
That's fine. This is great.
See an illumination begin in its helmet.
Oh, I assume I don't. Other than you. Yeah.
Did you guys? Yeah, you begin seeing an illumination build in its helmet, almost as if it's looking for something. These almost like eye-like holes appear in the lower, where it would be here in its body. You know, like the eyes on Smo's helmet from Dark Souls.
Yeah.
It's like in that same position. It's like in his neck, where it would be. This illumination arcs
So what's
up,
the fat one, right?
arcs up to the top of its,
Okay.
the top of its helmet, and just brims around the pointed top. Almost like a scan, like sci-fi, like scan arcs off and hits multiple portions of the room. Almost like it essentially creates a magical plane. That's the best you can describe it as.
I'm not knowledgeable on these
Yeah.
things, so yeah.
That just covers,
Magic.
creating almost like a red layer, completely paper thin, that just arcs, covering or scanning. That just arcs down, and up, and down. As it comes to a stop. You also notice now that as you're looking to where it turns, having to lift up the lid a little bit more, you're able to make out where Roddy's body is now. He is outlined in this almost like red outline. It's like fairy fire.
Is it the same
Okay.
color, the red that the crystals went when they were like, oh, we gotta
Yeah,
get
it's
the
the
magic?
same red.
Okay.
Did you like struggle with hefting Roddy?
No.
Oh,
no.
Roddy gets caught on the door.
Oh,
A piece of
God.
his flesh falls to the floor. As it doesn't stop for Roddy at all.
he just kind of gets squeezed through the corner.
Flesh is just soft.
Probably with a heavy clap, this piece of raw flesh just claps against the ground. This back meat,
Oh.
I don't think that's
it finds its way out. As its footsteps dole out, you hear the conversations of, you can't make out any words, but you hear conversations start. And all at once, these footsteps begin to return, marching back. As you hear the heavy portcullis. A final horn echoes out across the camp. You guys sit in an empty room, a piece of rotty flesh and his blood soaking the top right corner of this doorway.
Oh God.
We could stop here. I have a lot more content if you guys wanted to keep playing. It's about 12. We could do another hour if we wanted to, but that's up to you.
I would prefer it. I mean, no, I wouldn't.
I mean,
Up to you
if
guys.
one person wants to talk, we'd stop.
Yeah.
I don't want to be that guy, though.
Well, I'm kind of tired too.
Okay.
I'm afraid I can't.
Alright.
I mean, we all have all three. of us
Alrighty.
drive.
But the visage of this, the Red Guard, and its almost inunderstandable aspects of how it works and how this individual functioned, what sort of magic he had cast, leaves you to wonder. And the gruesome treatings of how they treated both Roddy and the order of how this cleansing of what they speak of works is a mystery to you, but you lie. Your medical supplies achieved. For all extensive purposes, your plan had worked, but we will be continuing. We will be ending our session off with you guys being left off on that.
Oh God, I had a heart attack. My asshole was clenched.
That was.
Grandma, I thought you were gonna
That was
get
pretty
done
good.
early.
Was the one.
I thought I was gonna die.
Yeah, it was like passed by me. I'm like, okay. Whew.
You're like, it's going to the storm. I'm like, oh god.
Noah's visible reaction when Thomas said it passed him by was so great. He was like, "Oh."
Thank God I'm not dead.
Oh, I forgot. I had the
What will happen to our daring adventurers? Find out on